Since I was a child, I always said two things. I want to be tall, and if I could choose any superpower for myself, I would choose teleportation to be blessed with. I failed on both fronts, but teleportation, I believe, is probably like the most useful superpower. The possibilities are endless. And can you imagine my surprise today when I found out that it's not just fiction and make-believe where you gotta play pretend and it only exists in comic books and anime? There is a real, living, breathing, sentient, flesh and blood human being in this country with the ability to teleport. His name is Greg Phillips, and he is a top official at FEMA.
The very first time you were teleported,
it was scary in a way. I mean, you don't really know, okay, is this evil? Is this good? What is this?
Let me stop you right there. Teleportation could never be evil. That is a divine gift right there. So this is Greg Phillips. He is a very high-level, powerful figure at FEMA who is on a podcast talking about his experience with teleportation. It's happened to him on more than one occasion. I'm unsure who the host is, but she looks like a reptilian doing her best to pretend like she's interested in the conversation. Now, Greg Phillips, though, has got some really strong claims here that give me a lot of hope for the future of our species. If he can teleport, why not me?
What do I do with this? How do I deal with it? I was on the phone. Oh my God, what's happening? And I was landed, and landed about 40 miles away in a ditch outside of a Baptist church in a little tiny town just where you cross over the border. And it was an incredibly frightening moment.
So this is his origin story. To me, this sounds like when the superhero first starts to awaken their abilities and they're unsure how to utilize it. Kind of like Invincible, when he throws the bag of trash into fucking orbit by accident. This is Greg Phillips starting to master his gifts here of teleportation. So he's talking about how he was driving, then his car got lifted and teleported into a ditch 40 miles away, and it was frightening him. As it would for anyone. The way he's describing it makes it sound like he's lagging in fucking Grand Theft Auto Online. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was teleporting around. However, he says that it's no fun. That's crazy to me, Greg. You're fucking teleporting, bro. That's like the most fun thing that can happen.
To experience yourself in your car, flying through the air. Teleporting is no fun. It's no fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. I was with my boys one time and I was telling I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House. And I ended up at a Waffle House. This is in Georgia. And I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" I said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago." But it was possible. It was real.
He's teleporting to Waffle Houses now. This man is unstoppable. Now, far be it from me to try and poke holes in the experience here of Greg Phillips. His story is exhilarating. His evidence is watertight, about as good as it gets. But if I may toss out a little bit of a game theory here, what are the odds that he was with his boys and he was blackout drunk and was driven to a Waffle House and then couldn't remember how he got there and just ended up with the conclusion he must have teleported? Or I guess he said that he was in his car going to a Waffle House and then teleported there. I guess maybe it's possible he was blackout drunk and then fucking drunk drove himself to a Waffle House and was like, "Oh my God, I've done it! Teleportation!" Which would be extremely degenerate behavior. I just feel like the fast travel he unlocked to Waffle House is just a little suspicious because Waffle House is the spot drunk people go to. Like, it's moths to a flame. So the fact that he's teleporting to a Waffle House, feel like there was a lot of alcohol involved and he's just forgetting how the journey went. But I'm not the fun police, and I don't know for sure. Maybe Buddy really has been teleporting all over the map. Going to a Waffle House, ending up in a ditch, in your mother's bedroom for a little reverse cowgirl action. Perhaps he truly has achieved the gift of teleportation. And I think him being a director at FEMA now, with these kind of abilities in his back pocket, is a grand slam for America. Because imagine him being able to weave his teleportation into the FEMA protocol like he's fucking Nightcrawler going around saving all of us. You know, as natural disasters striking somewhere in this country, he can just say, all right, let's teleport them out. I'm going in. And then he'll go in, teleport us to a fucking Waffle House to safety. Or maybe it goes a little differently and he's like, okay, we don't need to send a lot of resources there. I'll just instruct everyone to teleport to a safer location. Because maybe he believes that this is something everyone else can do, not realizing that only he is the chosen one. Now, unsurprisingly, FEMA officials are trying to throw us all off the trail of the world's first X-Man, trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is so silly, it's barely worth acknowledging. DHS, FEMA, and Mr. Phillips are focused on the critical mission of emergency management and ensuring the safety of the American people. Many of the comments cited are taken out of context or represent personal, informal, jovial, or somewhat spiritual discussions made in the context of barely surviving cancer in a private capacity prior to his current role. I'm a little confused on this statement here as it pertains to his teleportation conversation. Now, there were other things that he's been facing hot water for like other claims and stuff that they're probably referring to for like context and all that. But some of them are directly about teleportation, which he was just, from what I can tell, talking about on its own as like an experience that he's had on multiple occasions of teleporting. From what I've seen from the podcast, it wasn't even like a spiritual discussion when it came to that topic. It's not that he was saying, you know, like the Lord was teleporting me to a Waffle House because he knew I needed some dense nutrients from those burnt hash browns or anything like that. And also, I don't think it was about like his cancer battle or anything either, which, you know, I think is a terrible thing. So happy to hear that he's cancer free these days, but I don't think it played any role in this conversation about teleportation. So I think that that's them just trying to rely on people not watching the segment for themselves. I also agree that it is very silly, but I think it should be worth discussing because this guy has a very powerful role at FEMA, which is an organization whose work is life or death for a lot of people in this country. And now you have this guy going on about teleporting. Like, who's to say, you know, as disaster strikes, he doesn't just get whisked away to a fucking Waffle House again. And he starts stomping his feet. Oh, dagnabbit, not again. Back at Waffle House. I keep getting fucking spirited away over here. I think it's a very important conversation to have because he has admitted to not mastering these abilities. He can't control them. So when we need him most, he might just teleport again. And who's to say he stops at only 50 miles away? Maybe next time he teleports 100 miles away, or even 200 miles away. Maybe he goes off-world, interstellar teleportation. I think it is something that we need to really start considering. And honestly, I think studying as well. I wish he wouldn't just keep the secrets of teleportation to himself. He's teased us about how it's happened to him and how frightening it is, but I want to fucking teleport, Greg. Why don't you just let the government study your abilities so that way we can all learn to teleport and be better for it? Think about how many lives can be positively impacted through the ability to teleport. Even if it is restricted to just being able to teleport to a Waffle House, that can do a lot of good. There are so many Waffle Houses in this country. If we can teleport to them willy-nilly, that'd be like fucking Mass Effect relays for us. That'd be so huge for travel and just so many good, positive things that could come from that. So Greg, please, stop being selfish. Please, divulge the secrets of teleportation to the rest of us. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
I finally fucking finished Death Stranding, and now I'm left confused, and yet enlightened. I feel as though Kojima's brilliance has allowed me to achieve nirvana. I feel like I now have a higher appreciation for the finer things in art. I feel as if my farts smell better to my nostrils now, because this game transcends anything you could possibly envision for a video game. This was one of the most tedious chores I've ever taken on in all 25 years of my time as an elite top-tier gamer. Let me get the best things out of the way: the story, the setting, the aesthetic, the writing. Though everything that's not gameplay is good. I'll expand on that in a minute, but let me just vent about the gameplay. Credits just rolled, and I need to tell you how fucking awful this gameplay is. Now, I already know saying that has triggered a fucking Winter Soldier response in some commenters that have their pinky out and finger on the trigger ready for a Reddit comment because I didn't appreciate the high quality art. It just, my American brain couldn't comprehend things that weren't bang bang shooty shooty, as Kojima says. Let me justify this position. No matter how you spin this gameplay, it is boring. At no point can this gameplay even be misconstrued as fun. It becomes tolerable at a certain point, but at its core the gameplay is deliver packages from point A to point B, and it's typically the slowest and longest journey possible. I had deliveries that extended 4,100 kilometers, and I had to approach some of that shit on foot due to batteries running out, lack of generators, or just the mountain being too high and not having enough supplies for it, because you couldn't prepare for a fucking journey that long. You'd have to take breaks, break it up. It's boring. It becomes tolerable with the shared universe where you can use other players' bridges and roads which help you get from point A to point B. That's fine. But it's never fun. It's never enjoyable. It's always just a means to an end to get to great cutscenes and great writing and characters. Never do you revel in the gameplay and just take time to just appreciate the walking, the being an Amazon delivery man, being a fucking post-apocalyptic postman with a fetus in a pickle jar. It's never enjoyable. It's so slow. It's boring. Now, I streamed this entire game at twitch.tv/moistcritical. You can see that I did everything possible to make the game more exciting in its gameplay, to make it faster, more fun. I spent 4 fucking hours setting up an elaborate network of zip lines, which is the fastest form of travel, from every major location in the game, or so I thought. From the entire middle of the game, I spent setting up zip lines to make the travel between them faster, because this game is all about backtracking and delivering packages of fucking bricks from person to person. Excuse me, hologram to hologram. You deliver sperm and eggs. You deliver some trivial shit. You deliver pizza, porn magazines. Yeah, sometimes it's goofy, but oftentimes, not oftentimes, every time it's never fun. The goofiness is never enough to make the boring tedium fun. It's so insufferably, frustratingly boring, and there's so many anti-fun mechanics in this game for no reason. For example, the recycling mechanic could have been totally just done away with. Half of the mechanics in here and features seem so arbitrary and just there to slap the player's face with Kojima's penis and make it take longer for no reason. It just seems like it's there to be punishing for the sake of punishment. To give you an example, if you want to build a road, it takes a substantial amount of materials, metals for example. In order to get those metals there, you have to individually bring those briefcases and packages full of metal to it. You can use cars to help, but it's going to take multiple trips. It is beyond agonizing. You feel every yard traveled with those packages going to one of the auto pavers for a road, and then you probably don't even use the road because you progress past it, but then you'll get 20,000 likes from other players that have used your road and benefited from your hard work, the fucking sweat of your brow, the blood, sweat, tears, and cum you poured into getting that road built for them to go viral on the Death Stranding social network. It's just not fun at any point. It's more fun to spit on your window and watch it slowly fall to the bottom. There's more fun to be had when you sneeze into a tissue. There's more action when you're shaking a protein shake or mixing something in a blender. Not saying this game really needs action. I'm totally fine if there was no action at all, but there is, and it's bad, by the way. When there is shooting shit, it's not fun. It's straight out of 2006 mechanics. But it doesn't need action is what I'm saying. But there's more engaging gameplay in a visual novel than here. This gameplay is just there to punish you and be tedious for the sake of tedious. And I guess what everyone defends there is that it's relaxing or calming, or you just don't get it. It fits the world and the tone of the world. Who gives a fuck if it fits the tone of the world if it's not fun? And it's definitely not relaxing because the vehicle driving mechanics betray you oftentimes. Shit has a mind of its own. If you take one of the bikes off-road, for example, that shit controls like a grocery bag being picked up by strong wind. It is impossible to go where you want to go half the time when you're out of the map, and there's so many fucking rocks. There's a million rocks. This is a technical marvel in the amount of little rocks that it throws in your way that your fucking vehicles will pinball off of if you make the mistake of taking the road less traveled. It is unbelievably frustrating. I could vent for hours about how not fun it is, and it wants to be not fun. And yes, I can see why people could find it relaxing if they want something to fall asleep to. This game would definitely help with your insomnia. but it's still, no matter how you spin it, never, ever fun. And it's by design. Now, this being a video game, that's a huge problem. It's a fucking game, not a movie, but it should have been. This would be a masterpiece if there wasn't a game attached to it. This is a great movie that unfortunately has a shit game on top of it. Everything else that's not gameplay is superb, spectacular. I love almost every character in here. Yes, there's cheesy dialogue, but when there's this many lines of dialogue, obviously there's going to be some stinkers. But a lot of them happen with Fragile. Fragile's lines often get really comical. She has a line where she goes, "I may be fragile, but I'm not fragile." And then she says verbatim, "Everything you've heard about me is true, except for the lies." So yeah, there's some like, I'm 14 and this is deep kind of shit. But, you expect that from a game that has this much in it. So that's not a complaint. I love the characters and I love the writing. It has such a fascinating story. It has so many nuanced details to the characters and what goes on. And there's certain things you can do when you're in your private room. There's a lot of options available to you. There's just so much in it. Aside from gameplay that is so great. But unfortunately that fucking gameplay is still there. Like a pimple on the face of a supermodel. Like 1,000 pimples on the face of the world's best looking supermodel. Graphically, this game is absolutely awe-inspiringly gorgeous. The settings you visit, the certain areas you go to, some of the, without spoiling anything, some of the certain enemies you encounter, some of the BTs, pretty much everything in this game is gorgeous and its design is flawless. The villain, Higgs, he looks great. It's just so beautiful to look at, an absolute marvel. But then there's that gameplay. There's that gameplay that this 20 minutes of great cutscenes, this 20 minutes of interacting with the characters is about to be fucking ruined when I have to go make this delivery because some old bitch over in the middle of nowhere wanted to have this plastic fork delivered to her and I'm the only man for the job. And also the music in this game bangs. The soundtrack is so great. Every time a song comes on, it is a joy to listen to, absolute pleasure. But then there's the gameplay. You hear that song, but you're still playing the game, so now you're conflicted. Shit, I got shit gameplay, but great music. Fuck, if only the gameplay wasn't here. I'd rather just listen to the jukebox. I can't stress enough how miserable the gameplay is. I'm not exaggerating. I was genuinely miserable whenever the gameplay would drag on. I had a mission towards the end of the game in a snowy mountaintop. The entire snowy mountaintop area can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole, by the way. Where the mission was visit one area, go 1,000 kilometers to the left. After going 1,000 kilometers to the left to visit one mountaineer, I had to go 3,000 kilometers to the right to visit a doctor. After visiting that doctor 3,000 kilometers on the right, I had to go 3,000 kilometers all the way back to the mountaineer. After going back to the mountaineer, I had to go back to the main hub that I started it in, and then that was the quest line complete. It wasn't interesting, that was not well written, that whole side quest was not good, and it was the most tedious thing in the world because the mountains couldn't be traversed very efficiently. There were zip lines placed but in bad locations and also couldn't be used overly great throughout that area. I could go on and on, I really could. The gameplay is unlike anything I've ever played before in a bad way. There's a reason games don't make gameplay like this, because it doesn't lead itself to being fun for the player. It just reaches a point where you're able to tolerate it and put up with it for the greater good of finishing the plot that Kojima has made here, and it is absolutely fantastic as a movie. And plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Death Stranding a 60%. There's so much to love about Death Stranding, none of it involving its core gameplay loop. If that was just improved, changed, or just completely gotten rid of, this could have truly been a fucking masterpiece. And I have no doubt once Kojima does start making movies, they're going to be absolutely wonderful. But this game, I can't recommend it. What I would recommend is watching Death Stranding. Watch a full playthrough without the gameplay perhaps, or the sped up gameplay, but just watching the cutscenes, watching the characters, and some of the side quests I think would be much better than actually picking up the controller and playing this for 60 hours. That's it. See ya.
And everywhere else in the house.
Yeah, I don't care about the president memorabilia, but I like that he made a full-scale Oval Office. That's what I want to see.
Sculptures, and he needed more floor space. But he didn't build an
I feel like I'm getting state secrets just getting a tour of his house right now.
Presidential showpiece,
Holy shit.
a replica of the Oval Office. It took
That is
Ron
so
2.5
cool.
years to design
So
and
fucking
another
goofy.
8 months to have $250,000.
Hey,
Though it's only 80%
pretty
of the
cheap for an
actual
Oval
size,
Office.
It is now worth
To be fair,
over
yeah. I was gonna say that's probably a good
$65,000.
This
investment.
is John F. Kennedy's limousine.
With
I would have made a modification though.
ice
Like I would have put
sometimes,
like
just
bulletproof
like-
glass
Like
around
the
it just in case.
But yeah,
And has the family dress up too.
Oh, that's kind of
we like
that's
to
kind of
dress
fetishy.
up
That's a little
and
weird.
like the Kennedys.
An amazing experience to drive.
Oh
in
my
the
God, he's got his
streets
own
along the
driver.
People turn their heads anywhere.
Who's
you go.
cosplaying?
I think
Who shot the guy?
obsession
Lee Harvey
versus
Oswald.
Avid collector is.
Who do you have
just
dressed
like
up?
in
9 rooms.
God, that's so
including his
cool.
custom-built
Ron should
replica
start
of the
streaming
Oval
from the
Office.
Oval Office.
And for this collector,
This dude could
the
kill it
high
on
of a great
Twitch.
find is
Hey guys,
addictive.
it's me, President Ron. He should just upgrade to the real White House at this point. He already knows the layout better than probably half the employees.
Thanks to this painting.
Even his
we
name
have
sounds like a
now.
president. President Ron Wade.
Kind of understand.
A lot of sentimental value here.
Yeah.
There is.
Well,
and it
there's
may
a lot
not
of
always
patriotism
translate
in there.
into market price. When I heard from Ron,
A lot of freedom.
this
He just walked
edition
into the
cost
freedom
about
quarters.
a quarter of-
Into his own personal Oval Office. Today, his
He
entire
couldn't give
house
it
is
away for
worth
free if he wanted to.
$240,000.
Bob owns over 240 love dolls. Is he just starting his collection? That's not even impressive.
And
Every day is 1950s to me.
they don't care
Hey,
what
that's like
people
Review
think.
Bra on
People
YouTube.
think I'm obsessed with this.
Yeah.
This is my crazy obsession.
Those two should date, Review Bra and this girl. That'd be the perfect match.
Oh, righto.
Hey, I'm working in the
This is
lab.
Bob Gibbons. And people buy love dolls for sex. But that's not the case with Bob.
Of course it's not.
I've never
He buys them for
had
their
sex
personality.
At all. That's
Anything much together before we had the dolls.
Why are you together
It
then?
changed a lot once we got the dolls. Thank you.
all right.
God, she sounds like salad
for
fingers.
Macy.
This is creepy.
You're very naughty.
Ooh.
And for Bob and
Yucky, Lizzie. Yuck,
maintaining
yuck,
their
yuck.
doll collection requires lots of TLC.
Ah,
she
yes.
needed that.
And
It
wiener
takes
from
about
Bob.
an hour to clean each doll, so as not to dry out the skin.
Ah, my cum's a little
Well, the
crusty
skin
on her
is
butt
solid.
cheeks over
It's
here. Hold
solid,
this for me,
solid.
Lizzie.
And doll.
Thanks, babe.
Beauty is only skin
Ooh.
deep. Although each
What are you
doll
doing in the
comes with
kitchen?
Its own hair, eyes,
That's it, you've
and
lost
face.
eye, hair, and face
Bob
privileges.
just purchased many that Bob paid $11,000 for.
Oh!
She was a very expensive doll. She
Jesus,
weighs
Bob.
around about 100. I still got my teddy bear now. You know,
I
dolls
had
were
teddy
around
bears,
and
but I'm
different
not
dolls had
collecting
different
110-pound
expressions,
fuck
and,
dolls
You know, I like
for
that.
11K.
And, you know, I collected a few.
8 years and over $200
God,
later,
this guy's gonna get
Bob
Me
is still
Too'd
on the
so
lookout
hard
for
as soon
new
as dolls
and
gain
slightly used
sentience.
dolls with fresh presents.
Is she a virgin? Has she ever been used for sex at all? Or, yeah, a couple of times, I see.
Ah, perfect. I'll
what
pay
sort of
more.
condition is the doll in? Fine, yeah.
If the doll was still
Don't clean
a
it.
virgin,
You keep that
could
coming
be
there.
worth nearly
Bob likes.
$6,500.
You're under arrest for impersonating an officer.
Can't do this here. Oh, okay. Cheers. Bye.
What if I let you fuck her? Then can I do it here?
Coming up, action.
Is she a virgin?
But buying these
You
items
wish.
secondhand and sight unseen
There ain't no
is
virgins
fraught
in the
with
love
many
doll
risks.
industry.
Oh my God.
Oh God, what happened? Is it not even a love
Bob
doll?
Gibbons and his wife Lizzie
It's an old
live in the
Egyptian
tiny
pharaoh's
village of Manly
sarcophagus they
in
shipped him?
Herefordshire, England.
The old bait
They
and
have
switch?
A collection of then wash her thoroughly
Oh.
from neck to toe.
Oh, that's weird. That whole scene was just
Submerging
weird.
in water can rust
I didn't
parts
like
of the
that.
doll's skeletal system.
That's like the shit
So,
that you would have
Bob
seen on
prefers
the
to give
Ring
them a
VHS
full-body
tape.
sponge bath.
Rub it into her tummy button.
And
Ew.
then, for
Ooh.
good measure,
Shall I rub
What a
some
weird
lotion
sentence.
on your skin?
Would you like to rub my tummy button, Bob?
No,
Or is it
smell
only
nice,
dolls?
that does.
more things to do.
God, what else
must
do they
find a space,
possibly
And
do?
then finally, to welcome her into the family,
Orgy.
name her.
Oh.
Really good. So, you know, I don't regret it. I never.
They put her in a
really,
coffin like
thought
Dracula.
really that we would probably have.
Anna Marie's not going to like that,
240
Bob.
love dolls. No, I didn't.
I'm sure all of you have noticed, but over the last year or so, I've watched a lot of body cam footage. There is something endlessly interesting about seeing a crazy situation unfolding through the eyes of an officer's nipples. And in general, body cam content has really exploded online especially on YouTube and TikTok in particular. It's gotten so big, in fact, that now there are channels dedicated to faking them for the sake of making like really outrageous or very inflammatory content that is presented as authentic. So that way, people share it, get upset, and they get tons of money off the AdSense from these completely fraudulent body cam videos, and they have been really raking in tons of money.
A month ago, I made a video covering the YouTube channel known as Bodycam Declassified. This channel has blown up over the past few months, making fake body cam arrest videos with inflammatory titles and content that they present as real to get millions of views.
Scott Schaefer made 2 videos covering this topic, specifically Bodycam Declassified, who seems to be the biggest culprit. Their videos go viral, at least were going viral pretty frequently, and people were under the impression that it was all legitimate. So they went viral on multiple different platforms. When I'd stream and I'd watch like a police chase or something where a guy hops in a fucking lawnmower and cranks it to 10 miles per hour for the slowest speed chase you've ever seen on the East Coast, and I would be inundated with requests to check out this catalog of cuckoldry here with these fake body cams from people that were under the impression that they were real, because this channel presents them as such.
Since my initial video on May 29th, Bodycam Declassified has uploaded a total of 10 new bodycam videos, and interestingly enough, 3 of those videos are real bodycam footage videos instead of the normal fake videos they upload. It seems like they are doing this to trick new people into thinking they are a legitimate bodycam channel, but if you spend 15 seconds watching their videos, it's clear by the Darman level acting which ones are actually fake.
It really is Darman level acting. Even from the titles, you can see Darman DNA deeply intertwined with this channel's identity here. They have been fucking spliced like it's CRISPR with Darman integrated into it. Like their most popular video about the black FBI agent and how the officer lives to regret it, that kind of thing. But anyway, Scott Schaefer points out that since him and others were talking about Bodycam Declassified, they tried a new tactic of uploading real body cams that were dropped in the middle of all of their fake ones to hopefully confuse people into thinking that it was real, because if they have these morsels of actual body cams mixed in with their fake ones, people will be more likely to think the fake ones are real by giving them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, that one was real, so this one is also probably real.
My personal favorite new video they uploaded is titled Crazy Karen Vandalizes and Shoots Tesla, which includes some of the worst sound effects and gun recoil acting I've ever seen in a video.
I know the footage is hard to look at. It's too realistic. It's shocking. You can see why so many people were deceived by high-quality forgeries like this. I do really like this one as well. The way that she like, ugh, as if she's fucking shooting a bazooka at the Tesla here. This is how like a child thinks a gun works.
Excuse me, ma'am. What do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, we've had 3 suspicious calls.
Calls from what?
About a suspicious person approaching houses. 3 people in this neighborhood have reported it. Do you know anything about that?
I surely don't. I'm working.
You're working?
now.
And what is it that you're doing? What's your job?
I'm the mail carrier.
You're a government employee. Would you get that costume at Spirit Halloween store? All right, turn around. You're under arrest.
Sir!
Bag off.
To make matters worse, they even come up with a fake backstory that shows up at the end of the video, claiming the black mail carrier was suspended for 6 months without pay.
Now, as Scott mentions, that last video with the crazy Karen going cuckoo and shooting the Tesla is just silly, but most of them are supposed to be really incendiary. So, like, a lot of them are racially charged ones, like this, about a black mail carrier getting arrested just because the color of her skin. And even though the acting is atrocious, obviously, it was good enough for a lot of people to buy into it and get outraged, which generates a lot of money for Bodycam Declassified. So they've done very similar ones like this multiple times, all for the same purpose of rage bait to make money.
A clear example they know they may be doing something wrong is they started to add a disclaimer that says, this content is a dramatized reenactment. Any similarities to actual persons or event are purely coincidental. This disclaimer has been added to their most viral videos, like the one titled, Cop Pulls Over Black Judge and Lives to Regret It. When I covered that video last month, there was no disclaimer in the description this was fake, and you can verify that by using the website Wayback Machine to see it was only added recently. They also aren't adding this disclaimer to any of their new fake videos, and seem to have only done this to the videos that went really viral.
Yeah, so the disclaimer was absent when those videos were uploaded and when they were gaining all their steam. It was added after the fact when they had already popped off. Kind of, it seems like as a way of covering their own ass, because they got so popular and they made so much money off of it that they probably thought that there was a chance they could get in trouble for it, because it is presented as if it's genuine. They go out of their way to try and make these extremely real with no indication that they are reenactments, as they call them. So they probably panicked a little bit thinking that there was some kind of trouble they could find themselves in, some hot water, so they retroactively added that. But as Scott mentions, it's only for those videos when they get to a certain level. Like, their new ones, it's still not there. This video from Scott's about a month old, but their most recent one from a little over a week ago, the HOA Karen, that one also doesn't have a disclaimer in there, despite being a completely fake video too.
Ma'am?
Officer, I am so glad you're here for backup.
I'm sorry, here for
You can
what?
stand back. I am the president of this HOA and I have this perimeter secured.
Okay, can we stand over here in the shade out of the sun so I can find out what is going on here?
Yeah, I am the person that's in control here and this is out of control here.
So you can check the description. It just says crazy HOA gets arrested on body cam. Hashtag body cam, hashtag police. And it ends with her being thrown in the back of the patrol car, which does use actual cherries, it seems. Like, it does actually have the lights and is seemingly a pretty convincing cop car. The only dead giveaway that it's not a real cop car is the side says Coral Palms. You can see it right there in the logo, Coral Palms Police. But there is no Coral Palms Police in the real world. That's a reference to Brooklyn Nine-Nine, at least from everything I can see. I can't find a Coral Palms Police. So they probably were very careful to choose a fictitious place and make their own logo in order to avoid, like, the police department coming after them for presenting a fake arrest as real while also parading around and impersonating their police department. That would be my guess. But yeah, there are some of these fake videos where they do everything they can to make it seem very real. It really feels like this channel wants everyone to believe that what they're presenting is not reenactments per se, but legitimate events, because that's what spreads and it makes people upset, so they get a lot of money for it. They're trying to shove that cock down your throat about how real and authentic they are. This is their channel description. Our channel presents authentic body cam footage sourced through official FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests, as well as reenactments using professional actors to clarify key events. All reenacted content is original, scripted, and exclusive intellectual property of Media 360 LLC, protected under copyright law. Unauthorized use, reproduction, you get the gist here. Literally reads like the warnings you'd get at the beginning of a VHS tape back in the 90s about how you're gonna be going to jail and fined up to $250K if you fucking copy this movie somewhere else. They're basically bringing that out as well. We'll get you with the fucking strong fist of justice if you try and use our fake body cams for your own somewhere. We'll find you. But you can see in their description, the first line there is about being authentic body cams. It's not until you expand the full thing where they also mention the reenactments, which again, they're not reenactments, they're skits. You are making skits, but they're trying to find nomenclature to spruce it up a little bit, because saying that you make fake body cam skits is a little pathetic. So they're calling them reenactments of key elements. Key elements of your fucking fan fiction. Like, there's no key elements they're reenacting. They are just making shit up, making up full scenarios. It's basically a theater club thespian troupe exercise here that they film and then post online to try and make people mad by having people think it's real. Anyway, Scott then called the police department in the jurisdiction where they were filming this and was just wondering if it was even legal for them to be presenting these as real officers and real body cams when they're not. And in a lot of these videos, the officers are like actually committing crimes. So he was asking the PR person that he spoke with, is something like this legal? Didn't get like a clear answer or not. I would say it probably is fully legal. Freedom of speech. You are able to make this content. It's just cringe. Which I guess, that is also kind of a crime, being cringe. But as far as legality goes, I imagine it is fully legal for them to do this and try and present it as real. At the end of Scott's video, he then talks directly to the point people were making, saying, who gives a fuck? Cops deserve it anyway. Basically saying like, there's so many terrible cops out there. This is totally fine. Who cares? And Scott's point was, it doesn't really matter how you feel about police officers. It's the racially charged, fake rage bait videos here that are the issue.
I don't really care if you like cops or not, but making fake rage bait videos designed to foster social and racial tensions, all because you just want to make money on YouTube, is an incredibly evil thing to do. Everyone has some sort of social or racial group they are a part of, and I assume that most people wouldn't want the people they cared about being trashed online with fake videos trying to make them look bad for views on YouTube. What if someone faked a video of a black man doing terrible things to a white person, or even a member of the LGBTQ community doing inappropriate things to a minor?
And again, this isn't the only channel that does it. It is a pretty popular branch of content now to make fake body cams that are really incendiary, so that way they will spread and the creator of those body cams can make quite a bit of money off it. It really is very Darman-esque how Darman came and gave the internet the curse of Darman type videos where it's about like, don't judge a book by its cover, be nice to your friends, that kind of thing. And now there's hundreds of channels that are making full careers, making an entire business out of that genre of content. This is kind of the same thing, but for a currently smaller niche, which is body cams. So just an interesting topic I felt like talking about today because it is still pretty common to see a lot of fake body cams floating around and people thinking they're real. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the first video I've ever made with Taylor Swift as the focus for it, and that's because I just don't really have any strong feelings on her or her music. I don't know a whole lot about her, like, in her personal life or anything other than, like, all the breakups and stuff, but that's just not something I tune into super deeply. All I know is she's got some songs in her catalog I like to wiggle my finger to occasionally. Like, I don't dislike her music. I don't hate the songs that she's put out. There are a few boner jams in there. But the reason I'm talking about her today is because she has a new album that just came out, which I didn't even know was around the corner. But something is a bit awry. There's a disturbance out there because for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure, people are saying it's not good. Even her most loyal of fans are criticizing it. A feat I didn't even think was possible. It defies our very fundamental understanding of science. The Swifties vocally expressing disappointment, and not only in the album, but in the way in which Taylor Swift has gone about it. There is a lot of greed at play here that I would have never even imagined as like a money-making strategy. It's so fucking scummy. But Swifties have been well known to support any and everything Taylor Swift does at basically any price point imaginable. You could ask the moon, and they would happily fork over every single doubloon in their piggy bank for it. They would pay $5,000 to be in the same room that Taylor Swift farted in 5 years ago, and they would pay that with a big smile on their face, and go online to rave about the incredible experience being near like a smidgen of ass molecule that Taylor Swift shared the same air as this one room one time. Like, and yet they are talking about how disappointing this is from Taylor. That's crazy to me. That has to be like an indicator for an impending apocalypse. Like, I bet if you correlate this with the Mayan calendar, we're going to find evidence to the end times right around the corner. It is shocking, to say the least. And since I brought up the end times, I want to tell you that the end of bad hygiene is here, thanks to our soap Cheeky. We've got a new scent available now. It's the Sunday Scaries. It's our vanilla scent, which is a scent that has been requested highly for like the last year, and it's finally here. So you can go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap ever created. So naturally, before getting into like the greedy monetization model for this album, Life of a Showgirl, I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on the album because I decided to take a little listen. I didn't hate it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what all the hoopla is about. Like, it seems like just a very normal Taylor Swift album. Admittedly, there's nothing on there that jumped out at me as a classic that's going to be talked about as one of her finest pieces, you know, one of her top tracks or anything. But it wasn't nails on a chalkboard or anything. It didn't feel like it was just lazy throwaway garbage. Like, I didn't feel like I was listening to "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack" or something. Like, it was just very simple. Not to throw shade at "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack," of course, but the point is, it just felt like a really normal Taylor Swift album. It wasn't extraordinary, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as I'm hearing a lot of people say. The only track on here that actually did raise my eyebrow was "Wood," which is a song about Travis Kelce's wiener. It's about a little more than that, but that's kind of like the focus, is Travis Kelce's meat. Kind of lyrics that just make you go, ooh, instead of have you snapping your fingers. Forgive me, it sounds cocky, he amatized me. I actually had to look up what that was. It's apparently dickmatized instead of hypnotized, where you get fucked so good that you get hypnotized, apparently. At least according to fan interpretations of that line. There's a lot of layers to this onion, of course. It's very deep songwriting. And opened my eyes, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Oh. Like, when I heard that for the first time, it brought out the same feeling as the first time I heard Riley Reid freestyle rap. It was just, it was visceral. These lyrics really do feel like something I myself would write as a joke for one of our songs, The Gentle Men. And who knows, maybe Taylor Swift is a fan of The Gentle Men and was inspired by our songwriting styles. Because, like, I could see myself writing some shit like that for a goofy track. You know, penis appointment, you know I'm on time. He's dunking his balls like MJ in his prime. Like, it really does sound like something I would have cooked up for sillies. But, I don't know, the way, the rest of the song, it kind of plays it pretty straight, like pretty serious. And it's just, I don't know, that, out of all the songs on the album, that's the only one where I was like, oh. But anyway, enough about the album itself. I think it is just like a very normal, generic Taylor Swift album. Do I think it's anything special? No. Do I think it's anything abhorrent and as awful as everyone else seems to think it is? Also no. But I did see a banger tweet that a buddy of mine sent me that I guess kind of sums it up nicely. I said, Taylor Swift's new album sucks and I didn't even get a single death threat from a Swiftie. That's how bad it is. For those that don't know, since basically the beginning of Taylor Swift's career, anyone that speaks out saying like, I didn't really like that, they get dogpiled by Swifties with death threats, oftentimes racism. Like, the Swiftie online reputation has been pretty scary for a while, actually. And of course, it's not all Swifties, obviously, but it's enough to be kind of like a common thought, a stereotype for Swifties that has been around for a while, where if you say you don't like something about Taylor Swift or her album, get ready for some of the most colorful insults you'll ever read and a lot of death threats. So now, with the actual album itself out of the way, let's talk about how she monetized it, how she tried to squeeze more money from all of her fans, because it is egregious. I think this is probably why there are so few people coming to her defense here, because this is kind of indefensible. This is an article from a site called Defector that kind of broke it all down and gave like their review of it, and talking about the monetization here and how greedy it is. So, upon announcing the album, Swift put up a vinyl for pre-order on her site, and then another, and then another. Before the album was even released, she had promoted and sold on her site 8 exclusive vinyl variants in different colors with different names, and 8 CDs and 1 sweater which comes with a CD. The vinyls cost $34, the CDs cost $20, the sweater CD cost $70, and one of those was a Target exclusive edition. Don't forget Target. The marketing scheme for each of these releases, which came one after another, was scarcity. They will sell out. You will never have another opportunity. Hurry, show your love and devotion. And unsurprisingly, it was a very successful business model. She's apparently sold 2.7 million copies of the album in physical and digital. When she announced it on the New Heights podcast, she promised this album wouldn't have any bonus tracks. Historically, Swift has sold her fans the album and then asked them to buy it again to access extra songs. The Life of a Showgirl, she promised, was fully complete, but then on Saturday night, another countdown appeared on her website, and at the end of it, she announced 4 additional CDs of the same album that fans could buy. These versions cost $8 a piece, and each includes 2 exclusive acoustic versions of songs on the album. That means that in addition to the songs on the album, Swift also recorded 8 acoustic versions, but you can only hear them if you purchase each of the 4 CDs. You have to collect this shit like pieces of Exodia here to get the whole experience. It goes on to say she didn't lie technically. There are no new songs on the CDs, just an opportunity for her to make even more money. So the songs aren't new, but they're a different recording of the same song a different way. There's really no way of justifying that. The whole purpose is just to squeeze more money out of the audience because she knows they are going to lap it up 100%. And they are. Like, it is still making tons of money, even though it's not being received overly positive. Another thing they're putting her feet to the fire for is apparently using AI in this new album rollout. So it's pretty clear that this is big time money making mode here. This isn't really about the artistry of her craft or anything. It does seem like the whole goal here is to try and squeeze as much out of this album as she possibly can, with so many like additions and shit, even cutting corners on to use AI. Like, she has unfathomable wealth. There is just no excuse for not just hiring a real person, a real artist for that. The only reason she'd use AI is to save money, which is pretty crazy considering she's a fucking billionaire. Like, how are you gonna cheap out on this? It's so wacky to me. So it's hard to disagree with people expressing their sentiment that Taylor Swift is just selling out and is looking to just make as much money off this album as she can possibly squeeze without really caring about the art or the community that she's built. Just kind of throwing Swifties into the mud and just treating them like a useful piggy bank she can tap into whenever she wants for delivering very little to them. Like I said, it's hard to disagree with that because why the fuck are there so many versions of this? Why are you using AI? Like, there are just so many things that are clearly just here because it's greedy. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see even the most loyal of Swifties calling it out, saying, like, this is unacceptable. This is really disappointing from Taylor. I thought she had reached this point where she was literally infallible in some people's eyes. So it's good to see that there are things people won't stomach when it comes to her greed with this album. I think that's good. So, hopefully, there'll be a course correction here from her team, like with the way this has been handled. I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to yap about it a little bit because this was pretty shocking to see that her album and her business acumen here being criticized by Swifties. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece, from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about "What's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece." So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first, 200 to 300 episodes, were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress. But I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Enies Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just the culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, 20 years ago. It is so sad. It actually is so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew. And I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impel Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything, and is used exclusively for like these fake-out moments. So like, he goes to the world government and like, the five elders attack him, he might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island, the island gets blown up, Sabo might be dead, he's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces, and it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer. But I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good. And I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom. And his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the Revolutionary Army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him. A weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who are overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold, bad guy. Like, do I need to kill them? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory. It turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the 5 elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the 5 elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not like wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, like the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, like their whole arc. Like Arlong or someone. Like pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just like knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with like every character, not just villains, but like any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably like Pell, like so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters, so it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that like a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are like actively killing characters. Like it feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all 5 elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as, you know, the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just going to run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, he just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other 5 elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Warcry, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Warcry can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So like when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the Megamix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Warcry, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Warcry does. So, like, it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing, and he's not even succeeding at it. Like, he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders, whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the Mother Flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other four get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other four get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, kill even, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. It just makes it feel like the Five Elders are just kind of weak. That's just, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the Five Elders. Anyway, though, that's really, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even, with the Five Elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So, yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing a Mario Kart game for the PC. Let's do this shit. All I need to do now is connect these dots using my magic wand, and I'll have a top-notch car logo. Looks like a fucking horse with a mohawk, and he's smiling. He's very content with his hairdo. Alright, that'll work. I need a name. Alright, I will go by one name and one name only. It's perfect. Let's roll. What the fuck? Alright, trying to shit without your shithole intact. Try this on for size. Here we go. That should do it. Awesome. Let's begin. I'll go with the Mario GP. A myriad of choices to choose from here. I'll go Mushroom Cup, hard difficulty to make it a little bit of a challenge. Race name. How about Battle of Speed? So that way the people know it truly is a competition of who's the fastest. Therefore a race. Shit it. I'm just gonna be Mario. I'm not gonna get into the whole left ass cheek, right ass cheek dichotomy. I'm just gonna pick the first racer there. Vast Plain. You might as well call it Fast Lane. For me only. Cause I'm gonna be hauling ass. Oh yeah, eat my dust. 0 to 60 before I can even take my foot off the brakes. Already in third. Fourth. Oh, they're giving me the inside. They're just giving me the nipples. I am coming for first. Oh, they're giving me the inside again. First place. Who is your daddy? This box is mine. This banana peel is yours. This box belongs to me. This banana peel belongs to you. Bitch, you are not taking first from me. Ooh, turtle shell. Fire, direct hit. Just giving me the inside all the time. Fuck. Fuck. The double slammy. You will not have first place for long. Shortcut. Just hiked over a mountain. Why am I still in sixth? Oh, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? Shit, this isn't the right way, is it? Outstanding. This forest is a master illusionist. It has two pathways, one for fucking, and the other for fucking going the right way. I hope you're not comfortable in sixth, because that turtle shell hasn't disappeared, it just disappeared. As I planned. Ooh, here we go. My papier-mâché go-kart is now the top of the food chain. First place is within fucking distance. Eat my crust, I'm in third already. You will all feast on the fuck. Oh shit, concrete. They must really not like the inside because they're giving it to me again. First place, that's how it's done. Fuck. Who is firing all these turtle shells at me? Professor Turtle of the Shells? I will defend this position. Damn it, with turtle shells that are on a mission. I may be in first place, but I feel no sense of accomplishment. My go-kart is significantly faster than theirs. It's like I'm racing the Flintstones. I won the race, but that is a lonely victory. It is impossible to go faster than 60 miles per hour. That 120 is only there for the sake of being a number. That's the only reason it exists. Oh shit, water and wood. That leads over the water. This is, without a doubt, a bridge. I am climbing the first place now. Here we go. Excuse me, Toad, you left something back there. Last place. Oh, give me that fucking box. Here we go, shell. Missed. Damn it. I'm still in second place. That's alright. It's alright. What time is it? It's alright time. Here we go, shell. What the fuck? What just happened? Why the fuck am I the only one that's the size of a molecule? Everyone just zooms by at normal size. Damn it. This is just getting absolutely absurd. The turtle shells are being deployed from all angles. I think the fucking trees are shooting them now. Oh, here we go. Yabba dabba doo, asshole. Got a turtle shell of my own that time. Shit, object. Shit. What the fuck? Well, isn't this spooky? Will you put me back on the track, please, Lakitu? Lakitu, please put me on the... Lakitu, stop it with this nonsense. Lakitu, this is getting absurd. Please put me on the track. That's why you have the fishing rod. The fishing rod is for putting cars on the track. Please put me on the track. Lakitu, I do not have time to explore Atlantis with you. Look at that. Even Mario thinks you're exuding asshole fluid. Will you please stop shoving dicks in your mouth and put me on the racetrack? How am I supposed to get back on the racetrack? Every time I try to get out of here, Lakitu swoops down full of wieners and puts me back in the ocean. Fucking finally back on the map. There we go. I'm not going to do 14 laps now because Lakitu is a piece of shit. There's no reason I should have 14 laps now. The laps keep 15. Alright, 15 laps is where I draw the line. This is fucked up. I'm gonna try going back into the water and perhaps that'll reset the laps and I can at least finish this race. You son of a bitch. You have once again demonstrated your uselessness, Lakitu. This is ridiculous. Lakitu, fuck you. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Wow. The Dispatch finale dropped today, and I am happy to say they stuck the landing. They didn't fumble at the goal line here. They went all the way in for the touchdown, reach around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. It was a absolute joy. I am really going to miss Dispatch now. Like, I've been just glued to the episodic release, because I think they've done a great job with it, releasing 2 episodes every Wednesday. It's been so hyped, just looking forward to Wednesdays every week, and now we finished it. Like, it's bittersweet, because it was an incredible conclusion. Like, I think this finale was so good that it's put me in just such a joyful mood. I could probably watch someone steal my car right now, and it still wouldn't wipe the smile off my face. Like, I think they've done an amazing job with it. But I'm really going to miss not being able to play it every Wednesday now. A new episode, 2 new episodes every Wednesday. This game is just so good. And of course, I'm biased. I'm in the game. I play Sonar. But even setting that aside, if I wasn't in the game and I was just experiencing this with having no skin in it whatsoever, I would still be loving it just as much. And I stand by that. The game is so fucking enjoyable. So anyway, I just wanted to show you some of the highlights from episodes 7 and 8 here. Also, my whole computer shut off at the end of, while I was streaming, so it ended stream, and I left everyone on a cliffhanger. But what I was saying before my computer crashed was, what I really hope doesn't happen is that Ad Hoc goes the way Telltale did back in the day. I don't know how many of you remember this, but the reason Telltale games quality declined so much, at least in my personal opinion, is because I think they were just biting off more than they could chew by taking on so many projects at once. They were releasing what felt like a new Telltale game every like 8 fucking months for like a ton of IP. So, you know, as Bilbo Baggins famously said it, not enough butter spread across too much bread type thing, where these games that were getting farted out didn't have as much time and care put into them, as much passion, because there were these strict deadlines, just so many and, you know, buns in the oven that they didn't get a chance to be as good as their earlier works. With Dispatch being as successful as it is, this game has sold over 1 million copies in 10 days, and I imagine that number is only going to keep growing since now it's wrapped up, and most people, I think, were probably waiting for all of them to be there so they could binge it. Like, as this continues to be even more successful, I really hope they don't do the same thing where they just start, you know, working on so many projects at once where they're not going to be able to give the same tender love and care to those games as they did for Dispatch. Because it's so clear when you play this, a ton of passion went into it. Genuine love went into this game. And I really hope it's able to keep it, Ad Hoc is able to keep that intact for all of their works, because when they are firing on all cylinders like they did for Dispatch, there's nothing else like it. This is one of the best written games I think I've ever played. Like, in general. I mean that too. That's not exaggeratory. So I'm very excited for more of Ad Hoc's work in the future. I'm praying, fingers crossed, we get a season 2. And that's not just for selfish interests of having another voice acting job with reprising my role as Sonar, hopefully. But I just genuinely want to play more in this world that they've built. I want to spend more time with these characters. It is that good. Anyway, though, if you want to see my whole playthrough, it's on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, but I just want to give you some highlights here, and mainly a lot of Sonar moments.
Invisigal suspended, obviously, but...
You didn't really do anything wrong.
Consider cutting her from the team. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you should consider it. It's 100% your call.
Can I get back to you? I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just... I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
You almost cut Sonar for nothing, just because he likes titties. It's a good point.
This gets better and better.
Isn't Sonar a coke addict? So what? That wasn't the reason they were cutting him? Robert explicitly mentioned boobies. The coke was secondary.
I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Time for a good shift. Sonar, you mind doing everything? You can kind of solo the whole city now. Pretty quiet day. The whole city's grieving. Sonar, why don't you get out there and cheer everyone up with some magic tricks? The hell just happened there?
Oh, Golem's shitface. I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy.
Jesus, Golem.
Spit it out.
I'm not vomiting this shift.
100%, baby. Oh yeah, I'm cooking. And we have max synergy. Fuck yeah. She's riding me like a Valkyrie. Huge. Waiting for Malevola to finish so she can heal Golem.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon.
Oh, that's not good.
Program?
Sonar's in bat form. That's not good. There goes all my charisma. Eek. Okay, Prism. All up to you. That's unlucky. What are the odds that I could get Sonar here, transform, and get him back in time?
I'm fucking toast.
I think I can do it. I really think I can do it. Oh, it's gonna be a close shave. Oh wow. 96? Do we... Oh yeah, we succeed. Hold on. Actually perfect.
That's good.
Literally perfect. Am I the biggest brain dispatcher in the business? Holy shit. Actually immaculate. Wow.
Hello?
Truly built different.
Is this thing working?
Shit. Sorry, Robbie. I zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, talk up the reformed villains. Something only Sonar is capable of doing.
And that's how it's fucking done.
We want her out.
We basically took a board vote. That's why we're in the boardroom.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir. Boss. Robert.
I don't want to kick her out, though. But I want to go Blonde Blazer. All in on Blonde Blazer.
Just me.
What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love. Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help.
The theory was right.
I couldn't even do that.
She was with Shroud in the beginning.
Owe anyone anything. Okay.
100%.
Least of all me.
I was there that night.
Yep.
What are you saying?
Even blue. My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it.
Say something?
Yeah, it's all good.
I forgive you.
Water under the bridge.
So there. Will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You haven't even, processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night. Neither am I.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
Hey, stop.
Hey, you put a bomb on me and I'm fine. I don't really care. You gotta make it a big deal out of nothing.
I'm not
You know what I
letting
mean?
anyone cut you.
Yeah, he fucked up my suit, but then I made good friends with Roy.
The same way you look at Blazer.
Yeah, that's right,
Even
though.
if it was just once, you know? That'd have been enough.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. You do.
Oh wow, she just literally won't stay because we won't fucking get married? That's crazy. You know what? I take it back. I'm actually pissed you put a bomb on my suit. But if I lean in, do I lose the Blazer route? I mean, we're not exclusive or anything yet, right? There's still a grace period. We're still feeling each other out. But I don't want to lock into a route. I'm pretty sure if I lean in, though, that locks me out of the Blazer route. I'm almost positive that I will. I just have a hunch. Or, if this fucks me in both aspects, I'll just have a virginity playthrough. Which is also pretty cool. Then I'll unlock superpowers of my own. Fucking cum max, what is it? Cum holding? What the hell is the name of it in the community? I forgot. I'm committed to the Blazer route. I feel like leaning in would lock me out of it. Retention, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, retention maxing. I don't think you can do both, is the thing. I'm just gonna trust my gut here.
Courtney,
I'm trusting my instincts.
could you two do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
I want to start a bar fight.
You got a problem?
Is that you? No, it's not me. He's got long hair.
I know what's going on.
Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County.
Yeah, motorboat those butt cheeks. Oh, hey!
Right. End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like asses?
Glass him. Might as well. Bar fight?
Not as far as I was gonna take it. Good on you, kid. Let me replace that drink.
That guy is definitely Shroud. Holy shit!
Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
With pleasure.
Damn, Coop is back!
Or the past.
Spit!
With the pulse.
Hockaloogie!
I'll control this city and restore balance.
Oh, that didn't go far. Nice kick, Sonar. You're not Sonar! Hey, Mandy.
Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Dweeb. Nerd. I saw under your mask, I know you're a loser.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you.
Get me in front of my computer. I'll start dispatching Sonar. Only he can handle this.
Keep 'em coming.
This is 6 verse 5, right?
Literally every fucking day.
Alright, we gotta send everybody out there to rescue Sonar. We can't take a chance of not having Sonar. Go get him!
Get in where I fit in. If there's even
Bring my boy back!
I'll fucking burn this shit to the ground.
Sonar's off the bench.
Trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Oh, join Sweet Talker in reassuring the trainees no one should die? I mean, that's just Sonar solo, right? Like, I don't need anybody else, right? Even with low morale, I feel like Sonar solos this. But maybe I should just do this to be safe. Nah, if Sonar can't solo this, then they don't deserve to have a good pep talk. Oh, easy Sonar. Ease nerves with a red ring roast. Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
Alright, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
Flawless run.
I moved their Mecha Man suit to the rec room. Here. Take this.
We're fighting the Red Ring, right? I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? Keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough. Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around. Untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help. Please.
I mean, yeah, I literally can't go it alone.
Alright.
Like, legitimately, I can't. Like, I can fight in a bar fight.
What are you...
I'm looking for...
But I can't actually fight these people here.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy, why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Oh, thank you.
Just go get the gun!
Oh, God, thank you.
I wish you would have let me choose. I would have grabbed the gun. Oh, no, I got piss all over me.
Hey, nice job. Nice job. Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you crinkle cut your balls through your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
I know the guy a little, and it's bad enough he's unconscious.
Yeah, here, I'll do it. I'll put his cock away, you're right.
Piss everywhere.
Thank you. That was very decent of you.
Oh, perfect. I'm putting piss in my open wounds. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think it matters that much. It's sterile, right?
Stick together.
Yeah, because you were totally in control of that situation. Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet. So cool.
So fucking cool!
Your dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him build the Astral Pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
That's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a mech is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
That plan is gonna be hard to pull off after I kill you.
Fuck! JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2.
They don't like that.
Missile Fury. Probably safer. Alright, I chose wrong. Ah, fuck! Okay, now I know not to play it safe. Oh, he's not punching nuts anymore. The cross body block, that's my boy. No! Fuck!
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
No. No. No, not like this. Not like this. No, it can't be.
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Does he? I don't know. He's just kind of blasted and throwing his tentacles around.
I've never been more insulted in my life. You fire me, a literal assassin, for some moronic bumfuck bat boy?
What?
He shoots in the parking lot. Did you know that? Ask the cleaners how much guano they come across.
I'll apologize.
Look.
Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot.
I don't remember any of the lines I did for Sonar in this position. I remember some villain lines, but I don't remember like a climactic...
That's where you're wrong.
That's my boy.
I thought I had friends.
Damn, she's fucking stronger than Shroud.
Robert, no!
Oh, I missed one. Jesus. Oh, it's like Osu! Fuck! He wasn't letting me move in that direction. Oh! I can't just mash it either. Jesus. He beat my ass.
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Blazer?
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Oh shit, yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
That's cute. I was wondering why the amulet wouldn't work for other people when it was revealed. That makes sense.
Come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead, I'm miles. So, don't fucking test me.
I have to cheese it. I wonder. Fuck. I feel like I gotta give him the real one. I can't. Here, we'll just do both. I'll just make it easy. I don't want to cheese it too long and think too hard. I'm just gonna give them both. Just take both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
Look, you're right. I can't outsmart you. Because, you know what? I'm not a smart guy. So, the only way to keep you from knowing what I'm doing is to not have any idea what I'm doing. Which is how I feel all the time.
Banger.
I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions. Elliot.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you.
Upright.
You son of a bitch!
Don't be mad. You lost. It happens.
Sorry, kid. We both lose. I guess I can still be surprised.
So I get to choose to kill him, right? I have to be able to, right? I mean, am I getting... Okay, I hate cheesing it like this. These are tough decisions. It's not a tough decision. I want to kill him. But does Blonde Blazer no longer want to be my wife anymore? Does she end up being afraid of me? That's the only reason I'm thinking. Or does she find it be cool? Like, I want to execute this man. But do I miss out on love? That's the only consideration. It's the easiest choice of my life, killing this guy. But we have to think about the long-term ramifications. Fuck. Feel like if I kill him, she won't love me. But if she doesn't love me with my hands a little dirty, then so be it. And it is what it is. He's dead. If she can't handle me at my dirtiest, she doesn't deserve me at my cleanest. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, I was gonna say, did this just put me back on the Invisigal path? Son of a bitch. Good news, Shroud strangled himself. Robert did everything he could to stop him. We did it.
Girlfriend's alright.
She's not my girlfriend.
Then you're an idiot. Because it's obvious she wants to fuck you.
You sure? I don't know, I killed a man, and I don't know if she's gonna like that very much. I think I put myself on the celibacy path, actually.
So...
These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud in the Red Ring.
Damn, Sonar is aura farming over there.
Z-Team! These fuckers are the best.
For his issue.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, it looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
So, do you feel better?
I feel great.
Oh. After killing Shroud?
Oh, you heard.
Yeah. Robert, why? Did you kill more than one person today?
If
It
I'm
felt
honest, It felt fucking great.
I'm surprised to hear that, but I suppose I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
She didn't like that very much. That's okay.
I should let you know that you're suspended pending an investigation. Just a formality. Getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Yeah.
Was that too weird of a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
No.
We did it!
It was perfect.
We're getting married right now. Trackstar, come officiate this wedding. I killed a man today. Everything worked out.
Let's be careful with your dispatcher.
How cute.
Whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
That was such a banger of a game. Holy. I thought it was going to end on a cliffhanger. I did not see how they were going to wrap it all up satisfactory in 2 episodes, but they did an incredible job with it. That was so fucking good. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh, so if you don't support her is when she goes the villain route. Got it. Only 24! Oh my god. Only 24% of players made the right choice? What the fuck? That's crazy, actually. What? Nah, there's no way. Imagine you have like a 10-minute villain monologue. Yeah, imagine. Alright, let's see. This is the villain route for Sonar. Let's see how I did. It's probably rough. I genuinely don't remember. Because when I'm reading the lines, it's hard to know, like, the context, like all the context around it, because I hadn't seen anything from the game. So I only have, like, little bits and pieces. So fuck, maybe I just didn't even know some of the lines were when I'm a bad guy.
Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
I've been waiting for this.
So cute.
You.
Do I just start, like, biting on his nipples or something? Oh, wait, why is the quality all fucked up? Fucking haymakers.
Isn't working.
I thought you wanted revenge.
By SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
Oh, shit.
Disrespect. One of the last true heroes.
My line's better. That goes hard.
Sorry about that.
He knows our next move before we do!
Robert Robertson returned. I fucking warned you that cutting me was a big mistake. Boy, I guess you're probably realizing that right about now, huh?
It sounds like me when I had my old mic.
You're actually so dumb, dude. You know she was stealing toilet paper from the office?
I'm sorry. I really am.
Sonar, stop!
Oh, look, Dad. Mom's home.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
No, I don't think I will. Because you know what? Now I'm on the me team. And if you couldn't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
The classic Facebook line.
If these new augment Shroud hooked me up with give me some pretty sweet new moves. Want to see it?
No, actually.
Yeah, no, not really.
Holy shit. You also say that when you kill Shroud. Really? I need to see Sonar kill Shroud. I think I like the underground fight more. This one's fucking great. I mean, the Coop fight was good too, but I actually really like this one a lot. I mean, obviously a little biased, I guess, but I think this is very cool. That's perfect.
We did good, brother. Z-Team saved the day.
Damn, he didn't do he didn't do whatever path leads you to Sonar killing him.
Choke damage, but I don't care.
You ever think about getting out in the field and being a hero?
Not my thing, bro. I like the work I do. I'm good at it.
No doubt.
You said that IRL when you killed him. Oh, I think you're talking about in-game. I thought that's what you were saying.
You're too small, bro. Too small.
No joke, I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
I was like, holy shit, what are the odds?
Ooh, yep, that was a fun scrap for sure.
I see. You mean like the actual Charles White said that line when I killed Shroud in my playthrough as well. Now I see what you're saying. Isn't that crazy, huh? I didn't even register that. It's saying Sonar, remember that makes me think we're getting a season 2. Well, you could say that about like the blonde blazer will remember that, about how good it felt to kill my father, that kind of thing. But as far as I know, there is no season 2 plans as of now. But like I said, I feel like there's no world they don't come back to it with how successful this game has been. There's no world they just leave it at one season. It's too big not to. And they leave it perfectly open-ended for more. There's no doubt in my mind there'll be a season 2.
I'm a papier-mâché rhinoceros, bitch. You humans better keep your head on a swivel, cause I'm looking for friends in all the wrong places. A standard rhinoceros only has 4 legs. I have 8, all of which I can shove up your asshole. I even have Shrek's ears on my forehead. I am the ultimate weapon. Are you working under the assumption that this ping-pong net can stop me, you insolent bastards? Oh no, not the sticks. Shit, they've got the sticks. Fuck, it's the sticks. Son of a bitch, they have the sticks. The sound of bamboo sticks hitting the ground is too much for me. The power is overwhelming. The gloves are coming off now, gentlemen. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Nearly impaled your friend with my horn. It was an accident. No, stop. Get those sticks away from me. It was an accident. It's just an accident. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck you. I did it on purpose. I tricked you. I'm coming through. I've spotted an opening in their defense, coach. I'm going through. Damn it. The construction workers are back with their sticks. I can't go any further. I may look outnumbered, but nothing could be further from the truth. The pendulum swings in my favor. Please, flamingos, assist me. Do not forget the numerous battles flamingos and rhinos have fought together. What are you doing with that weapon there, soldier? Do you really think that's enough? You're gonna need a tank if you want— oh fuck, it's a direct hit. My left ass cheek has been punctured. Everything's going blurry. No! He hit me with an ancient Indian blow dart. He propelled it from a gun. That's cheating. What are you all looking at? I'm still a rhino. Get the fuck back. No, shit. Losing strength. No. Not the net. Not the net. No, I feel like I'm being cocooned in a spider's web. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rhino in a cage. When you rip a piece of paper, do you feel remorse? If you are a female and you see a rhinoceros, do you get horny? If the answer to either of my questions is no, then the only thing truly made out of paper is your soul.
Kindness. What do you think of when you think of kindness? Good deeds, smile on your face, helping others. Maybe you even picture some positive presence in your life, like Mr. Rogers. Well, it's time you throw out everything you think you know about kindness. You see, Darman fam, real kindness is this face. Darman is so kind that he has even accepted a formal position at the NFL to be an officer of kindness. That's right, we can all rest a little easier knowing that Darman is the NFL's first Chief Kindness Officer. Now obviously today is Super Bowl Sunday, and Darman's no doubt going to have his work cut out for him with a bunch of rowdy fans and a lot of tempers flaring based on what's happening in the big game with the pigskin. But I think Darman's up to the task of making sure everyone stays happy and kind. It's like Cupid, but instead of shooting arrows that make people fall in love, he shoots arrows that make people kind to one another. So you might see a Seahawks fan and a Patriots fan arguing, but Darman will come through, separate them, and say, "Wait! Why don't we all just get along?" And then the two of them will exchange a handshake and maybe even offer each other some money. You see the news about Darman becoming NFL's Chief Kindness Officer. I keep forgetting to look that up. But yeah, I saw Darman has been knighted by the NFL, I suppose, as the kindness officer. Let me see what that actually means.
3. Would you rather have $100 for yourself or $500 against your teammates?
$500 against my teammates.
Why'd you choose your teammates?
I think they deserve it more than me.
You want to go pass it out? All right, let's do it.
Nice. Spreading kindness. Let's go.
Angazi, you deserve it.
What's up, brother?
So what is I was hoping this would be an explanation on what the fuck the Chief Kindness Officer means. So he just does Mr. Beast style shorts? Now just to be clear, if he's giving away money to kids and organizations that need it on behalf of the NFL, that's fine. I don't really think you need to have a position, a label as the Chief Kindness Officer. That feels very performative and odd. But if this is something Darman wanted to do in partnership with the NFL to just give back to, like, the community or, you know, charities, I obviously had no problem with that. I just think this whole, like, Chief Kindness Officer push is very peculiar. Oh, wow. This just came up. The Super Bowl's Chief Kindness Officer had 5 felony charges. Wait, what? Darman has felony charges? It's an invented honorary position the league made up this year to promote sportsmanship, empathy, and positivity both on and off the field. Essentially, the Chief Kindness Officer is here to make sure everyone are friends and have a good time. This year's Chief Kindness Officer is Darman. In 2010, he was accused by his business partner of running what he called a hydro-Ponzi scheme when Darman pulled out of We Grow, a hydroponics cannabis business. In 2012, he was charged with 13 felony counts for defrauding an Oakland City beautification program by submitting fraud. Here, I'm going to just put this on screen. By submitting fraudulent checks that made it appear as though he was paying contractors more than he actually was. The 13 charges were reduced to 5 and he pled no contest. In 2023, this is what I remember, actors employed by Darman Studios claimed they had poor working conditions and unsustainable pay. Here's something from Darman on Facebook. Let me see. Maybe he explains it.
And I'm starting the Be Kind to Your Rival challenge, where you have to say something nice about someone who you haven't always seen eye to eye with. And for every person that participates, I'm going to be donating $10 to help kids at St. Jude. So I'm going to choose Mark Wahlberg because, Mark, ever since that day that you invited me to your house to have that crazy leg workout, I was not able to walk for like 2 weeks after that. I had to literally be carried up the stairs. But because I gotta say something kind, I will say after that day, it helped me lock in. I've been taking ice baths. I've been in the
You couldn't at least just choose someone that you actually don't like? For your own challenge, you couldn't just choose someone that you actually have a disagreement with? How about the judges who charged you with felonies? Yeah, at the very least, just choose someone you just don't fucking like. That's like the whole point of this, right? Trying to make amends with people from your past that you don't always see eye to eye with. Why are you just choosing your friend who gave you a leg workout? No, Charles, you idiot. He has to humble brag he knows Mark Wahlberg. Ah, you're right. I didn't even stop to think about that. Imagine it was you he picked. That'd go kind of hard, actually. But not me. It'd be Chinese Charles. There's this fucking asshole on Billy that keeps talking all kinds of shit on my productions. Still really trying to find out what his, role with the NFL is for kindness officer. This does not feel related to the NFL in any way. Alright, everyone. Choose someone you don't like and say something nice. And then I'll be donating some money to St. Jude's. I mean, that's great. I mean, just donate 100,000. I think that's great. That's kind. You see, scientists created a universal kidney that can match any blood type. That's nothing. NFL's chief kindness officer Darman created a smile that can match any face. Now, honestly, the duties of this position still elude me. I don't know if he's going to be like fucking Commissioner Gordon here from, Gotham City, where he's going to be out on the streets doing kind gestures. To me, it seems like this is purely just a PR thing to team up with Darman, who is massive and has a huge audience, to do little Mr. Beast style shorts and handshake with the NFL saying thanks for sponsoring NFL. It doesn't seem like this is a genuine thing to try and spread positivity or kindness. It seems like it's more just marketing mumbo jumbo here with Darman's face on it. But maybe he is, taking a real role here. And I think if that is the case, I would love to hear from the NFL's chief kindness officer about the latest scandal in the NFL with James Pierce Jr. James Pierce Jr., linebacker for the Falcons, just did something I think, pardon my French, is pretty fucking rude, actually. I think he's a bit of a jerk.
To Falcons. And before that happened, police say Pierce Jr. was at the police station and allegedly involved in a domestic dispute. This video that you see here shows the first round pick of 2025 being brought to the ground by several police officers. Doral police tonight telling us they first heard reports of Pierce Jr. and his girlfriend, WNBA star Rickea Jackson, having an argument at the police station. Investigators say Pierce left in his car, then crashed near Northwest 103rd Avenue and Northwest 66th Street. Pierce Jr. faces 6 charges tonight, 2 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, assault on an officer, stalking, fleeing, and misdemeanor resisting arrest.
Not good. The Falcons put out a statement saying, "We are aware of an incident involving James Pierce Jr. in Miami. We are in the process of gathering more information and will not have any further comment on an open legal matter at this time." Now, I would like to hear from Darman here. I think this is not good. What you just saw on the news there, with the officers on top of him like they're trying to recover a fumble, that's no Darman skit. This isn't one of those moments where Darman's bestowing some sage wisdom on us like, treat others the way you want to be treated. And I'd like to hear his perspective as someone who is the preeminent expert on kindness. Anyway, though, as of me making this is a pretty brand spanking new, so there's multiple reports, and some of them conflict in certain cases, but from what I've gathered here, it is alleged that James Pierce Jr. crashed his car into his ex, Rickea Jackson's vehicle. Then, as officers tried to apprehend him, he led them on a police chase that ended with him crashing his car and also hitting an officer as well, which is then where the video kicks in, where they had all the officers on top of him attempting to arrest him. Not good at all. I imagine this is probably the end of his career as a football player and probably the end of his time as a free man for quite a while. Those are some hefty charges, and from what I've been seeing in the reports here. It seems like he was attempting to seriously harm, maybe even kill Rakia Jackson, ramming his car into hers. That can easily kill people. So, very serious shit, very bad stuff, and kind of just wanted to yap about the Darman Chief Kindness Officer because it's kind of silly, and then as I was doing that, this happened, so just decided to talk about all of it. That's really about it. So, yep. The other night on stream, I fell into a rabbit hole of employees and politicians urinating into sinks, which, you know, I always knew was a possibility. I knew our species was capable of such evil, but seeing it unfold firsthand, it still leaves you in shock and awe. And it's not like I was blissfully unaware of the existence of this tribe that walks amongst us, the sink pissers. On Reddit, quite a few years ago, there was actually a blossoming community, r/sink pissers, that a lot of people were making fun of, but in the shadows, they only grew stronger, only finding more and more sinks to relieve themselves in. And now, since we went through that rabbit hole on stream, I've just been getting fed even more cases of workers pissing in clients' sinks, like this one.
You probably won't believe an Indianapolis woman says a maintenance worker peed in her kitchen sink inside her Northeast Side apartment.
No, you won't believe that I do believe that. It doesn't shock me or surprise me in even the slightest. I have known about the sink pissers community for a long time. And these kind of scenarios have been unfolding pretty often, actually, more so than you would expect.
With who captured this video on her Ring camera inside of her apartment, and she now tells 13 News she's traumatized over this incident and wants the man to pay her back for the things he damaged.
Can't put the piss back in the balls, but they could at least reimburse her here for the hassle. And I do imagine if this happened to me, if I found out someone came in and started urinating all over my dishes in the sink, I would never feel comfortable cleaning in that sink again. Because there would always be that lingering what if. Like, you know, this could be some highly acidic piss this guy contaminated my sink with. Even if I replace all the dishes, even if I do my best to really scrub that clean, I just don't know if it would ever be enough. It would leave a lasting impact on me.
Now take a look at your screen. In this video, you can see this maintenance man pulling down his pants and then peeing in Shirley's sink while the dishes were filled in that sink. So Shirley says the incident happened last week at her apartment over at Blackburn Terrace in the Martindale Brightwood neighborhood. Shirley says she was supposed to be there. The maintenance worker, rather, was supposed to be there to fix her water heater. When she got back, the man said someone else would be back to finish those repairs. That's when she looked at her camera to see what he did, and she was stunned.
Greaseball really gets up close and personal with the camera here. He's like right up on it, looking like a Twitter profile pic for those 40-year-old dudes that spout out the worst dog shit takes of all time. We got him on the microscope here checking on this. Now, judging from his build, I feel like I can say with a high level of confidence this is probably a frequent user of r/sink pissers. This guy's got the quintessential narwhal baconer at midnight Redditor build. So I think this guy was probably inspired by some of the posts on there over the years and said, you know what, today's the day. Or maybe he does this often at his work, pissing on people's dishes in the sink.
Flabbergasted, you know. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Can't imagine if I didn't have it and he did that and I would have been eating from those same dishes later that day.
Just very shocking. And according to Shirley, that man was fired after this incident was reported.
I fear, like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So even though he may have lost his job here, I don't think that stopped him from pissing in strangers' sinks and all over their dishes. That looks like a man with no remorse, a loose cannon. He doesn't even think twice about just pissing on the dishes in the sink. It doesn't even seem like he bothers washing down the urine, which is unusual because other employees that have done this usually try and hide the evidence, but this guy, he's proud of his work. He just tinkles it all out on the dishes and just leaves it there like his calling card. And I have to imagine he probably wasn't well hydrated. I have no evidence to base that on. He does have like this meatball build going on here, but I feel like He probably wasn't well hydrated. It's probably very yellow pee-pee, and he just leaves it there too. It's like he wanted to be caught. Maybe that was part of the thrill. This is like, this is, final raid boss sink pisser here. But again, this is not as unusual as you might think. So let me just show you from the rabbit hole when we were diving down that on stream the other day. You see where that landlord went to fix a problem in a tenant's home and took a piss in the sink? I can't say I saw that. Well, I mean, that's fine, though. Maybe solved the problem and then even gave them a little treat. Let's see. I didn't know how to look for this, so I just said, landlord fix problem, pee in sink. Maintenance worker fired after allegedly urinating in tenant's sink. Oh, it wasn't the landlord. I thought the landlord went in there, he's like, alright, he just bangs a hammer on the TV to fix it and then just immediately relieves himself in their sink.
Funky story here. We told you about a Bloomingdale tenant who says a maintenance worker urinated in his sink. Take a look for yourself there. The tenant says what should have been a routine service call turned into a disturbing discovery. He says a maintenance worker entered his apartment to address an issue with his washing machine. While inside, the worker was allegedly caught.
But then he identified another issue, an unpissed sink. So he solved 2 problems in one outing and didn't even charge you for the secondary service. And you have the gall to get angry about it?
The tenant's apartment cameras urinating in the kitchen sink. Well, tonight we heard back from the management company in a statement. They said, quote, management was made aware of the incident regarding one of our employees, and upon learning of this wholly unacceptable behavior, we immediately put the employee on leave following an investigation. We terminated the individual's employment.
Unjust. Can't piss in sinks anymore, huh? Some guy pissed in a coffee maker in Canada. He was candidate for an election in 2015. Well, was it his own coffee maker? Or was he also a maintenance worker who went in and relieved himself in a coffee maker? Canadian candidate Jerry Bance out after video shows him urinating into coffee cup. Toronto businessman who's been running for parliament with Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper's party made the wrong kind of splash, has been dropped by his party after he was caught on video urinating into a coffee cup while working as an appliance repairman. That's pretty cool. Where's the video? This seems like a common occurrence. Lot of wacky pissers.
In other news now, a developing political story tonight. The Conservative Party is looking into one of its candidates over some surprising behavior. For more on that, the CBC's David Cochran joins us tonight from Ottawa.
Hey, David. Why do you look so sad?
Well, Wendy, this involves Jerry Vance, who is the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Rouge Park. And just a few days ago, Conservative Cabinet Minister Jason Kenney was in Vance's cameras set up, and those cameras caught Jerry Vance urinating in a coffee mug and then dumping the contents of that mug into a kitchen sink while the homeowner was in the very next room.
That's like an elevated form of sink pissing. A more elegant solution for the sink pissing enthusiast on Reddit, I would say. Hey, Jerry.
Off to the other room for some reason.
Oh,
he's also taking a cup.
Oh my.
He just peed in the cup.
Then he empties the cup in the sink, rinses it, and puts it back.
So when we learned of this, we immediately contacted
Jerry, I gotta tell you, that seemed like the work of someone who often pisses in coffee cups. That was methodical. That was just like business as usual to this guy. But why, and Jerry, far be it from me to question your technique, why not just cut out the middleman and piss into the sink at that point? What was the point of the coffee cup? Did he just want to like maximally contaminate as many things as he could find in the kitchen? I don't even see what the purpose was. Not tall enough, he was too short? No, was he? Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the countertop's a little high. He could have waterfalled it, just aim up. Arc it. But then I guess you risk contaminating like floor and stuff, and he's not looking to make a mess.
Now, coincidentally, Conservative leader Stephen Harper will be campaigning in the Scarborough area tomorrow. Jerry Vance is not scheduled to be with him. Wendy?
Yeah, he is busy pissing in my sink right now, probably. I mean, the sink pissers community seems dedicated. Yeah, the sink pissers community is very enthusiastic, but even they, I don't think, would be lobbying for peeing in strangers' sinks while on a job. I think even they would show restraint. That's all they do on that subreddit, bro. Unless the subreddit's changed drastically from the last time I took a peek in there, it's only them pissing into their own sinks, right? Oh, here's the top post of the day is actually about the maintenance worker. Rookie move, says Sasquatch. I probably have to be careful showing this one on stream, actually. Have I just done the first ever girl sink piss? Well, I probably can't even look at this on my other monitor because you see it in the reflection behind me. But yeah, this is definitely their own house. So like this one, this milk stool was a game changer. And one of the sink pissers just put a stool in front of his sink for being able to get his cock and balls over the edge. It's never like strangers. They have stats at the top of the page on why it's actually better to piss in sinks. What stats? What does it matter what receptacle gets peed on? What does that change? Where? Oh, environmental impact of sink peeing. Okay, average gallons, flush 1.6. Analysis. R/sink pissers will save over 16 million gallons of water this year. Number of sink pissers, 4146. Average pisses per day, 7. Wow. Gallons saved daily per person, 11.2. Gallons saved person yearly, 4,088. Number of sink pissers per day, 78. Sink pissers per year, 28K. Gallons saved per year, 118 million? I don't know about this. These numbers don't feel right. This is 7 years ago. Their projections were way off, by the way. The community, I think, is at, 15K. Didn't really experience the growth they thought they were, with 4.1 million sink pissing members. They just missed it. Someone also shared a YouTube video called West Virginia Pizza Hut Manager Caught Peeing in Sink. God, they're everywhere. Oh, this was 2014. This was the height of the sink pissing craze, it seems. You had the Canadian politician doing it. Now you had this Pizza Hut manager doing it. Video unavailable, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
Here's an extra special ingredient that no one wants on their pizza. Pee. A district manager...
Now that's an intro. Where'd this energy go, USA Today? What happened to you guys? Your writers were cooking. She's fucking right. That is the last secret ingredient I want on my pie.
At a Pizza Hut in Kermit, West Virginia, lost his job after this surveillance video was released showing him peeing into a sink. The sink that
Why'd he lose his
used
job?
Was the same one the store used
Even hitting
to
the fit
wash
lean.
utensils. Ugh. Fortunately, the incident did not include any food tampering, as it happened during non-business hours. Pizza Hut officials said in a statement that they are embarrassed by the actions of this individual.
Throwing him under the bus.
Pizza Hut has zero tolerance for violation. Better now that Pizza Hut has taken care of business.
Well, I mean, it is Pizza Hut. It's not like it could have made the pizza worse. Do I personally know any sink pissers? I do not. That you know of. Yeah, it's true. I guess I've never asked if anyone's an active sink pisser that I know. Could you be friends with a sink pisser? Like, if all your friends came out as sink pissers, would it change anything? The only thing it would change is I wouldn't really want them around, like, my house. But yeah, I could definitely be friends with them. It wouldn't ruin it. Expedition 33 is a new game that came out last week and has been received with the utmost enthusiasm. It's been getting glazed out the wazoo, a bukkake of compliments and accolades. I believe it's one of the highest rated user scores in all of Metacritic history, and also just one of the highest rated games ever in general. And for a lot of people, this came out of nowhere, like an RKO, people talking about it like it was a surprise that flew under the radar no one had heard of. And that may be true for most people, but I'm not most people. I've had my eyes glued to this puppy for the last 8 or so months since the very first trailer. It just seemed like the kind of game that would tickle all my favorite neurons, so I've had my peepers on it, and I expected big things from it. And it blew all of my expectations out of the water. This game deserves all of the hype and all of the success that it's receiving and more. Whatever you're expecting from all of the headlines, you get more. I couldn't imagine a game hooking me like this at my age. Now, I talk about myself like I'm some kind of geriatric fossil. I'm 30 years old, but I have not been hooked by a game like this in years. The last time I was so invested in a game where I would go around talking to every single character I could find in it was Mass Effect 2. And the last time that I was this addicted to a game, just wanting to play it all the time, was with Elden Ring. That's pretty good company to be in for both of those categories. This game is something special, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of people talking about how impressive it is that such a small studio made it. It's impressive by any metric, but the fact that a studio of only like 30 people made this is mind-boggling. I don't even know how it's possible. Now, of course, they did use like outside contractors, but the core studio is only like 30 or so people. The team is unbelievably talented. It's their first game together as a studio, and they hit an absolute grand salami here. This shit is in slapper. I mean, this was, I couldn't be more happy with this game. So let's get into it. First and foremost, this does everything you want to see from modern gaming, where right now the trend is make games more expensive for less content and then charge more later to like fix the game or make better content for it with DLCs and shit. This bucks that trend, and it's actually a cheaper game for more content. So it's a $45 game for about 60 hours worth of extremely high quality content. Even the side quests in this game are better than most games' main story. I did, like this, again, this is one of the few games where I couldn't help but start doing like 100% completion because it is just that good. Anyway, let's get into the game directly, the actual spaghetti and meatballs. Expedition 33 is a turn-based RPG with one of the best stories I've seen in gaming, fucking period. Now, I know it being turn-based has just made a lot of people roll their eyes and they're considering leaving the video because you just can't imagine stomaching the boring turn-based combat systems of the olden age that you think is outdated and archaic. You know, you're sitting there going, what the fart, dude? Turn-based? No thanks. I think you're a fucking goober for that take, and let me go ahead and try and sell you on this being different than whatever you're expecting from turn-based games. This game is significantly more interactive with its turn-based systems thanks to parrying and dodging. You'll see some people make the comparison to Souls games. I think that is way overblown. This has nothing in common with Souls games just because there's dodging and parrying, but it does make the combat feel a lot better because instead of being sitting around waiting for the other enemy for the enemy to attack you, and you either have to like hope for RNG for a miss, or you set up a turn so that way you can block or mitigate the damage. This doesn't have that. If you are good at this game, you can always forever take 0 damage through dodging and parrying. And there's also counters and another thing called gradients. So there's a lot of skill expression here where the parry timing and the dodge window is unforgiving. Assuming you play on expert. Normal, it's a lot more forgiving, but on expert, it is tight timing. Like the parry timing in here isn't quite to Sekiro's level of unforgiveness, but it is not easy. Like, the parry window demands that you be actually good at this game instead of just like some fucking lobotomite that's hammering parry, just spamming it. Dodging is a little more forgiving, but even that is still difficult because the enemy's attacks, like their actual arsenal of moves, is so well designed. The combat is flashy and it is interactive. Like, I know people have been seeing the quick time events when you use a move. You do have like a timing window. If you hit a perfect, it'll help you out with that move and what it does. But the quick time events aren't the actual interactive nature of the game. That's just there as kind of like a little bonus, a cherry on top to keep you invested on both offense and defense. And it is something nice. It adds more depth to it. But the actual bread and butter of the interactivity of the turn-based is in the dodging and the parrying. Because again, if you are just good, you can be unkillable by everything in the game, fundamentally. And another thing is the build variety. There are so many builds for your party that you can run, it is mind-boggling. I've spent hours just making builds for my characters. So you build through things called pictos. So you can unlock skills, sure, but the main bread and butter of a build is the pictos, which are these cards that you'll pick up throughout the world or through fights that'll do things like crit on burn. So if you burn an enemy, you'll get like an increased percentage chance of critting, or it'll do like completely game-changing things. Like there's a really fun synergy with something called auto death, where if you equip that picto, your character will instantly die. But then there's another picto called second chance, which will instantly revive them. And then there's buffs you can give your whole team if a character dies. So what you do is you put auto death on a character that gives out all of these buffs to your party, and then that character revives and just everyone's got these buffs and now everyone's super fucking strong. There's just so much creativity to the builds here, and it changes from character to character with what you want to do for them. There's also a free aim mechanic with all of your characters where you can turn it into a third-person shooter for the cost of AP, where you can target weak spots on the enemies, or I even made an entire build around free aim for one of my characters where he was just chunking like a fucking Gatling gun, where he's recharging his AP thanks to the pictos I put on there. So I'm just constantly shooting over and over and over again, just stacking up millions of damage. Like, I just love how much flexibility there is with builds in this game. I was hitting over 100 million damage by the end, just through so many different pictos and combinations of skills. It was just actually super fun to engage with this system in a meaningful way. Like, there's so much min-maxing here and just so much meat on its bones. So I really think this is the best turn-based system for, like, in this genre. I really think this is the absolute cream of the crop. So for people that don't like turn-based, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by just writing this one off because of that. This is an experience that I really think will resonate with anyone who gives it a chance. It is just a beautiful story, and it is one of the most visually impressive games I've ever seen. The art design, like the direction, oh my god. It is fucking cinema. Like, absolute peak. The cutscenes are hype. The enemies look incredible, and they're super creative. The world, the environment, every zone you visit. So, like, there's this overworld. So when you're walking through the map, you'll find, like, a ton of different, like, enemies to encounter, like, bosses, as well as, like, different zones. And all of them are so visually interesting and just unreal, like breathtaking. And the music, holy shit, the music in this game, this is a 100% shoe-in to win Best OST this year. There is no game that I think will even come close. The soundtrack for this game is one of the best. I would comfortably put this up there with Nier. This is 100% a soundtrack that's going to be winning a lot of awards that it deserves, and it will be a soundtrack that I think will be talked about for years to come. Now, I want to give you, like, the overview of the story without any spoilers, because I really don't want to even drop, like, the tiniest breadcrumb of a spoiler here. So in a nutshell, the story takes place in a world where people live in a place called Lumiere, and there is a giant monolith with a giant creature, the Paintress, sitting in front of it, and every year she paints a number on that monolith. After a year, that number gets erased and everyone of that age dies. And every year, the number gets lower. So, if you've got your thinking caps on, you'll recognize that there's a certain amount of time left for these inhabitants of this world to survive. So, they go on these expeditions to try and kill the Paintress so she stops painting those numbers and having everyone of that age just evaporating. It's gone on for many, many years, and no one's successfully been able to kill her, so the society starts to just accept that this is a way of life, so people live under the assumption that they only get to spend a handful of years with their kids because they're dying at the age of like 34, 35. They're just getting fucking snapped out of existence because of the Paintress painting that number on the monolith. We follow Expedition 33, our main character being Gustav, as we venture out to try and kill the Paintress. Everyone on the expedition only has a year left for the most part, and they want to put a stop to this cycle so that way people can finally live. There's nothing but tragedy in this world because of the Paintress, and they want to put an end to it. And they also want to understand why. What's it all for? Why is the Paintress doing this? It's just incredible. I think this story will hook you within the first 30 minutes. this has one of the best intros in any game I've ever seen. This is actually up there with like the first Last of Us in terms of emotional, hard-hitting introductions to a game. I think people will immediately get invested into this world and its characters. It is one of the best written games I can think of off the top of my head in the modern age. I love the story. It doesn't have any cheesy cliche writing. Characters aren't just super quippy for the sake of like these really silly jokes. Like, yes, there's some comedic moments here, but they're few and far between, so when the comedy is there, it actually hits. This is finally a game that doesn't just follow the same formula of writing that everything else does, where it's just all so safe and Weenie Hut Jr. This is a game that's not afraid to be dark. It's not afraid to be a slow burn and build up of tension and anxiety and mystery. It doesn't just fucking vomit out everything about its world immediately and all of its exposition. It is totally fine to let you wait 20, 23, 25 hours before you finally get most of the pieces of the puzzle to this mystery and this world that you're in. And it feels so good when you do finally get that information. And as it builds up to it, it keeps feeding you these tiddlywinks, so you start coming up with your own theories on what's going on and what it all means. It is so good. The writing in this game is superb. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. None of the characters are unlikable. There is not a single character in this game that I didn't love. There is pretty much nothing I dislike in this game. I had early complaints about, like, the movement being a little clunky, but the game seems to lead into that in a way that it actually kind of complements it. So the movement is almost identical to Only Up. And I mean that genuinely. Like, the sprinting and the jumping is pretty much one-to-one. They even have little side quests where you do Only Up courses at these places called gestural beaches, and you get rewards for completing the Only Up minigames. So it seems like they knew that, leaned into it, and the way the world is designed, like the map's actually set up, I don't think it's ever, like, a detriment that the movement isn't super clean. Like, it does feel a little janky with the movement, but because of the way they've designed all the maps, it works. So, like, by the mid-game, I no longer had that complaint because everything felt fine with it. It wasn't, like, inhibiting my enjoyment of exploring or anything. Like, I do think there is definitely a way they could have cleaned up the movement, but again, it's not even really a complaint because they were able to utilize it well, and I had a lot of fun with the Only Up components. I also really did have a problem early on with the subtitles always having a blur on them. I really wish I could have turned that off. I don't know why. That was just a little pet peeve of mine, having blurs on subtitles. Well, the subtitles aren't blurred, but like the background on subtitles blurring the things around it. I don't know. I just don't really like that all that much, but obviously that's like the smallest possible complaint you could ever have for something. The only other thing that wasn't like perfect was the lip syncing. The lip syncing was not amazing at points. I think during all the cutscenes it was totally fine and great, but during like a lot of the side stuff you'd notice the lip syncing wasn't always matching, which again, super tiny complaint. Like this game is so close to perfect actually, to the point where I almost feel bad for Sandfall Interactive, the developers here, because they have made something so unbelievably good that their next project is going to have so many eyes and such high expectations on it. I really don't know how you can even top a game like this. I have a lot of faith in this team now because of how good this game is, but man, it is a daunting task to have something this good as your first project. Like, there's so little to improve on. It really is that close to just being the perfect turn-based RPG experience. I love this game. I think this is easily a Game of the Year contender. Easily a contender for Game of the Year. If it's not in the conversation for Game of the Year, something is truly wrong with the industry. It is corrupt and foul, rotten to the core. I absolutely love this game. It is comfortably in the top 20 best games I've ever played. It is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I love Expedition 33. I could gush about this for hours, like actually talking about the story and stuff, but I don't want to get into any spoilers or anything, but there's just so much to unpack with it, so much to talk about. It's such a beautifully tragic, enthralling experience. So, yes, I think this game lives up to the hype. I think it exceeds it in every possible aspect. Expedition 33 is a masterpiece. That's about it. So, yeah. Piotr Zarek. I'm saying the name out loud immediately at the start of this video so that way I don't forget how to pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm going to fumble it later on, but at the very least you can say I got it right once. Anyway, he has made such a colossal fool of himself that he has torched not only his reputation, but that of his company as well. Piotr Cizarek, it's crazy how quickly I already forgot how to say his name, Guber, is a Polish CEO and multimillionaire. He is the CEO of a company called Drogbrook. And I think I pronounced that incorrectly as well because I made that sound like a Warhammer 40k weapon. And right now he's like one of the most hated people on the planet for a clip that just went insano style. This is far from the first time something like this has happened, but I've mainly seen it in baseball, where some oily dude who looks like he sweats grease and is anamorphing into a hot dog ends up like catching a baseball that was intended for a kid next to him. And in those cases, they typically try and cope by saying, "Oh, I thought it was for me, I wasn't sure, we were all trying to catch the ball," something like that. This is probably one of the most blatant cases, though. So, this is a tennis player named Matsurzak. He was giving his hat to a kid, and the Polish CEO, Piotr, he had another idea right there. He fucking intercepts that, he snatches it out of the kid's hands, and then you can even hear the kid say, "No, what are you doing?" And the answer to that question is simple. He's looking out for number one. You don't get to be top of the food chain, big time CEO without taking a little candy from some babies. That's exactly what he's doing. He's giving this kid a life lesson. You thought you were getting a gift? Nope. Sometimes it's not Santa Claus that pays you a visit, it's Krampus. And right now he's coming in the form of a scrawny douchebag CEO named Piotr. And the story has a much worse ending for him than it does for the kid, because this blew up to such an incredible degree that Matsurzak was able to actually learn about it and then meet up with that kid later to give him another hat as well as an autograph, so the kid got to meet him and everything. Meanwhile, Piotr receives the ire and all of the tomatoes thrown by the entire world, and his company is now going up in flames because of his behavior here. But at least he has that hat that he took out of a kid's hands, I guess. That can go over the fireplace mantle, I suppose. Now, I feel like I should put this in here somewhere because it's receiving so much steam. There is allegedly a statement from Piotr himself. There are even some outlets reporting this as like an official response, but I can find no evidence that Piotr or anyone that represents him actually made this statement. This to me feels like that initial Coldplay CEO situation where after he was caught cheating, there was a statement put out on his behalf even though he had nothing to do with it and it ended up being completely fraudulent and false. That to me feels like what this is because it is so comically villainous that I just don't believe it, and I can't find like any actual evidence to support its authenticity, but I'm gonna put it here anyway because everyone seems to be talking about it. I would say take this with a grain of salt. I'm not convinced this actually comes from him. This is what people are claiming is the original, and then when you translate it, you get this. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. I love that statement. Like, even though I think this isn't real, I just love the famous hat. As if it's like the #1 soda drink hat from SpongeBob with Smitty Werben Jensen, whatever his name was. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. I understand that some people might not like it, but please let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. In the end, chin up, hats off, less venom, more sportsmanship. Like I said, I don't actually believe this comes from Piotr or anyone who represents him. I think it's just a bunch of fish paste here. It's too over the top. And someone like Piotr, a multi-millionaire CEO, would absolutely have a lawyer or a PR firm put out a statement on his behalf that definitely wouldn't have, "Yes, I did it, and yes, I did it quickly. If you were faster, you wouldn't have lost it." If you're not first, you're last. Though that would be a crazy twist if this is actually real, and that's the statement they made. Adult reflexes are faster. I was just evolution chose me to be the recipient of that hat. If that kid was meant to have it, well, then he should have acted quicker. Grow up, nerd. Could have been your hat if you were half the man as me. I would be very shocked to learn that this is real. I really think it's just way too over the top. And it seems like it is meant to be in your face and, eye-catching and incendiary. I imagine another, motivator for something like this isn't just to, take the piss. It's probably to further, ruin the reputation of the person. So people will make, really inflammatory pieces like this, like with the Coldplay CEO. So that way people get even more upset. And a surefire way of doing that is threatening legal action against people that speak out against him. That is, the number one sign that it's probably fake. While legal action is something a lot of these, rich fucking out-of-touch zombies in suits do, I can't imagine, and I certainly haven't seen many cases of them coming out and being like, if you say anything mean about me, you're being sued. That, so far, has been mainly reserved for fake statements like this. That definitely wouldn't be in there, and it also wouldn't have, a sign-off with, fucking poetry. Chin up, less venom, hats off, that kind of thing. That's almost like a Sonic the Hedgehog level thing there. It's not real. I don't think this is legitimate. There's also another statement, apparently from a law firm in Poland who is representing Piotr, who is making legal threats about people that are insulting him and slandering him online, which I can find no evidence to being true. I haven't seen that law firm make any statements about the, actual case here that they're representing Piotr in or anything of the sort. It all just seems like a wild goose chase here. This seems to be the new common trend where anytime there's a big drama story, a bunch of people will scramble to make up some fake shit around it so they can post it online for some immediate updates to try and get paid off of Twitter engagement farming. That seems to be the goal of it, and it just creates a bunch of confusion and muddies the waters so then you don't know what's true and what's not with it. I did also want to drop this little nugget here in your lap that I learned about. So he is apparently an amateur competitive tennis player himself, whom I imagine is going to be the heel going forward in all of his matches. Most people are probably going to be booing him from this point forward when he competes. And he actually has a private tennis court at his home, and his wife was quoted saying, "It was the most wonderful gift of my life. Our employees came up with the idea and my husband helped them implement it." Now, far be it from me to question the workplace culture here. You're telling me the employees said that their boss deserves to have his own private tennis court? It was their idea? Really? I don't... Does that happen in Polish companies? Do the employees love their bosses so much that they get together and say, we want our boss to have his own private tennis court? Can we do that? Come on, guys, let's band together and let's try and pitch this idea to our boss that he should have his own private tennis court in his home. What do we say, huh? What do you say about that? He's a superstar. We love him. I'm just trying to imagine that perspective over here in America in the corporate world. Bill Gates does an interview. It's like, yeah, I wasn't convinced that I needed a 4 billion mile yacht, but, well, all my Microsoft employees said, Bill, you deserve it. So I said, okay, I guess for you guys, I'll go ahead and try and find a way to get that made. I don't know, it just feels so weird to me, that statement. I mean, maybe the employees really do love him and they all banded together to try and help him with the private tennis court as a good idea. I don't know. He doesn't really seem like a guy that's easy to love. He's literally taking a fucking hat meant for a kid at a tennis court in front of everybody. No shame at all. Even when the kid's talking directly to him, he just ignores the kid, pretending he can't hear him. He doesn't seem like really a great guy that a lot of people would cheer for and be behind, but I guess maybe this is just one of his lower moments. Maybe he didn't even see the kid there. Maybe he thought the hat was meant for him. And the resistance from the kid, maybe he thought the kid was trying to steal the hat from him. Who knows? Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm kidding. Obviously there's not. There's no way to justify blatantly just taking this hat from the kid. I don't know. The guy seems like he super sucks. Anyway, Piotr, big douchebag. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Species for the PC. Let's do this shit. I have no idea what any of this is. Wait, breeding. I know what breeding is. Let's turn that up to the maximum. I want the horniest creatures possible. High mutation rate so they can transform into sex incarnate. Alright, let's generate. Oh fuck, we're coming in hot. Passengers, fasten your safety belts. It's about to get bumpy. I hope you all packed for a long trip to the grave! That was a deceptively smooth landing. Nice and soft. Are these floating green teeth? Or like a partially unzipped zipper. Well, this is a rather large piece of shit. What's it doing here? Is this indigenous to the area? Oh, fuck, it's out for blood! That's sentient. And mobile. And lethal. I've got my eyes on you, assassin. Let's get some information on this bitch. I guess that about sums it up. It is rather self-explanatory. It's a giant wiggling hunk of shit. Now, here's another one. They're everywhere. Oh, fuck! It's reproducing at an alarming rate! It didn't even fuck anything. It's reproducing asexually. If giant squirming logs of shit can't find true love, what hope have we? These bitches are everywhere. They have invaded this planet, taken it over. Why is there a raw hamburger patty over here? Oh shit, that's a decomposing carcass of one of the shits! Mutiny, they're turning on one another. It's pandemonium. This is a cactus. Are these bullet holes? Or is it a face? I can't really tell because it's following me around, not letting me look at it. Fine, I'll give you some space. Surprise! Ah, shit. Go fuck yourself, you giant cowboy hat. I'll go back to my scientific research. I'm gonna shoot this bitch with a radiation gun, see how it reacts. Perhaps it'll undergo a sudden gravitational collapse and create a supernova. Did it just fucking give birth while being doused in radiation? To a speeding mushroom? This is preposterous. You are foul. There's only one way to reclaim our planet. A mass genocide of these filthy creatures. It's the only option. They've brought it on themselves. This may look like a field of raw steak, but make no mistake, this is simply wiggle shit corpses. I didn't even make a dent in their numbers. I must continue the battle. I will fight for our planet. Ambush! Yes, it worked perfectly. I caught him off guard. You will be murdered thoroughly, just to be safe. This is how it all ends. This is it. I always knew if our world was going to succumb to evil or be conquered, it would be by the hands of a substance we create. A substance once synonymous with safety and happiness. Our excrement. What the fuck has happened? What type of bizarre metamorphosis is this? The shit has fused with piss. They are now a piss-shit hybrid of sentient fuck. Some of them even have legs. Look at this. This abomination has the face of a marshmallow. They're becoming more human. Soon they'll have titties and nipples, and we won't be able to distinguish humans from these lemon shits. What are you? Tell me what you are. Oh, don't you dare walk away. I will slap you with this shit. Why can't I attack him? There we go. That's your own fault. Do you want to suffer the same fate as that drowsy lobster? Tell me what you are and where you come from. It looks like that engineer space shuttle from the movie Prometheus. Case closed. Thank you for your cooperation. What the fuck is this? It's like a giant walking abacus. It looks like somebody glued dildos to the body of a sea creature. Why did it just stop moving? It was hauling ass a second. Oh shit! It gave birth. This one's got teeth on its face. Interesting. Oh fuck, Stampede! Oh shit. Looks like there's about to be a fight. A brawl, a showdown. Let's see who's gonna win this encounter. Newton's Cradle or the purple lizard just looking for a hug? Come on, fight. Fight each other, what are you doing? Oh fuck, don't run away. Damn it. This is a weird fucking spider. It's got some really fucked up shoes and a really fucked up place to have feet. Fuck, the flood have shown up. And there's a squid on the land. What is that doing on the land? There is a ton of fucking creatures here. And there's even more over here. Our planet is lost. I cannot fight them all. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Forged in Fire is an absolutely fantastic show that was unfortunately stabbed in the back by History Channel. You might remember when I made a video complimenting History for their decision to upload full episodes of the show to YouTube. Well, mere hours after I posted that, they made the inexplicable decision to remove every single episode they ever uploaded and haven't uploaded any more since, except for these like fucking 5-minute montage bukkake highlight money shot reels, which is cool and all, but it's not nearly as good as a full episode that you get invested in the characters and the lore and shit. So yeah, History. You can take the forge away from the man, but you can't take the fire away from the man. I've still had that insatiable thirst for more blacksmithing, and to get my fix, I actually teamed up with a contestant from the Forged in Fire TV show, who teamed up with a friend of his to bring together the ultimate weapon. So this is a creation by Ryan and John, expert blacksmiths, who combine the two most powerful elements on this planet, swords and fleshlights, and I'm going to be putting this weapon through my own series of Forged in Fire tests. Now just take a look at this boner-inducing beauty of a weapon. Fun fact, the second I got this out of the box, its coffin, I cut myself on it trying to set it down, so this bitch is sharp as shit. Could cut through the space-time continuum, the fabric of the universe, and create a little portal. Oh man, but just enjoy this eye orgasm made from the finest Damascus steel on this side of the solar system, imbued with the tears of 10,000 neckbeards crying out in unison for the blade to guide them. There's no delamination, smoother than butter across my ass cheeks, and it feels so nice to touch. It's as if it was lubricated by unicorn semen. And the fleshlight guard which keeps it all together is nearly pristine. It's seen minimal use and the clitoris still very much intact and only minor amounts of crusting from ejaculate past. It glistens in the sun and achieves a perfect balance that not even Peter Dinklage in Infinity War could hope to forge. This blade makes Excalibur look like a piece of shit, and it's all thanks to that rubber vagina. Vaginas are known for giving life as babies pop out of them, but now this vagina is giving death as a blade pops out of it. Test number 1, can it execute a flying watermelon? Yeah, you bet your fuck it can. A quick demonstration of my blade expertise as I perform a sacred Blade Works dance for you all, just to demonstrate the difference in our power levels between you and I. I'm doing this so I can show you that I am a professional, and thus you shouldn't try any of these stunts with your own weapon at home. Just demonstrating its sharpness.
Why did you do that?
Now, as many of you know, when it comes to sword works, there's a lot of different stances. This one is a forbidden stance known as the golfer's swing. As you would expect at my level, it was a perfect slice. Caveman style. This is how they used to mow the lawn back in the day. Just a fleshlight, a blade, and a dream. I've named this sword Virginity Apocalypse, and this is the only test it failed. It could not slice through a tennis ball, and in fact I accidentally baseballed one over my neighbor's fence.
You're gonna break your sword before you break that.
If it dies to the tennis ball, it wasn't worthy of my expertise anyway. Fuck. You can't beat the classic paper test to demonstrate the blade's sharpness, which obviously the Virginity Apocalypse passed with flying colors. Just general ease slicing through it. It's just incredible. A perfect slice right down the middle on an airborne target. You should expect nothing less from me, especially with a blade like this in my hands. Now this concluded all of the tests. I couldn't get my hands on a ballistic gel dummy or anything like that, so this is the best I could do. However, after a long time of judging and thinking it over, I've concluded that the Virginity Apocalypse is Season 1's Forged in Fleshlight's champion. So, big round of applause for Ryan and John for creating such a fucking awesome blade. Hopefully there'll be more contenders in the future from all of the world's best blacksmiths, all coming to create fleshlight-themed weapons. That doesn't always have to be swords. Maybe we could have, like, fucking rocket launchers shooting explosive sex toys. The sky's the limit. Now that Forged in Fire, for some reason, wants nothing to do with YouTube, it's time for Forged in Fleshlight to become the premier go-to for blacksmithing and sexual desire, I suppose. That's about it. So, yeah. Dispatch continues to have me in a titty twister here. I am just gripped. I'm so invested in the world and its characters. And you could argue there might be a bit of bias there since I play Sonar, but I think that argument is a load of hooey. You can put that right in the toilet, because even if it wasn't me voicing Sonar in this game, I would still love the character and pretty much every character in this game. The whole thing is just so compelling. It's just so entertaining. It's well written. It's fun. It's fresh. And every Wednesday I'm looking forward to the 2 new episodes that drop. So I wanted to, of course, give you another little montage here from episodes 5 and 6 from some of my favorite moments, and mainly a lot of, like, Sonar moments. Sonar is special, and the experience was amazing, and I think seeing the results here, it's pretty clear that a decade from now, we're all going to look back on this moment, that character, and recognize that this was the time when video game voice acting reached its apotheosis with my portrayal of Sonar in Dispatch. And I also think the character is just so well-rounded that he's probably going to be talked about in the same way that Mario is. When you think of video games 20 years from now, you'll think of Mario, you'll think of Sonic, you'll think of Master Chief, and you'll think of Sonar. Oh, 35s. Come on, Robert. Get Sonar to help you put up the big boy weight. Oh, now we're cooking. That's kilograms. I don't believe in kilograms. I only know freedom units.
That made that less real.
There were many contributing factors.
Would that be a date with Blonde Blazer or Mandy?
Oh, I don't know. Which would you prefer?
Blonde Blazer.
And that's not a trap. I'm both of them. That's
Mandy.
Loud, but you know what I mean.
If I'm pressed, I think I'd prefer the girl from the other night. So yeah, Team Mandy for me.
Okay. I'll let you know when I come up with something.
Now she fucking hates me.
Can't wait.
Team Mandy, huh? Okay.
Have a good shift.
Fuck you, Robert. Puny dweeb.
Let's do this.
Time to max out Sonar. I don't know. I don't feel like this is going to be the team to discourage bullying all that effectively. Let's throw him in there anyway.
Quick heads up, Sona is in a mood this morning.
That way we can go there
Miss a
instantly.
rabies shot or something?
Power was out at my place. Couldn't even check
Nice
up
and
on
easy.
my investments.
Oh no, the numbers that go up and down every day. You'll be fine.
I pray you
See,
never
nice
know
and
what
quick.
it's like to lose something.
Upcoming project.
Mystery and intellect. Send someone unassumingly strong. That's Sonar.
My rejected
Easy
TEDx
solo.
San Antonio talk will finally get the recognition it deserves.
Goddamn right it will.
Sometimes reaching a certain point will have an effect, like this one, which will guarantee a fail.
What? Guarantee a fail? But I've had a perfect day.
Look, if you wanted to grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
Oh no! Oh, we're good.
You're not my type.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
We got another Sonar point, baby.
Half man.
We're going
half
crazy.
man, all freak.
I feel like I should just keep juicing down here. Where's my boy Royd at?
With the red ring. They run half the crime in the county. We are bound to bother them at some point.
Watch yourself. You poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work.
You know what I mean.
I don't, actually. No one's
That's
trying
exactly
to
how
fuck
bees
Shroud.
work, actually.
But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud. 'Cause you
Hell
might get a
yeah.
chance. And you don't want to go in there having to think about it. You gotta know.
Shroud killed him, Chase. There's only one thing I can do.
You know that's not true. I'm not sure your dad would want it that way.
You're not sure. Should we ask him?
Yeah, get the Ouija board out.
Point taken.
We'll find a spiritual medium to communicate with him.
To life one patch at a time.
Give me something with intelligence.
Damn.
Okay, here we have to convince them.
I'm here to
There we go. Oh, the XP, this scenario will be 2x. This is the perfect tag team.
I have extra flashlights if people, any takers. Okay, more for me.
I can hear your heartbeat. Sound like a fart on a car seat. And I can read your mind.
Wow, the lyrics are inspired.
Why are you out here?
What the fuck?
You want a drink?
Sure.
Dude, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Fuck. Is it right?
Sonar!
For you.
Wait, it's kind of hard for me, but look, I know it was probably a by the books, bottom line kind of decision, but thanks. Oh, how cute.
Are you lost or something, bitch? Or you trying to get fucked up? A lot of bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this one? You got a death wish, homie?
Just here, let's go get a drink.
No one's talking to you, fucking what the?
See, they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
There's some people that want to talk to you, you piece of bitch.
Fair fight. Oh, wow. I got cooked. Sonar, help! Oh, that's good. Oh, some of the songs are the same. Gotcha.
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks?
Thought he seemed salty.
Sonar, help! See, I knew there'd be a way to get Golem in here. What a good team we make. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
Ah, Mecha Man. Fuck you guys.
You're right. Front. This guy, Robert, is a mask.
I'm Tony Stark.
He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back in the fight. I haven't told you who I was because I'm kind of starting to like you all, and I'm not sure you're gonna like the real me. But the difference between this team getting by and this team being great is trust. So you should get to know the real me.
I'm Phenomenon.
No fucking way. Can't be.
Could be. That's like a real superhero.
It is you. You little shit.
Sonar, thank you.
what a come on.
Wow. Fuck you. Fuck all of you fucking fuckers.
What a fucking loser.
Thanks. You saved my life.
Yup. Thanks for the drink.
So, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan any of this next part. Anybody else got something to say?
My name's Courtney.
Boo!
Nice to meet
Not
you.
as cool as Mecha Man.
Herm. Sometimes Herman or Hermie, but my grandma calls me Herm, so Herm.
My name's Victor. Oh, I forgot that's my real name.
I'm
I didn't remember that at all.
What smoke? Shut it down!
Uh-oh. Another failed protopulse. But this one's emitting anthrax.
Help it, Roy!
Get him out! Shit!
Sonar, do something!
Lock down!
Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
Entertain Hobbs the cat while his owner is away. This has to be a Golem solo. So I don't have flambe. I don't even know what this would be. Ooh, it'd have to be charisma, right? So probably Sonar. Sonar can probably solo this. I'm just gonna do Golem though.
Alright, guy.
I think Golem can do it. Wait, why am I ones? These aren't typically ones for Golem, are they? Easy enough.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your finest over to clean my abode.
Oh, yikes. I really need Sonar not in bat form. I have a plan. I need another call to come through ASAP. Please. Good lord, please, give me another call. Fucking anything! Help Grandma across the street! Give me a call! Unlucky. That's tragic. Prism's my next best there.
I thought you said you
Tell me you soloed it, Golem. I need good news.
Night, everyone. I'm pretty fucking beat.
Oh, Golem, you've done it! What the fuck?
I'm good. I'll fly over in a bit.
I would like a ride.
I just hit the 33%. That's huge. Hey, Sonar! Oh shit. Oh god. Now it's gonna get complicated.
Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides here.
Please, y'all wouldn't make it.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides. I can't handle it.
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it,
Fuck! Ah, we have to go tonight. We have to go tonight.
They're ready.
Blazer, I'm sorry.
Robert, no. It's not happening.
Fuck. Ah, there it goes. Now I'm just not getting any pussy.
We need to
I ruined it.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall, Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you Invisigal, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk.
Damn,
You
Chase.
need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt, get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
Hey, everybody just calm
I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide.
Crazy.
She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You're playing them, you're playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god. Busy! Wait!
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass.
So shots.
Not dead.
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned into whatever just happened.
Hey, it's not ruined yet. I thought I fucking ruined
One word
it.
about what happened tonight fucking answers to me.
I thought I fucking blew
Got
it. I couldn't decide.
Visigal.
Yeah, so I might have to do that once a month.
Hey, his
or
eyebrows
so,
are back.
As a release of my hatred for you.
Like he was fated. So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your own fate, yada yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
Behind a desk, just not at a superhero agency. You have no fucking powers, brother.
You're always good. That was always in you. It's what makes us different from a thief like her.
Okay, maybe if I can hack into the system, I can trace the energy signal. Check the manifest.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Man, she's doing so much more for me than Blonde Blazer ever has. But Blonde Blazer was so nice, and she never threatened to peg me.
Shit, they're onto me.
Oh, hey, there's a door to your left.
Fuck, it's locked. Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
I really hope Blonde Blazer comes and helps. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel real stupid for my choice.
Got it.
No, I need the password.
Visigal, stop!
Shroud, behind you.
No.
No!
Hey, Busy, stay calm. Your inhaler is...
A few feet in front of you, okay? You gotta get to it.
Hey, Busy, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? Busy, you gotta fight. Please. Busy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up!
Beef, we gotta do something.
Keep up.
Oh no. Oh, that's tragic. You're good. He won't die, right? He's still got plenty of years. He didn't even run that far. No shot. He fought crime for years using his powers. There's no way he's dead. He's 40 with the body of an 80-year-old. I know, I feel like he could handle that, though. That was very short. Like, that run was super short. I don't think it would blow up his heart that quickly. I don't know, though. It probably did. God damn it, that was so good. Now we wait till next Wednesday. Recently we had a nice little circle jerk talking about Blockbuster, going over everything that made it great, why we loved it, and also everything that led to it eating such fat shit in the end. And I thought, well, if we're talking about dead businesses, we might as well talk about the most recent and modern example, Tumblr. Blockbuster died with its boots on, whereas Tumblr died with its condom on. Blockbuster went out with a sad whimper and a pathetic puff of a wet fart, whereas Tumblr literally shit itself out of existence. Blockbuster couldn't adapt to change, and Tumblr forced change, which ended up killing it. Or, I'm gonna say killing it loosely because it's not exactly completely dead. I'll get into that in a little bit. But why are we talking about Tumblr and putting it in the same league as Blockbuster? Well, it's because this week it was revealed Tumblr was sold for less than $3 million to WordPress when it was bought by Verizon in 2013 for $1.1 billion. That's a pretty fucking significant difference and a huge loss that they're just biting the ass on. So let's go over the entire history of Tumblr and how it got to this point. So Tumblr was founded in 2007 by David Karp, the primary purpose of the website being blogging. It wanted to be the best blogging site it could be, and during this time period, blogging was the shit. Everyone was doing it. Every middle-aged soccer mom on the planet had her own blog. 2 kids, red wine, just fine. A blog adventure by Sandy. And I'm not just saying it was only for boomers, the older generation blogging. During this time period, everyone was. Kids, teens, tweens, adults. Everyone had their own blog to put out their uniqueness, talk about their day. And David Karp envisioned a world where all of that would be on Tumblr. And to a certain extent, he was right. Tumblr became the hub for most blogs. And Tumblr had a very unique advantage over pretty much every other website in existence. It was extremely anonymous if you wanted it to be, which is by far the biggest contributing factor to the website's success. By being anonymous, people felt much more confident posting on it than they did Facebook, because on Facebook it's attached to them directly, and their real-life friends and family see it most likely, so people don't want to post their deep, dark secrets and fantasies on there, whereas Tumblr being anonymous is much more appealing to something like that, to get it all out and put it all out there for people to see, without having to feel worried about someone judging them or being a real-life consequence for what they put out there. And also, on Tumblr, there really wasn't a whole lot of ways for people to interact with each other directly. Commenting wasn't exactly a huge thing. The main way you'd interact with a post is through reblogging it yourself. So people would really only see the positive things where people are reblogging their stuff. The more they share, the more reblogs among the same people, then you have an entire community form around it. And there was a community for pretty much fucking everything on the planet. If you had a fetish for the Ninja Turtles fighting crime while wearing diapers, there was a Tumblr crowd for it. If you wanted to read and write poems about the extreme dinosaurs fighting the Ninja Turtles in dirty diapers, there was definitely content for that as well, whole communities. The point being, on Tumblr, there was a community for everyone, and every community was welcomed, which was both a great thing and a curse, like having a dick that's too big, where you can't get laid because it's too scary, but also having the prestige of having a massive dick. It's a double-edged sword. By welcoming all of these communities, it eventually led to Tumblr falling into hot water and eventually leading to where it is today. Not exactly dead, but not exactly... Yeah, it's dead. No, yeah, pretty much leading to its death. But anyway, within the first 2 weeks of Tumblr's launch, they had 75,000 signups. It hit the ground running, and it wasn't long after that it established itself as the biggest player in the blogging space, as well as really just kind of fan art in general. By 2012, it was beating Instagram and Pinterest in monthly viewers, and in 2013, it was bought by Verizon for $1.1 billion, but they kept David Karp on board to keep things running smoothly, which it did. For the most part on Tumblr for the users, it was business as usual. There wasn't any radical changes under the new ownership of Verizon. However, the identity of Tumblr was slowly changing. Whereas before it was more focused on blogging, now the tone was shifting where it was mainly focused on adult content. Porn, fanfic with massive cock and balls, a lot of niche porn communities and fetishists used it. It was basically home to pretty much anything adult-oriented, and that was massive for it, leading to 640 million monthly visits by July of 2018. It only continued to grow over this tone shift. However, this was pretty detrimental to Tumblr as an advertiser, because no one wants to advertise, fucking Ford right next to Batman bending over a rhinoceros with a veiny cock as comes pouring out of the rhino's mouth. So most advertisers were hesitant to advertise on Tumblr with all of this adult content, because in general on the internet, most advertisers aren't gung-ho about it. I'm sure a lot of you watch YouTubers, and a lot of them talk about demonetization if you say fuck too many times, or if you put out a combo of words like fuck ass or ass fuck. Sometimes that'll even be enough to scare advertisers off. Tumblr had that times 100 million. It was very hard for them to find advertisers after their initial Adidas deal in 2012. They struggled very hard in that department, and in 2017 is when things really did start to change a little bit for Tumblr. In 2017, David Karp leaves, and by 2018, they start to notice things are a little bit wrong with the site. There's some very degenerate communities on there, and then in November of 2018, the final nail in the coffin strikes where it's removed from the App Store because child pornography now has a home on Tumblr, and that was a huge issue for obvious reasons. And then, you know, the story in December 2018, December 17th, they outright ban porn and overly adult content nudity. That's really when Tumblr died. That's the day the fat lady not only sung, but shit her pants for Tumblr. That was pretty much the end of an era. Up until this point, everyone, myself included, and if you say you didn't use Tumblr for porn, I know you're lying to me. Everyone was using it to find good porn, or even just look at the GIFs, and that was enough. It was the go-to for any type of fetish, anything. It always had all of the adult content, and that's what its identity really became. So when you took that away, you had to know it wasn't going to bode well for the site, and only days after the announcement, its users dropped by 30%. And nowadays, most people don't even talk about Tumblr outside of Tumblr unless they're pissing on its grave. But the interesting thing is, Tumblr's not dead. Tumblr is still getting, as of August 2019, 380 million monthly visits. So I have to wonder, why the fuck did it sell for less than $3 million with that kind of power? That's still a massive site. And also, who's still using it? Because, like I said, it's not really talked to outside of its own website. Most of the people that were power Tumblr users, huge blog masters, guru gamer assassin Tumblrs, have moved to other sites, Twitter, DeviantArt. They take their talents elsewhere. There's really no one left on Tumblr, so how? How is it still so massive? And I've looked for the last couple hours, and I really can't find where it's coming from. I have to wonder if it's like a giant fucking conspiracy or something from David Karp, like he's set up a fucking Bitcoin mining farm, but for mining views on Tumblr. So I have to wonder, what fucking idiot made this deal for Verizon if Tumblr is still pulling these kind of numbers to sell for $3 million? It makes no sense, unless there's more going on under the hood, or maybe if it's just as simple as the executive was, coming into work after a fat key bump of coke and injecting meth directly into his penis veins, and he just, stumbles in, Tumblr, I'll give it to you for $3 million and you kiss my wife on the lips. Deal? I just don't get it. Maybe it was a huge accident like in Rocko's Modern Life where Big Head accidentally bankrupts the entire company. I just don't understand why they would sell it for so low if these numbers are accurate, which multiple sites say they are. It's fucking wild to me. So it's not exactly dead if you're going by just pure volume. There's still clearly a lot of clicks coming through on Tumblr, but outside of its own website, it really doesn't seem to have the same impact that it used to. Whereas people were always linking to Tumblr shit, talking about it, and using it, mainly for porn, almost exclusively for porn towards the later span of its life. And there's nothing wrong with that. Bring back porn on Tumblr, and you'll probably revive Tumblr if I had to guess. But under WordPress, I don't think that's going to be the case. But anyway, that's the history of Tumblr and the death of Tumblr. Though it's not exactly a death because it's still super popular. It's kind of like in Hey Arnold with a Dino Spumoni faking his own death. It's kind of what Verizon's done to Tumblr. We only pretended to kill it. It's still popular, just not as popular. Which was surprising, man. I really can't express how shocked I was by the numbers it's pulling after the huge blow it took to getting rid of adult content. But anyway, that's it. That's the story of Tumblr. So yeah. Almost 2 weeks ago now, I made a video giving you an update to a story I covered a few years ago about an Australian YouTuber named Friendlyjordies whose house was firebombed by some villains, by some really unsavory bad guys. Not only was his house firebombed, his neighbor's was too, because the assassin got confused on which one belonged to the YouTuber, so he firebombed both of them, which could have piled up multiple charred corpses here. It was an attempt on Jordy's life, really. And recently, Friendlyjordies announced that one of the people responsible for this firebombing had been arrested and is going to jail. And let me tell you something. The Australian justice system, the legal department over there was working overtime. They were cooking. They did not pull any punches. They threw the book at this guy. They came baring their fucking fists and sentenced him to like a summer camp in jail, basically. So this bad guy is going to have a long, hard think about what he's done for the 45 minutes he spends in the slammer. He got 5 years in jail. And from what I've read, he's not actually spending 5 years in jail. Some of it is already taken off of it. So for trying to kill someone, could have been multiple people from 2 separate firebombing instances, both aimed at Friendly Jordy's Hero YouTuber. He's getting the tiniest slap on the wrist, almost like a slap on the ass. It almost is kind of like an encouragement because they're not taking it seriously. They're doing less than the bare minimum. And today, Friendly Jordy's just posted another video going even deeper on this situation, and it is fucking terrifying. This almost sounds like the government giving their stamp of approval to just go after Jordy's because they're just not going to do shit about it. Their inaction is almost them just enabling more bad guys like this to try and kill Friendly Jordy's. It is horrifying. So I really want to yap about this some more because it is just in broad daylight here. This corruption is not even slightly trying to be hidden in the shadows or anything.
As such, today I feel like I've been left with no choice but to again address the firebombing, as I've waited 3 years for the police to do something. And during these 3 years, I've not only watched them pass by on numerous chances to solve this mystery, but also somehow, for some mysterious reason, downright actually reject good leads that I've been aware of. No follow-up or interest. It's been a joke. In my estimation, seen a single journalist publicly uncover more about the firebombing than the entire force combined.
Jordy's is clearly and rightfully angry here at the lack of results here from a 3-year investigation with a lot of question marks for how things have been handled and how seemingly weak it has all been. It seems from all available information here that the New South Wales Police Department was more concerned with figuring out how many fingers they could fit into their butts at the office than actually getting to the bottom of this investigation. They did like the tiniest crumb of work by arresting one person in regards to the firebombing, whom the judge also said was the hired muscle. He was hired to do this. It was a planned attack, yet they never even bothered to investigate who might have hired this guy. You know, the natural evolution, the natural next step of an investigation. You found the hired muscle. Now, come on, let's use our thinking caps here. What comes next? Who hired the muscle? That's where it should go, but never has. And Jordy's is talking about how this investigation has just been a joke for the last 3 years here. And he is highlighting a journalist that has done significantly more investigation than the New South Wales police force has in 3 years, seemingly.
As you probably know, in 2022 my house was firebombed because of a video I made. A video which I was forced to take down a year after the firebombing, after threats on my life and the lives of others were attempted to be passed on to me via a former Mongols bikie sergeant-at-arms gangster turned Four Corners journalist, Mahmoud Fazal. Yes, Four Corners. Ostensibly the most prestigious investigative journalism institution in Australia, the esteemed flagship, no less, of our dear public broadcaster, the ABC. Allow me to reiterate, as that is really hard to capture just how damning this is. A Four Corners journalist was meeting with heavy organised crime figures, then sending through demands purportedly on behalf of those figures, threatening that if I failed to remove my investigation into these figures, myself and people around me would die.
This should be alarming to literally anybody. Like, if you are sentient, like if you have self-awareness, you know, you can look at yourself in the mirror and recognize, oh, that's me, then this should immediately start raising for some red flags. Anybody should hear this and then just start to wonder, how is this even fucking possible? So apparently a journalist at a very reputable organization had been apparently meeting with some crime families and passing along threats that if Jordy's didn't take down his video investigation into them, where he dipped his toes into that topic, then he and others' lives were in jeopardy. Holy shit.
This story was exposed by Kate McClymont in the Sydney Morning Herald over a year ago. Though I never spoke about it in depth, you can read it if you want more context. It's brilliant work. But the important takeaway is this. When faced with an abundance of new evidence relating to the firebombing, the evidence that was more than enough at the very least to charge a few people, what did the New South Wales Police do? As far as I'm aware, nothing. Nothing substantive, at least. I tried to question the Four Corners journalist who passed on these threats, but according to New South Wales Police, he refused to provide a statement. Shouldn't that ring a few alarm bells? Shouldn't that open up further avenues of inquiry when conveying threats in of itself can be an offence? Apparently not. This is every criminal's dream treatment. Burn down a house, threaten to kill people, have it reported to police, and then the police do nothing.
A recipe for disaster, a nightmare concoction for normal people, but a dream scenario for criminals here. This guy gets to pass on all of these threatening messages, allegedly, and then, instead of having any investigation into that or his connection, he just gets to say, I don't want to talk about it. And that's where it ends. That's very interesting because, as Jordy's mentioned, even conveying threats like this in and of itself is kind of a crime. Or at the very least should warrant someone to poke around and be like, well, where's this coming from? You know, what's up with these threats on people's lives, you know? But that didn't happen. And he doesn't have to explain himself. He can just say, nah. Nuh-uh. Not feeling like it. And that's just where it stops. Wow.
And then what did the national broadcaster do when faced with the fact that their reporter was telling people that he was going to meetings with gangland murderers in order to find out what death threats and messages to pass on to? Did nothing. Well, they didn't do nothing. Do you want to know what they actually did? They defended Mahmoud Fazal. They defended this man with his self-advertised gangster history and this proof against him, who slanderously claimed that Kate McClymont's article on the threats that he passed on were based on, how's this, ethnic stereotyping. And the self-proclaimed greatest, most hard-nosed investigative journalist in the country believed him.
Jordy's briefly explained that the reason he hadn't dove into this deeper over the last 3 years is because the authorities were conveying to him that it would be best if he didn't because it might hamper their investigation. So he kept his mouth shut and let them not do their job, basically. Or rather, not do the job they're supposed to be doing in protecting citizens. They're doing a great job in protecting criminals with this case here. Just letting them totally have free reign here without them doing a whole lot on the investigation side of things, seemingly. That's how it certainly appears. What he's talking about here is that journalist who was conveying these threats. Well, after that bombshell of an article came out, the broadcaster defended him, and his defense was basically, no, this is stereotyping. Doesn't get into the weeds of it or anything, just goes, stereotyping. This is all racism. She should be ashamed of herself. Yeah, this is racist. It's just racist, these claims. Yeah, no, it's all stereotypes. I guess that's all he had to say. That was checkmate right there.
I can assure you that absolutely nothing in Kate McClymont's article is incorrect, and considering McClymont's track record, it would take a very creative, brave, or perhaps just in way too deep ABC management type to chuck an Eddie O bead and dismiss serious allegations as simply racist stereotyping. But it looks like that's what happened. The ABC were even offered multiple times hard documentary evidence to back up McClymont's claims, should they want to investigate these serious allegations, evidence that they refused to even look at. In light of, I have to stress, grave allegations, death threats from one of their reporters.
That was just a watertight defense right there. They altered. They said it's racist. We're not looking at it. All that information, all of that overwhelming evidence that you were trying to put across our desk? Nope. It's apparently racist. It's so fucking absurd. It's actually preposterous. It would literally be laughable if people's lives weren't at stake here.
He was in the news over a lover's quarrel with his now former podcast host, independent reporter Ryan Nemenko, a man with a similar story to Fazal, as he describes himself as part journalist, part outlaw. Nemenko claims that when it came to payment, Fazal and a man who had been the subject of Fazal's Four Corners stories in the past, former cocaine dealer Ben Aitken, demanded cash from Nemenko immediately. Why is this interesting? Check the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald. Nemenko has provided what he claims are further texts between himself and Fazal in which Fazal says, quote, Geordies and his people, they're dogs. I want to kill him so bad. Yeah.
I highly recommend you watch Jordy's full video going over this, but to sum it up here, put it in a nutshell, the journalist whom we were just talking about went into business with another part-time journalist, part-time outlaw, Nemenko, and the relationship soured for a variety of reasons, like the payment thing mentioned there. And through this, it was revealed in messages which allegedly could have been fabricated based on some of the headlines you'll see floating around. But the messages allegedly show this journalist, whom, keep in mind, has some close ties here to some very unsavory characters, supposedly, outright saying, "Fuck Jordy's and his people, their dogs, I want to kill him so bad." That's very scary, given his supposedly close ties to the criminal underworld.
The man who I know for a fact said he was meeting with organised crime figures in order to ascertain what message to send to me from them. The man who ABC and police failed to investigate is now reported to have said he wants to kill me. So bad. There's more in these text chains, which is just as damning. But before I get into them, I want to note that as reported by Kate McClymont, Fazal has claimed that one of the text messages is fabricated and the others nearly taken out of context. Having seen the original chains, it's very difficult to see how these could possibly even be taken out of context. Plus, even if just some of these texts are real, as Fazal himself has now implied, that's enough of an indictment on Fazal and the ABC in of itself.
Another classic move here, reaching deep into his asshole, into the old bag of tricks. It's out of context. Oh, it's fake. AI. It's a deep fake. No, that's not my penis. It couldn't be. My penis is fucking 14 inches long. Well, soft. No, this is all a lie. This can't be. It's out of context. And, you know, I can't say with 100% confidence what is and is not authentic there. I haven't seen the messages myself, and I haven't seen the full context, but as Jordy's mentions, it's hard to imagine how context could, you know, save some of those messages from not being as scary as they are. And also, he does imply that some of them are real, not fabricated or anything. And as Jordy's mentions, any of those being real is probably enough of an indictment here, you would think. At least maybe enough to warrant, you know, poking around a bit to see, you know, what the fuck is going on. Now, Jordy's does go over one of the text chains here. Again, doesn't really seem like it's missing a whole lot of context, and something Jordy's also mentions, in order to fabricate something like this, it would take quite a bit. Now, Jordy's had released a video 3 weeks ago about the firebombing situation update, where that one arrest had been made, and Jordy's was going on about how it's very weird how some of these journalists, these ABC-affiliated journalists, have such deep access to these bad guys.
In response, Nemenko has claimed that he and Fazal had this exchange. Ryan Nemenko, we all sweet to do Ep 2, or has that issue with Shanks rattled ya? Jordy's and his people, their dogs, I want to kill him so bad. Ryan Nemenko, are you f***ing serious? Over something you didn't do? Leave it. It's not your place. Mahmoud Fazal. Bro, Alameddin still want to hit me. I need to make up to him with this pod and we will kill it. Better him than me, but f*** him. We should do a pod on that and get my story out. Just leave it. I'm not willing to speak about it because let's be real. You sent the f***ing threats. They f***ed you. Mahmoud Fazal. Nah, he has to get what he gets. He's a dog. Ratted me to Jax. Jax means police.
Well, that's not very good now, is it? Pardon my French, but this Fazal guy sounds like a real jerk. I know, I didn't mean to be so rude and nasty about it, but I mean, this is scary shit. I guess I'll give anybody the heebie-jeebies here. Because it's worth remembering that Fazal isn't just, you know, a lone wolf kind of guy. He's not like a random journalist that has no ties to anyone or anything. This is a guy that's being defended by a major broadcasting network with some very seemingly close ties to a notable crime family. It's holding a lot of weight here. It's pretty terrifying stuff. But I think it's important we hear Fazal's side of things, because he has released an email here where he's calling into question the reliability of Nemenko as a source here for these claims.
Stating in an email to the Sydney Morning Herald, Ryan Nemenko has a criminal history, a history of harassment, and a documented record of dishonesty. As a journalist, you should know that background is material when assessing his reliability and motives as your source. How does he not see how hypocritical that is? Mahmoud, Didn't you claim McClymont was relying on your background to stereotype you when she relied entirely on hard evidence for her claims? Now you're relying solely on Nemenko's background to refute text chains, some of which you yourself have tacitly admitted were real, just out of context. Again, how? What's the context in which any of this is okay? Please enlighten us. Plus, you have provided no hard evidence to the contrary, just Nemenko's background.
Whoa, pump the brakes, hold your horses, no hard evidence. Fazal provided the hardest evidence there is. He provided evidence harder than fucking tungsten. His word. And his word means everything. Didn't you read in the email where Fazal said that you can't trust Nemenko, and if Fazal doesn't trust him, then how am I supposed to trust him? Fazal has never given me any reason not to believe him at his word. Well, of course, other than that very clear, despicable hypocrisy that Jordy's pointed out, where when Fazal himself was faced with some very strong allegations with very strong evidence from a journalist, he claimed that it was all ethnic stereotyping, all about his background, so we have to just disregard it because it must be racist and nothing else. But now in this case, he wants to rely solely on Nemenko's background here, so that way we can write off all of those pesky text chains that are coming to light here. Text chains, by the way, that he himself has literally implied are authentic and is trying to use the defense, the song and dance of, it's out of context. Would love to see this fabled context that Fazal speaks of here. Because I gotta tell you, sports fans, I can't quite think of anything that would make any of these text messages acceptable. All of this seems very highly illegal and extremely horrifying for friendly Jordy's here and his safety. Him saying, no, some of it's fabricated, but then also it's out of context. There's clearly a clash there in those two statements. So, some of it's fake, but then some of it's real and out of context? I don't know. Something's just not really adding up here. It's quite fishy.
Furthermore, if Nemenko is a liar, if he has, in your words, a criminal history, a history of harassment, and a documented record of dishonesty, why start a business with him? Why start a journalistic endeavour with him, where the sole purpose should be to expose the truth? But I guess if those character traits are good enough for the ABC, they're good enough for Fazal.
That part made me laugh. That's a really good point. Here's Fazal coming out saying, we can't fucking trust this guy. This guy isn't all horseradish. This guy's just a fucking baloney salesman. And then, if you stop for a second, the question would naturally pop in your head, well, if you feel that way about him, why the fuck did you go into business with him? Why would you go in a journalistic endeavor with this guy whom you're coming out and shitting on like the entire history of and everything that he ever has done and will ever do? Why would you be in business with him in that case? I don't know, Fazal. It definitely is very strange, isn't it? Quite peculiar.
Seriously, this really needs to be emphasised because this is so damning, and not just for Zal, but the entire ABC as an institution. What is a Four Corners journalist doing, passing on threats to other journalists and demanding cash from this person? And why did it take until now for the ABC to even acknowledge that that might be a problem?
That's a great question. I'd love to hear more from the ABC about that. That is very interesting. Why is that the case? Huh. Some real big food for thought, isn't it? Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop playing clips from it here, but I do, like I said, highly recommend you watch the full thing, especially the ending. It is beautifully said by Jordy's at the end of this video. There is so much wrong here with this whole case. So many questions left unanswered, so many problems still present that are seemingly just being brushed to the side here from authorities. Something needs to change. Jordy's is in a legitimately very difficult situation where his life does appear to be in jeopardy from these horrible, scary people, and nothing seems to be being done about it. It doesn't seem like there's any real action from the New South Wales Police Department here. It doesn't seem as though anything is actually being thoroughly investigated to try and protect Jordy's or his team in their reporting and their coverage over actual crime. That's an issue. That's a really big deal. And I'm really hoping for the safety of Jordy's and his whole team. They, like I've said for years, they do great fucking work. And the way that they are treated there by the powers that be is deplorable, downright evil. Anyway, though, like I said, I just wanted to blabber about this a bit. Please watch Jordy's full video on it. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Taxi Racer for the PC. Let's do this shit. Alright, here we go. It's a fucking utopia here. A tropical paradise. Arrow keys move. Buildings exist. Green circles are... Oh shit! I guess that's the most efficient way to pick up a passenger, just run their ass over. The sidewalk is just a smaller road. Ran right into that building. If it wasn't made out of rubber, it could have got messy. What the fuck was that? A glimpse of the future? Just flashed across my screen telling me what's gonna happen next. But I know it didn't predict this type of speed! I'm just zipping through this city. Yeah, who needs brakes? We got buildings at our disposal. Check out the drifting. Collision at its finest. That building is demolished. This is some intense shit. Now I'm eating street lights. This is incredible. Somebody call a company that manufactures anus cream. Tell them there's a new sheriff in town. Taxi Racer. I'm just cruising through this abandoned city. Fuck. Shit. Damn it, what is this? Bumper cars? Bitch! Fine, I'll go around. You son of a bitch! I can't go over any obstacles here. Oh, there we go. I guess I just dropped them off at the strip club. We got a paying customer. Overshot his paying radius. Don't worry here, hop in. What is he doing? Telling a horse to giddy up? Come on, hustle. This is a taxi you're entering into, not a fucking merry-go-round. We need to go fast and you're going slow. You don't want to be late for your appointment with death! I was hoping if I hit that hard enough, he'd cease to exist. Why does slow shit McGee even need a taxi? I'm the only vehicle in this condemned city. Every other vehicle's already been consumed by this taxi company, along with all the civilians. He can just run to his destination without fear of slaughter and still get there in a reasonable time. Excuse me, building. I thought today was drive through the front doors of a building day. We're hanging a left. There it is. Oh shit! We almost exited reality. That was close. Fuck you, yellow lights. There you go. Enjoy your building area. Another green circle. Another human. Get your titties in the... What the fuck? Isn't this the same person I just dropped off 50 inches ago at that building? He must have just walked in there, got a boner, and decided to call it a day. Now he just spontaneously decides there's somewhere he's got to be. Somewhere worthy of his time. He's probably gonna go to a library now to get an erection and just peel out. Pardon me, I just really wanted to buy some coral. I only have 167 years before humans live in this city again. I gotta get my passenger to his destination quick. Completely missed the destination. Fuckle your seatbelt. We're going back for it, you son of a bitch. You wanted the taxi, so you're gonna get the taxi. Fuck that palm tree you wanted to look at. Fuck that palm tree too. Palm trees don't exist. You want to be dropped off on the sidewalk in the middle of nowhere, you bitch? Now your clone needs a ride. He's on a fucking treadmill getting to my taxi. Alright, where's he going? Oh shit. Physics gave up for a second. I don't give a shit, it's a fucking taxi. Why is this wild simulation of taxi driving called Taxi Racer? Who am I racing against? What am I racing against? My patients? It's just me transporting clones to unidentified locations in a post-apocalyptic city. Now I understand I'm racing the clock, but that doesn't mean you can call this a racing game. If that's my foe, you might as well call this Taxi Timer, or The Lion, the Witch, and the Taxi. This arrow can go thoroughly massage some ass cheeks. I'm taking my own route. Oh shit. My taxi got its wiener sucked by a cake bakery. I'm still... Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna follow the arrow. Just ran into every fucking store available. How many coral stores are in this city? Before the aliens invaded this area, the coral must have been flying off the shelves. What is this? There's like an ocean under the mountain next to the grass. Oh, what the fuck? The ocean is under the grass. This city is hiding an ocean under their grass. I don't give a shit. I'd rather climb the mountain. I can't climb the mountain. Alright. Well, now that I've found out their evil scheme... Oh, what the fuck? There's water under their buildings, too? This city is just hiding the ocean from the world. There's nothing I can do to stop them. I'm just a taxi. Best I can do is slam into their buildings and drive people slower. Oh, what the fuck is this? I've been eaten by a building. I can maneuver out of this. I am a taxi driver. Oh shit! What happened? Oh, what the fuck? This must be revenge for all the streetlights my taxi ate. The mystery machine will surely get the job done. Let's go! Full speed ahead! Oh, look at the speed! Look at the speed! Oh shit, slowing down is impossible. Alright, there we go. Fuck, I parked really far away. We'll be here till tomorrow. Alright, that was a quick 24 hours. Damn it. Turning in this wagon is not easy. Alright, there's a good turn. Parking inside a building, all part of this strategic planning. There we go. Good turn. Oh, shit. Good turn. Pinball. Good turn. There we go. Good turn. Damn it! I might as well start transporting people on a hoverboard. This is impossible to control. Goodness gracious. Anything that can be hit has been hit. What the fuck? I got caught in a giant spider web. Is this building a giant magnet that just pulled my taxi to it? This is preposterous. I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. 14-year-old looks for a husband at her Halloween party? Is this someone that Ray Diaz kidnapped recently? What the fuck is that? How is it? Why is that even on here? It seems illegal. Complete stranger proposes to 17-year-old. Jesus. The mama bear attacks the bride. See, that sounds better. No one's underage. My god. Her dad looks like the crypt keeper. What did she steal their pickaxe? What was that? His mom is Slash. That's kind of cool. Pee-wee's Pee-wee's not old. You're old. Can't you see he's still young?
Family, and then she got mad.
Gorger bride? What does that mean? Gorger sounds like a Destiny 2 enemy.
Sugar-coated, but
like a Leviathan raid boss, the Gorger. Oh god, you don't want to get Pee-wee involved. He's got a 1990s hip-hop album to drop. Oh shit. It's the getaway.
From all the drama, and then like Pee-wee like yelled at his mom, and
there's no way that girl's 21 years old.
like after she left, everything went like
The Gorger clan is faking documents. Pee-wee here is marrying like a 15-year-old. This looks super normal. Where's my boy Pee-wee at with his sideways cap?
We're gonna put a gypsy curse on it and watch it all fall apart.
Does she even have teeth on her bottom row?
As the celebration.
The reason I'm here is to get my ex-wife back. I'm not gonna let her go that easily. I'm gonna stop at nothing to
That's
get
the
her
spirit.
back.
Kidnap.
Jamie just showed up. He's here.
Oh god, is she gonna cheat on the wedding night? Man, she only has 3 teeth on her bottom row. This rescue mission hasn't gone very well for him. Where's that tough talk from earlier?
I don't want him. He knows that. He knows that. I chose you over him.
Get the away from me.
What the fuck? She just kicked him out.
Just that Amber's been cheating on you with her ex-husband. Basically since y'all got together. And now you're married.
Prove it.
He just looked
Oh, he just takes it at face value.
considering we are a family.
Newlywed Dustin needs
Oh wait,
to
what?
decide
They're related? Wait, this is incestual? Oh, that changes everything. That explains the teeth.
We're still seeing each other. I would have left like hours ago.
Listen here, swag master, neck tattoos. Your wife is the only one with a full set of teeth in this entire clan. You should stick with her.
For real, I really don't cut this cake or what.
Oh, damn. He blew it.
Oh shit! It's super fake.
Grab the cake and smash.
The show's fake, but the incest is probably real.
Somebody like it.
So now he's gonna fuck his sister?
She's already in your family.
I know, but
she's your cousin.
Nice. Which makes it his cousin too, baby! Alabama. Bang.
Everybody knows what you are.
Well, didn't they just get married? A guy came in there with a cigarette as a weapon. How the police already there? What the fuck? Jesus, that response time is legendary. Literally less than a minute.
Me and Chastity are back at my mom's house.
So, what?
Amber's not there anymore.
Is he fucking his sister
and
again?
It's just really become a happily ever after.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
Family's all that matters.
Yeah, when it comes to
I got what I
breeding,
wanted,
yeah.
Dustin. and
Nothing better than the
that's what we
Targaryen
decide
approach, keeping the bloodline
as a
pure.
family.
We need teleportation. That'd be cool too. That one I don't think's ever happening. Teleportation wouldn't even be you, it's a copy of you, so you'd still technically die. You don't know that. It could be jumper rules, where it opens into it, you know what I mean? I'm talking jumper rules. You clearly haven't seen the 30 clearest teleportations caught on camera. We already have the technology. Actually, I haven't. How clear were these teleporting incidents? "30 clearest human teleportations ever caught on camera." Oh, this is new too. This is probably like reliable. He didn't even teleport. Well, he didn't go anywhere. How's that a teleportation? What? Who teleported there? These are a lot less clear than the title led me to believe. Oh, I saw that time.
They vanished in a blink, one moment standing or walking, the next gone, and then inexplicably appearing somewhere else, as if space itself folded. But what happens when the evidence is crystal clear, and yet people still refuse to believe it? From security cameras to stunned smartphone recordings, here are 30 clearest human teleportations ever caught on camera. In Hong Kong, a camera caught a strange scene as a man appeared in frame, seemingly drawing crackling blue light from his hand.
Good. 快板，快板正面少少，人都過嚟，都過。
Oh, here comes Alex Mercer.
But when he was noticed, he bolted forward, and in an instant, vanished completely, leaving behind stunned witnesses and footage that looked like real teleportation.
You call this clear? Does this look clear to you, brother? But this is undoubtedly a teleportation incident. I'll give you that much. But it's not clear. I almost saw something there. That was a close call.
Leaked footage.
I did see that. He's gone.
Operation shows a tense chase in a crowded bookstore. But what happened next was truly shocking.
This is an intense chase. Where is he?
Just as agents closed in, the target suddenly teleported right out of sight, disappearing into thin air and leaving everyone stunned.
What the fuck? Damn! Wow, I don't think they got teleported. Based on that sound effect, I think he got zapped. There's probably a pile of ashes with smoke coming off it on the floor there. Holy, alright, now this is pretty clear. This one's only like negative 160p, so I can see things here.
A man suddenly appeared on the street out of nowhere, then calmly continued his walk as if it were the most ordinary thing. But how does someone just materialize in plain sight without warning?
That's a good question. How did he do that? That was pretty clear.
Without warning.
Fuck! He needs to teach us this power. Without warning, too. Good point. Nobody on the sidewalk knew that this was happening. He didn't warn a single soul.
During a live interview near an airport baggage carousel, everything seemed normal until something in the background caught viewers off guard.
Men måske ikke at få trænet 2 gange inden vi skal spille den næste kamp, det kan godt irritere mig lidt, at vi måske må nøjes med en enkelt. Nu ser vi på dem i løbet af aften, skal de ikke træne, og så ser vi hvor meget de kan i morgen.
A woman standing behind the interviewee suddenly disappears the moment someone walks past her.
This one's not even really trying.
A trick of light, or something much stranger.
Og eventuelt så vil vi lægge en træning ind lørdag formiddag.
She just didn't disappear, she's just walking with her. I don't mean to debunk clear evidence here, but that one she's just walking with her. You just can't see her anymore because of the angle. You can even see her start to walk.
Nej, hvad sker der? Hvordan kan de lave det? Jeg ved det ikke. Lad os se det igen. Det er fuldstændig. Det skal vi se igen. Hun står der. Hun står der. Venter på kufferten. Det er nu der. Hvad?
Dashcam footage captures a moment that feels completely surreal, leaving viewers unsure if their eyes are playing tricks on them.
Where is it?
A person suddenly appears on the road, colliding slightly with an oncoming car, shocking both the driver and anyone watching the footage.
I can't fucking see anything, because not only is the footage terrible quality, but there's raindrops on it. But I see. He's not very good at teleporting. He came in stumbling and hit a car. Peculiar. Very peculiar. Yes. He can teleport. Just like the others. Wrong coordinates. Yeah, just a little off. The car teleported to intercept him. Oh, now that's an interesting theory. You might be onto something. Let's see. No, the car comes from over here. He's teleported.
A person suddenly appears on the road, colliding slightly with an oncoming car, shocking both the driver and anyone watching the footage.
Damn.
As a man on a bike rides into the frame, he moves forward and then suddenly disappears from view, leaving those filming stunned and questioning what they just witnessed.
He traveled back in time. Came to the wrong year, he had to go back.
CCTV footage shows something that immediately makes you question reality, as if the laws of
What?
have taken a brief vacation.
Yeah, well, that's not teleportation. He's a speedster, so he vibrated through that, and this guy doesn't even know the rules. That's not teleportation, but that is no doubt a superhuman amongst us. And that's clear as day. Imagine we see the guy from FEMA who teleported to Waffle House. If only I could get my hands on that footage. That must be something special. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, he comes back too!
A person in a black hoodie casually walks straight through a closed door, leaving anyone watching utterly baffled by the impossible sight.
You're not supposed to normally be able to do that! He's no-clipping!
On a busy road, leaving...
Oh, this is like actually clear footage. For the first time. This one might even be 720p. This is pretty good.
Seeing is real.
Man, people keep teleporting in front of cars.
A man suddenly appears.
Their coordinates are way off.
Narrowly avoiding a moving car, then calmly runs across as if he had stepped out of thin air, leaving no hint of where he came from. Something completely unexplainable unfolds in a busy airport, leaving viewers staring in disbelief at what seems impossible.
Oh! Wow! Right now he's on the horn with his boss. Wait, even this guy teleported! Everyone's teleporting!
Travelers move along as usual, but in an instant, some vanish into thin air, leaving empty spaces where they had just been, baffling anyone witnessing the scene.
Oh my god! What is this? Is this Rapture? What's going on? What? Ah! What the fuck?
Was this man experimenting with something we weren't supposed to see, or just caught in something unexplainable?
He's looking for something. Okay. He can't find it.
So instead he teleports? Oh, he's gonna jump into that hole.
A man is seen pacing suspiciously around the side of a building before a sudden bright light appears. After a moment of moving within the glow, he abruptly vanishes without a trace, leaving only questions behind.
Now look closely right here. Look. Look.
Is this an SOS signal he's sending?
Look closely right here. Watch what happened. Here it is. Watch. Look.
The routine street.
Can't argue with that one. That gives me a lot to think about. Man, that guy fucking pieced out like that meme where they have that guy go like this and then he fades out. Wow. To think that it's real. I mean, you can't argue with that. He was sent to the back rooms, maybe. This is scary stuff, man. This is scary stuff. And to think there's 30 of these. There's 30 of these. Oh, wow. This one's a whole out. Oh! Whoa! Ah! Oh, I've already seen that one. He's reusing it. That's crazy, man. Wait, that one was an angel sighting. I forgot about that. Oh, this channel is just all this, huh? What's the most popular? 30 disturbing gang encounters. So it went from gang and cartel encounters to teleportations. Okay. Quite a pivot. And UFOs seem to be a big one. 60 of the clearest UFO sightings ever. That is pretty clear. Oh, I remember these assholes. I remember when these fucking cosmic perverts came down. Tried to have sex with my grandma.
Strange lights, silent shapes, mysterious movements. People across the globe have reported sightings for decades, but what happens when the evidence is too clear to ignore? From quiet rural skies to crowded cityscapes, these moments have left witnesses stunned and questions unanswered. Here are the 60 clearest UFO sightings ever recorded in human history.
Mm-hmm.
2 men were driving when they suddenly stopped and got out to film something unusual in the sky.
Para aí, Rafa. Para aí, velho. Não dá pra ver, peraí.
As they zoomed in, the object's strange shape became clearer, leaving them stunned. Or a drone. Just something they couldn't explain.
Tá vendo alguma coisa? Lá do teu lado, lá, pô.
Scram! Shoo! Get out of here! This ain't your world!
Nem 4 horas ainda, velho.
They're hiding in our clouds. Fucking cloud people.
Olha isso, velho. Olha isso.
The opening moments of the next segment settle on an unexplained form, resting silently within an open field. Its contours are stark against the landscape, motionless and seemingly grounded.
Wow! What do they want? Oh, the sound effects.
Then, without warning, the perspective shifts abruptly, and in that same instant, the object is no longer earthbound, its ascent now undeniable against the vastness of the sky.
That is undeniable. That's true. You can't deny that. Prove that that's fake. You can't. Was there ever a follow-up on that alien sphere found in Brazil or wherever? It was actually a lot of different places that the alien spheres were turning up in. And it turns out it was confirmed to be actual intergalactic travelers. Horrifying stuff. They had like fucking 9 tits and everything. To my knowledge, they're still being studied at the moment. 9? That's not even symmetrical. I know, and that was the scariest part. These kind of videos are way less fun now that AI is a thing. That's true, they're a lot less cool now with AI, but luckily, there's still people doing it the old-fashioned way.
He pulls out his phone to record it. Revealed. In Oshawa, without hesitation, he pulled out his camera and began recording.
Someone want to tell me what that is?
Bro, that shit looks like a tin can with boosters on it.
The object hovered silently, its shape and behavior unlike anything he'd seen before. What exactly did he capture that day?
I don't know, some kid's science experiment, maybe. Artemis 3.
An object that doesn't appear to be ordinary.
Oh, yeah.
Me contem o que vocês acham.
Despite the grainy image, its shape and movement stand out, leaving viewers to wonder what exactly was spotted.
I don't know, it's in the shape of like a fish or something. What does it mean? Like a Swedish fish.
De Janeiro, this footage shows a strange, shiny object visible in broad daylight. Still in the sky.
Give me something close. Give me a close encounter. That's pretty good. That is close right now.
Epa. Não nem outro lado é que está. Só num lado. Mas
couple was minding their own business when something unusual caught their attention. Gliding smoothly across the horizon without a sound, leaving them in confusion.
Não tem aeroporto aqui.
No meio dos prédios, como é que tem aeroporto? Não tem aeroporto não.
No meio dos prédios, amor.
Yeah, the aliens in their lowrider again.
This footage reveals something in the sky that appears to resemble...
What else? Do they have any gnome footage on this channel? I haven't seen any good gnome videos in a while. They got some cryptids. 60 creepiest wildlife and cryptid encounters even skeptics can't deny. 60 creepiest wildlife encrypted encounters mainstream media never showed you. Fucking typical lamestream media trying to hide the cryptids. Let me see. Holy shit.
Wildlife is supposed to be beautiful, predictable, and safe to observe from a distance. But what happens if nature has other plans? From mysterious shapes lurking in the shadows to creatures caught on camera that defy...
Oh my god, we have a Slender Man sighting. He was dormant for so long, but he's back. Oh no. No! I thought we were rid of this menace. The 5G radiation has summoned him once again from his slumber. No!
Logic. Here are the 60 creepiest wildlife and cryptid encounters mainstream media never showed you. What would you do if, while walking home at night, your flashlight suddenly revealed something lurking in the shadows?
I'd fucking poop, bro. That's what I would do.
Its shape thin and almost stick-like. A strange, pale figure stood frozen in the darkness. Its shape thin and almost stick-like.
What's he doing there? Was that Jim Carrey Grinch? It might just be a guy.
Is this some kind of ghost, or could it be something even harder to explain?
You stupid, how would that be a ghost?
If you found yourself face to face with something like this? In a dim, closed-off room near Moorhead, Kentucky, a camera captured a pale, stick-like figure moving in the shadows. Its shape was thin and unnatural, almost as if it didn't belong in this world.
This guy does look fucking stupid. Earthworm Jim coming home after a hard night of heavy drinking.
Was it a ghost, a folkloric creature?
Why do you keep saying, is it a ghost? It's clearly not a ghost.
Imagine fishing.
Does this guy only know one
by the
thing?
Shore, only to feel something moving in the water beneath you.
This quality's so bad I can't even really tell what's happening. I'm gonna go next.
Сейчас, блядь, полчаса пока ехать будем, пока тебе даже... Уже, блядь. О, лось, стой, блядь!
It moved too fast to catch a clear look, but it wasn't human.
Why do you think that? That very well could have been a human. That looked like just a guy.
Was this a Yeti, or something no one has ever named?
A Yeti? That'd be the shortest Yeti of all time.
Something no one has ever.
That just looks like a little human man. He's probably trying to get home. It's very chilly out. It's fucking snowy.
Named. A group of friends exploring Marble Mountain thought they were alone until they spotted a strange figure moving on the hill above them.
Is that not...
Where? Where is it? Is it like where? It's like right on the other side of it?
No, it stopped and looking at us.
It's kind of looking at us.
I don't see it.
It's moving now.
The trees?
Its steps were deliberate, its shape hard to define.
To the right of
It's not that hard to define. Is that not just another hiker? Am I on the crack pipe? He's even got his arm out. Is that not just another guy? His steps were deliberate. Yeah, it's called walking. He's huge? Is he that huge? They're just really zoomed in. He doesn't seem that big. It's on like the side of the walk there. It doesn't really look huge or anything. It's not like the giant sightings back on TikTok. It just looks like God. He's actually striking quite a peculiar pose. This could be an amazing digital circus character come to life. I'm starting to come around. I see it now. That is a cryptid. Bro got alerted like an NPC. Yeah. They aggroed him.
Human shape walking through the night. What is this?
Holy shit. Yep, that's a ghost.
Its movements were unnatural, almost predatory. Could this be a skinwalker caught on camera, or something?
That's probably exactly what it is, actually. My dad is into this stuff. He even bought an app that's supposed to... he even bought an app that's supposed to help him communicate with aliens. What do you mean he bought... What app did he buy? Tell me right now, I'm gonna buy it as well. How... What would you even spin... Like, what would the app do? He'd have... That would be so... Like, the stars would really have to align to get some bang for your buck with that app purchase. He'd have to encounter aliens, A, and then B, he'd have to hope that the app is able to translate to that language of the aliens, for which there's probably countless. Like, this could be set to only communicate with, like, I don't know, Viltrumites, or, well, Viltrumites speak English in the show. What's a fucking alien that doesn't speak English? Krogans, or something, maybe. So we'd have to encounter them. What's the app? Tell me right now what the app is. Ask your dad. CE5 Contact. Oh my god. For $10 from Dr. Stephen Greer. $10. This app provides instructions and tools to assist you in making peaceful contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, as well as locating others in your area who are interested in making contact. ET contact is undertaken using the CE5 protocol. It stands for Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Unlike more passive CE 1 through 4 experiences, a close encounter of the fifth kind is human initiated. Contact work can be done with just a chair and a quiet night. However, use of this app and the recommended and or optional items listed below have the potential to make your field experiences easier, such as detecting anomalous activity, initiating communications, or documenting celestial events. To further your understanding of consciousness and contact, ET and UFO matters, as well as the history and science that relate to these topics, the following reading materials are highly recommended. How does this help me do this? How does this help me contact and talk with them? I'm gonna match with a hot alien in the Andromeda. When I was in my alien phase, I used an alien app similar to that called Alien Talk. Was yours $10? I can't believe the price. Who is Dr. Stephen Greer? That name sounds so familiar. Oh, that's why, because I just looked up Stephen Greer the other day. Someone on chat was asking me my perspective on Dr. Stephen Greer. That's why, I was just looking at him. So now he has an alien contact app. I'm going to tell you that makes him even less credible in my eyes. Assuming this is his official app. The most recent reviews are from fucking 4 years ago. Well, actually, here's a 2-year review. A year from 2 years ago. A review from 2 years ago. It says, 1 star. Please read, do not purchase. This is a scam. You pay for the app just to get a bunch of stuff you hear in the documentary that's available on Unify. The app does not work either. It'll state that a verification email has been sent to the email. It never gets sent. Huh. The email is necessary to log into the account and use to meet up on the portion of the app to try and form a group. Every purchase just buys the guy a beer. That's what it sounds like. Oh, they actually just updated it 2 weeks ago. Additional fixes to optimize map loading. Huh. Well, I'm not gonna piss away $10 on this. If it was like $2, I'd do it, but 10 is a crazy ask for this dog shit. I'll pass on that. What was the other one you said? Alien Talk? That doesn't exist any. Oh no, here it is. Alien Chat, talk to aliens. 13 reviews. It's a radar detector contacting ETs. Okay, let me get this real quick. Let me see if I can talk to an alien. This one's free. So you know it works. Chat with alien beings, talk to aliens in real time, powered by groundbreaking AI technology. So they're not even real aliens. They're not even fucking matching me with aliens. Oh my god, it's a fucking scam. I can't even start without paying for a $13 a month trial, or a $13 a month subscription. This is so fucking silly. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll never get to chat with aliens. Fuck. Here's a review. It's 1 star. The aliens just say a few words and then that's it. They're all pre-established words. It's not like an AI chat where it'll come up with new things and it doesn't always answer the questions. The only cool thing this app does is allow you to turn on the flashlight by asking the alien to do it. Oh my god, it's so pathetic. Definitely don't pay for the subscription because I was using the 3-day free trial and that was like all the chat did. It would be an awesome concept if they used AI to make the response. Why would that be an awesome concept? You're just talking to AI again for a $13 subscription pretending to be an alien. But because they're just pre-recorded responses and only a handful of them, they're really boring. Ghost detection apps must have done the same thing too. Yeah, those we've used on our ghost hunts. So I already know those are fucking awful. This one guy posted a review on this a year ago. It's a 5 stars. He said, creepy but amazing. I talked to a gray alien and saw what its planet looked like. Please institutionalize yourself ASAP. Good lord. Here's another 5 star. This app is so cool. I'm into aliens and weird stuff, so it was crazy to talk to an alien. People paid $13 for this, by the way. Anyone remember the plot to Kingsman where the bad guy had that special technology that had people's brains just kind of get fried and they all couldn't resist the urge to just kill each other? Just violence out the wazoo? Yeah, that technology exists right now. It's called Pokemon cards. There are so many fights breaking out from Pokemon scalpers, and there's some new ones that I want to show you today. I know I've already covered quite a few, but these are 3 brand new ones, fresh out of the oven here. These muffins are still steaming, and one of them gets pretty bloody. What started as a wholesome hobby for children has been completely hijacked by the stinkiest, greasiest, most aggressive losers you could ever possibly imagine. And they love to fight. You know, there's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay and the scalpers violent, because it's getting brutal now. Anywhere that sells Pokemon cards has become the salty spittoon. It is a PvP-enabled zone. It is deplorable. Card shops getting robbed every single day, many times a day, actually. Armed robberies often too now, it seems. And now fights are becoming even more commonplace at businesses that sell Pokemon cards from these stinky fucking worms, man. It's crazy. Now, if you want to avoid being stinky and greasy and a loser, you better start showering using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get some of our soap.
Everyone just gonna look. I'll look.
No.
Nope, you didn't hit it, bud.
No, get the fuck out of here. For real?
Are you for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
We were sitting here for an hour.
One of those rare scenarios where everything and everyone in here seems peculiar. So this guy rolls up, I'm guessing he's got like his meta glasses on, so Dweeb kind of rolls up, scoots in sideways after locating the Pokemon card vending machine, and then goes to get a box out of it. There were 3 dudes standing in front of it, all on their phone, but they're not interacting with it. Even though the machine is on, it's functional, they're just standing there idly. I guess they all entered low power mode or something. So, like, it's clear they're there for the machine, but this guy cuts in front of them and goes for a box, and then one of the other guys activates and he says, nope, that's not going to happen, and then instantly, like, throws him against the shopping carts, like it's the WWE, so he's throwing him against the turnbuckle, and then the guy, like, grabs him by the neck, like Homer Simpson to Bart, and he says, are you kidding me? While, like, getting strangled. Now, the guy who went for the box was also instantly aggressive because the other guy's like, no, not gonna happen. He's like, you didn't touch it, dude. So, like, if there was a legitimate confusion, I feel like he would have expressed that, like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. You were just standing there. I was unsure of what was going on. Like, I feel like if there was real, like, innocent confusion over not knowing if they were there to get something or if they were waiting for someone or something, he would have expressed that as opposed to just like, snooze you lose, pal. I'm getting my Pokemon cards to scalp on Facebook Marketplace first. Sorry. Like, I feel like his response is already combative too. And then the other guy escalates by throwing him in the shopping carts. Then it leads to the neck grab there.
Chill with that, bro. You really gonna do that?
Are you really doing this?
Fuck the Falcons, by the way. Keep pounding, bro.
Oh, real cool. What the Gaber sitting here fucking clutching shit. Oh, good one, buddy.
You can actually hear the lump in this guy's throat starting to develop as the tears are welling there. Good one, buddy, he said, sniffling on the way out. Like, what do you even mean good one? All he did was call you a pussy. Like, that's all. It's not like he was trying to roast you or anything. He just said you were a pussy. That's all. And he walked away saying, like, gay birds here talking shit, I think is what he said. Like, now, I again don't really understand what they were doing there. The guy said they'd been waiting for an hour. To do what? Like, the machine is still just sitting right there. Are they waiting for, like, a restock on the machine or something? Like, they're sitting there trying to spawn camp it, which has become extremely normal, by the way, for these fucking losers to stand around these Pokemon card vending machines like it's the magic conch out of SpongeBob. So I think maybe that's what they were doing. They were sitting there for an hour waiting for it to be restocked with the product they wanted. But in that case, why would it matter if this guy came up and got one of the boxes that none of them were interacting with in the first place? I don't really get it. It doesn't make sense to me unless I'm misunderstanding what they were doing there for an hour. This whole thing is so odd, and I can't even imagine the shamelessness to get handsy and, like, pugilistic over your placement in the Pokemon card vending machine queue, or, like, trying to cut in there to desperately get your paws on a Pokemon box there. Like, to start, like, fighting over it is so cringe, man. These scalpers, like, I don't know how they don't have any shame at all. It's impressive.
Round two.
This one's just a little quick one. This one's kind of just like a little hors d'oeuvre for you here of a fight for Pokemon cards. I don't know what led to it. I don't have a whole lot of context. But there was a scuffle that broke out, apparently over Pokemon cards, and it ends with that guy getting him in like a headlock there. And the cameraman saying round 2. So I don't know if this is like the second time like that they've tussled like in that afternoon, or if this is a thing that keeps happening between these two guys. They keep meeting up here and squaring off over Pokemon cards. Either way, it's pathetic.
This isn't
Guys,
yo.
stop.
Yo.
Stop.
Oh yeah.
Stop.
Stop.
Oh yeah. Stop. Oh yeah.
Get your
Guys, we're not fucking doing that here.
What do you mean they can't do that here? You sell Pokemon cards at this establishment, right? It's a fight club, fundamentally, then. This is exactly where you go to exchange some knuckle sandwiches. Now, according to the Poke Street's description here, it's not known what exactly caused this altercation between these two gentlemen, but I think we can make an educated guess based on the ambiance of the card shop. Pokemon seems to be a pretty integral piece of its identity. I would say it was likely something to do with some Pokemon cards. Just a hunch. This one gets kind of wild, though. This one, there are some blows that are connecting. They are swinging on each other. It does get a bit bloody. This one's one of the more brutal fights I've seen over Pokemon cards, outside of the guy that got stabbed over Pokemon cards a few months back.
Guys, stop! This isn't needed. Yo, guys. What the fuck?
Johnny.
Come on, bro.
You little bitch. Stop on camera.
Stop.
I'm gonna sue.
I don't
Hey,
care. Get sued.
You the one over here going crazy.
Why are you fucking swinging on him? If you don't want any altercation,
Swinging? What
just
swing,
sign
bro?
you.
Oh, whatever. I'm getting him off him.
Yo, chill out, guys.
The guy who's pushing the other one like it's a weight sled is now leaking a little bit. His nose has been popped. His snoot got booped there. So he's now dripping blood all over the floor of the card shop here. And the guy who's pushing him back and eating punches like it's a bowl of cereal is threatening to sue him. He makes that threat multiple times. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you'd have a really hard time winning that case when it seems like he is also aggressively pursuing this confrontation. And according to the comments, he may have even been the aggressor in the beginning too. Again, it's not entirely confirmed or not, but I think he'd have a really hard time winning that lawsuit there. He'd have to really fucking get Saul on the horn.
Bro, I don't care,
This is gonna be so good for me.
Guys! Stop! Guys! Stop this! Guys, come on! Guys, come on! Guys! We don't need any of this!
Chill.
Chill. Like that? Andrew,
You don't know me, dog.
Stop. Yo.
Get your stuff.
Yo, we don't need any of this going on, guys. What the fuck?
Like a dog chasing the mailman, this guy who is actively still bleeding cannot stop chasing the other guy around the store. The other guy seems to be trying to disengage with this now. He's like, all right, look, enough is enough. We've been pugilistic for far too long. Let's let bygones be bygones. He's like trying to get away from it, and the other guy just keeps saying, your life is fucked. You don't know me. He's still threatening like the lawsuit angle, and then gets pushed onto this table. He just keeps trying to go up to him. So like I said, I feel like he'd have a really hard time with that lawsuit, because it's not like he is trying to get away from it. The other guy's disengaging, and the guy who's threatening the lawsuit just keeps chasing him down for more action.
No! What the fuck? Bro, I'm coming back, bro. He's the one that's harmed, bro. Oh, yeah? You gotta get him off.
You gotta get him off him.
They're attacking me, bro. Guys,
Keep
stop.
attacking of him.
Head out, dude. Head out. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, Johnny.
Finally, they separate them again, and the guy immediately tries to go outside, but then is still followed by lawsuit Larry over here, who now is following him outside to continue the altercation further. That's where the footage cuts off, so I don't know what happened next. I'm assuming they continued the tussle out there, which, you know, I guess that's a little more civilized. They at least took it outside there, taking it out of the card shop, all over some Pokemon cards. Well, most likely. We don't know for sure what was the catalyst, but I really think we can make a good guess here. Just look at the spot. It is a card shop that clearly has a strong Pokemon presence. They're both, I think, in the Pokemon card collecting or scalping community. I think it probably stemmed from that. Anyway, though, just wanted to show you some of the more recent Pokemon card fights. The hobby is not improving at all. It is still being completely fucking destroyed by scalpers, and it's just a disaster. That's really about it. So, yeah. Wow. The world looks so different today. The colors don't even seem the same. It feels like this morning I woke up in an alternate dimension. One separate from the dimension I inhabited yesterday. The new research that was published changed everything. We've been lied to our whole lives. And I know you've probably already seen it. I imagine some of you took the day off of work just to process it. They found the male G-spot. And I didn't even know it was lost, like the city of Atlantis. I thought we had already pinpointed that sucker down eons ago. I remember for as long as I've had holes, I was told that the G-spot was buried deep in my ass, and that's where it stayed. But apparently, that was all a lie. That was a guess that wasn't ever fully confirmed, and now they've published new research saying definitively we have found the male G-spot, and it's not in that cavernous hole. You see the new male G-spot meta? I did. It's out of reach though. My loadout isn't equipped for the new meta for G-spot. It's apparently a place on your foreskin, not in your butthole. Male G-spot revealed, and if you guessed it's in the butt, you're wrong. Intensely pleasurable. Also, no one's guessing it's in the butt. That's what we were told for years. It was supposedly confirmed to be in the asshole. Not like people just randomly made that up. But now new evidence, I guess, throws that theory in the trash. After years of searching, I like that. Like it's the fountain of youth. After years of searching, scientists in Spain have finally found the male G-spot, discovering this so-called erogenous zone is far from where they suspected. They detailed their findings in a stimulating study published in the journal Andology. Where's the so-called on switch, defined by its capacity to induce intense orgasms upon stimulation, in an obscure region called the frenular delta, a triangular zone located on the underside of the penis where the head meets the shaft, an area so mysterious it has long been omitted from sexual health textbooks. Oh my god, they discovered a new area of my cock? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a foreskin spot. Years of searching, it's not like they're going to the Amazon rainforest. Just touch your dick or ass, bro. That's very true. Yeah. It's not like it was some kind of crazy expeditious journey to find it. Like you can study the shit out of your wiener and butt. According to this study conducted by scientists at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, this region is richly innervated by partially overlapping perineal related to the region connecting the genitals and anus, and dorsal, aft-facing nerve branches with heightened concentrations of nerve bundles and pleasure receptors. In layman's person terms, the frenular delta makes for intensely pleasurable and highly specialized sensations, according to the paper. By finding this penile pleasure panel, scientists have closed the book on a region that has eluded scientists for years, like sexplorers finding a phallic northwest passage. For decades, scientists have seen the prostate as the trigger for male orgasms, but had neglected to identify it on the proverbial pleasure map until now. That's good news. We're finally here. We've arrived. The apex of society. It kept hiding from us. Sex 2 is finally upon us. That's right. That's right. You can kick and you can scream, but it'll come all the same. We have discovered the male G-spot. And it's right where I said it was from the very beginning. I've been saying for years that the dark side of the moon on the penis it's highly unexplored. No one ever checks underneath. Do we flick it or something? You do whatever you want with it. You slap it, you fucking fart on it. I don't know, man. But I think you need to have your foreskin for it. Can I sue the doctor that took my G-spot? I know. A question on everyone's mind now after this stunning revelation. The G-spot Krampus that stole all our foreskin, hogging the G-spots to himself. It's a game changer, not gonna lie, feels so good. Okay, I can only speak as a circumcised man, but I feel like there's no way uncircumcised dudes didn't know that. Right? Like, I feel like just through trial and error and experimenting, you would have found that, oh, this spot feels cool. Wow, this feels so good over here. Right? Like, there's no way someone who's uncircumcised read this and they're like, holy fuck, I never thought to touch under my wiener. I'm only ever on top doing this, like a DJ. Like, I feel like this isn't new information for, like, the majority of people. Is this now it's being officially labeled as the male G-spot. That guy's the only hooded homie left alive. Yeah, we have to preserve him. Put him in a bubble. We must study him. Ask him questions. The only man with a hot dog and a bun still around. So does that mean the spot in your ass was just LARPing as the G-spot? I feel like it must have been like maybe a placebo thing or something. I don't know, I never tried getting up in there and seeing what that felt like. But I feel like just because of all of the propaganda, like all of the articles written about it, a lot of people probably convinced themselves that this is euphoria, this is the good stuff. Meanwhile, they're just fiddling around in their butt. It doesn't do anything. The other channel video, which one of the boys can find their G-spot first, doing everything behind a curtain so you can only see the shadows. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the notes. So you're saying I've been sticking my finger up my ass for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. You're becoming more familiar with your body. Knowledge is power and all that. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was moot. You probably got some experience out of it. Mapping it like you're splunking. Exactly. Exactly right. He gets it. I once stuck my finger in my anus to get the poop out, but it felt kinda good. What's your plan, man? How would you get the poop out by sticking a finger up there? All you're doing is just plugging it further up. What the hell? What? How is that? What kind of strategy is that? It's not like a lawnmower with like a ripcord or anything. Like all you're doing is just poking it. Fish hooking, I guess? Oh, I guess. Yeah, you could be fish hooking. Turning my asshole into an arcade claw game. Nurses do it for chronic constipation. Well, I don't think they just... Well, I don't know, maybe they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they just go like one finger up and just start jamming it up there or something like Naruto 10,000 Years of Pain. Like, I imagine there's probably a methodology to it. They just slap the cheeks around, probably. Can you imagine if that was the actual, like, medicinal strategy? I see you've got some impacted feces here. Alright, bend over. Just on, like, bongos on their ass. It's shockwave treatment. They do it for kidney stones. You don't need foreskin, it's above the foreskin. I don't know if this article covers it, but I was reading that in order to, like, actually optimize male G-spot, you need foreskin. Let's see. Maybe I've been lied to. Maybe they're still trying to keep it under wraps. Doesn't say here. Let me just Google it. Let's see. Male G-spot foreskin required or not? Let's see. It seems like it's too new. People still talking about the back door. Yeah, I don't see any information on whether or not it's required or not. From what I saw earlier, it is. Maybe it's not. Who's really to say? We're still on the cusp of this discovery. This is like electricity. This is big. We still don't quite understand all of the inner workings of it. We're working it out.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing I'm Scared, a pixelated nightmare for the PC. Let's do this shit. Fuck. This is the Italian version. Son of a bitch, I don't know what this is telling me. I can't read this language. This is English, and I understand it. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna watch the intro. The game is about to begin. Splendid. It is important to play the game. Got it. I agree, it is indeed important to play the game. Let's rock and roll. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I see why it's called a pixelated nightmare. There are indeed pixels present. This room could benefit from some posters and slot machines. What do we got in the wardrobe? Oh, it's locked. I guess we'll never know what's inside. I don't suppose I can leave? No. I cannot leave. I am surprised. What is that, like a pile of puke? Can I do anything with it? Can I crouch? Ah, there we go. Oh, it's a little key. How about we try and open a little wardrobe? Get ready to get your shit opened. Yeah, there we go. What the fuck is this? Is That's supposed to be an alpaca wearing a king's crown? Fascinating. Where am I supposed to go? Oh shit, here we go. A hallway. I'm walking on ice cubes. Here's a ladder. Let's roll! Making some serious progress. Where's progress being made? Right here. Somebody ever asks you, hey, where'd you find all that progress? Tell them you found it right fucking here. Locked door. Open sesame. Maybe I'm not supposed to go through the doors. Maybe I'm supposed to run through this wet cement. That was a fucking horrible idea. Absolutely abysmal. Oh, here's an open door, just a few steps away. Unfortunately, I've given my character a concussion after having him ram his head against a waterfall of steel. Is this one of those secret bookshelves where you pull a specific book and it reveals a tunnel to the Batcave or some shit? I guess not. Or I haven't pulled the right book. Oh wait, here we go, here's something. I can't get to it. I still can't get to it. I still can't get to it. Fucking goodness gracious, nearly had to get a blowjob from the key just to pick it up. I haven't been through this door yet. Looks like a parking garage is closed. Is that Jack Skellington? Where's he going? Is he fucking on an escalator going backwards? Is he gone or is he coming back? What an impolite bitch, he didn't even finish eating all of his nipple meat. What a terrible house guest. Good afternoon, ma'am. Just passing by. How the fuck am I supposed to cross this chasm? Do I set the rusty key down, shoot it with a beam to make it larger, then use it as a bridge to get across? I doubt it. Pardon me, ma'am, but somebody put some blood on you. You're supposed to be a painting, not a shitting ground for bloody piss squirters. Is every fucking door here locked? Like, what's the point of doors if you're just gonna lock them? Might as well just have walls. Is this like King Kong's esophagus? This reminds me of the time Miss Frizzle took the class through the human body in the magic school bus. Another key. Alright. Oh, it's a heart. Greetings, asshole. Where is the fucking at? It just closed out of the game. Hello, do you know my name? How the fuck would I know your name? No, I don't. Oh wait, shit, actually, yes I do. I know how the Rumpelstiltskin I know the Rumpelstiltskin story. Fuck, shit. This game actually adds files to my computer, and it told me its name is Whiteface. Let's play tag. Alright, let's play tag. But little do you know that prior to me soiling my undergarments with shit, I used to be a tag professional. So you don't have a chance at beating me. What the fuck? Liar. The arrow is not telling the truth. Fuck it, we'll go this way then. Thank you for the hint. Alright. Is this just like a parking garage? Take a little detour here. Pure anarchy, fucking not following the arrows like the instructions told me to. Oh shit, that's a wall. Oh, goodness gracious. Who would have guessed they'd put walls in this establishment? Now we're following the arrow. Oh, here we go. I should have guessed it'd be locked. Every fucking door in this place is locked. But it's not just locked, like it's sealed. Sealed with the Green Lantern seal of you're not getting the fuck through. Collision course imminent. Shit. The game closed again. Is this a new arrow? No, that's the same fucking door. Just gonna keep running through this parking garage. I have never seen a lead like this, ladies and gentlemen. The other drivers are nowhere in sight. This speed is unmatched. Oh shit! I'm too fast for you, bitch! This is like my third lap now. Is this a new arrow? Yes, it is! Here we go! Oh, it's an elevator, alright. This is certainly an odd golf course. Here's some blood on a giant domino. Oh, there you are! You're not getting away that easily, bitch! He's got some jets on him! He is fucking fast, he just zoomed through. He gives space shuttles a run for their money. Is this door locked? No, it is not. Hey, there you are, ma'am. You cleaned yourself up. Nice work. Oh, this door's locked. Excellent. This door is also locked. Splendid. Fuck. Shit. Asshole. Bitch. Every fucking door is locked. Is this locked? No, there we go. Finally. Oh, this is the first room, isn't it? The wardrobe's locked. No key. Oh, shit. Means you have to go through here. SS. What does that stand for? Spare seashells? Who gives a fuck? Oh, now that is a very useful door. Just leads to a slab of steak. Awesome. I haven't opened a single one of these doors yet. Where are the keys? Oh, is this a key? No, that is not a key. Alright. Oh, here we go. Is this a key? Yes. Door number 7. Where is that? Here it is. This is my room. Your room's a pile of shit. Do you see how dark it is? Yeah, you should probably turn on a light. It's cold. Then get a blanket, asshole. But I can look at you. Alright. Look at me. Alright. Are you scared? No. I am scared. Go fuck yourself. That was an interesting encounter. Now he just dropped inside out titties everywhere. Is this the end of it right here? Did I complete the game? Is this it? Ah, shit. It's his room again. Congratulations. Alright. You made it to the end. I completed the game! Alright. But you can't escape from here. Fuck you. Stay with me. Fuck you. So did I complete the game, or did I finish the game? Alright, so, I finished this game. Maybe I have to get the character to hang himself, or herself. That's a pretty fucked up way to end the game. You have to get the character you're controlling to hang themselves. Alright, that's fucked up, but I completed the game. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
I just wanted to briefly give you the latest information in the David case and the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I know I've made a couple videos yapping about this, and it's a really For a while, it was really common to see people use a very particular argument that I think is super stinky when it comes to reviews for movies and games. If someone critiqued a game or a movie, you would oftentimes find some very enthusiastic warriors going to bat for this multi-million-dollar property in order to fight for its honor, doing PR for free for them so they can continue to fondle their balls. And one of the go-to strategies in their bag of tricks while melting down that someone didn't like something they liked would be, oh, let's see you do better then. Oh, you didn't like this? I saw you criticize this? Oh, where's your resume? You must have done better, right, to have this opinion? Let me see, what have you done that's so much better? And every single time I'd roll my eyes because it's just so pathetic. It's a weak-ass argument. You don't need to have created something of higher quality to have an opinion on something that you just consumed. The same way that you don't need to be a professional basketball player to have an opinion on how a game went down. It's so fucking stupid, and luckily we've finally evolved past that point. I don't see that as much these days. But it's always been interesting food for thought. What would happen if a movie critic actually did make a movie themselves? What would that look like? Would it be good? And this is the first, to my knowledge, at least to this scale, of that very phenomenon happening. A huge YouTube movie reviewer named Chris Stuckman, whom I imagine many of you have heard that name before, maybe you've even been Stuckmanized at some point, has now just had his first foray into directing his own feature film called Shelby Oaks. He's made his directorial debut on the big screen. It's just come out, I just watched it, so I want to give you my review of it. Now, I'll mention this at the top, I have watched many Chris Stuckman reviews in the past, not so much in modern times because since becoming a filmmaker himself, he seems far more hesitant to actually criticize movies and is instead focused on just the positives of them, which is not really my cup of tea. If I'm watching a review of something, I want to know the pros and the cons. I want to know the positives and negatives. Nothing's perfect, and I want to know what worked and what didn't. Now, it's of course entirely his call to make with his channel there. It's just, like I said, not typically what I've been looking for in reviews, but that doesn't mean I dislike Chris Stuckman, and I'm more than happy to pay tickets here to go see his film, and show some support for taking this big leap into this new field here. But the reason I mention this at the top is because, as I've said before, I do my best not to let any extenuating factors influence my view of the film. I try not to let any of these kind of biases into my review of a movie, so I'll be looking at Shelby Oaks on its own merit, on its own two legs, setting everything else aside. So, Shelby Oaks, is it good? It's fine, and at times, pretty good. Most of what works is front-loaded in the beginning. Like, the first 35 minutes of this film, I was really enjoying it. I thought it was an interesting premise they were setting up. It's all found footage that I thought was done very well. And then, after, like, the first 35-ish minutes of the movie, it then just falls into horror movie tropes and walks the same path millions of other horror movies have come through fucking fee-fi-fo-fumming and stomping around on. And it just becomes very underwhelming. It's disappointing given how effective I think the first 30-ish minutes were of getting you interested in what's going on here and invested in it. And then it just becomes very standard horror movie stuff all the way down to CG dogs, hellhounds. It's just, I don't know, that was pretty lackluster. Anyway, the beginning of this film is a found footage piece. That's not the entirety of the film, it just begins with found footage, and it's very clearly inspired by Lake Mungo, which is something I know Chris Stuckman has glazed quite a bit in the past. I've watched Lake Mungo, and this is, I guess, one of my hotter horror takes. I really didn't like it very much, but I actually think the found footage pieces that Chris Stuckman uses in Shelby Oaks are good. I actually think that was some of the best parts of this movie. It starts by telling you this story, giving you the foundation about this group called the Paranormal Paranoids, which is a group of friends that had a YouTube channel in 2008, and they went on all of these wacky, wild adventures, trying to capture paranormal shit, and every time they went out, they happened to catch some really freaky, unexplainable paranormal activity. And a lot of people thought they were phonies and fakes, but then in their final investigation, they went to Shelby Oaks, and none of them ever came back. We're going to be getting to spoilers for this review now. So now it's your spoiler warning. Okay, now you've been warned. We're back. 3 of them are murdered. This is established very early in the film. There's footage of it. 3 of their bodies are found. They are mutilated. They're dead. But Riley, the host, like the face of Paranormal Paranoids, was not amongst those bodies. So she's still missing. And it's been a mystery that's plagued the world ever since. Fast forward 12 years into the future, and we meet Mia, who is Riley's sister. And she's doing an interview telling the story of Riley, how she had these nightmares and these dreams of this man in the window when she was growing up, and it was terrifying stuff. She always had this, like, you know, really deep connection to some unexplainable stuff. And while giving this interview, telling the camera about Riley, someone knocks at the door, and we meet a guy who says, "She finally let me free," and then he shoots himself in the head right in front of Mia, and had a tape that said Shelby Oaks, which gives her the missing pieces of the puzzle to try and finally find her sister. I was drawn in here by the premise. I think the found footage elements were done well enough to keep it pretty tense, and there was a surprising amount of jump scares in here, like a good dollop of jump scares, especially early on, which I wasn't expecting. And it's all, you know, well done. I do think for the film's budget, it is impressively shot. It doesn't look like an extremely low-budget film. This doesn't look out of place amongst the numerous horror films that get farted out by the big studios that have millions of dollars in their budget. So it was filmed well. The main character's performance, Mia, I thought was also well done. And like I said, the concept was interesting. It drew me in. But once she pieces it together and goes back to Shelby Oaks, I really think it loses all of its luster. Now when she gets there, it devolves into very standard horror movie cliches, where she gets to Shelby Oaks, and immediately she's seeing hellhounds. So there's some dogs around. Then it turns out it's a demon. It's all demon-based. It's an incubus. Then you start seeing big, spooky devil guy in the background sometimes, and he's fucking yoked, like he's really jacked. It's big demon guy. And he's the one that's been wreaking havoc on Shelby Oaks and, you know, keeping Riley held captive with an older, creepy woman who lives in a trailer. Or, well, I guess it's not like a trailer, but lives in like a small cabin near Shelby Oaks, and that's where Mia ends up. I just would have liked to see it go a different route. I thought it was going in a different direction with how they were setting it up in the found footage. So when you get to this big reveal about it just being a demon who has hellhound guards, it's kind of underwhelming. Especially because they then just fully vomit everything to you. They explain everything about what was happening and why, you know, Shelby Oaks is the way that it is, and why Riley's been held captive here in this old woman's basement, the very cliche horror movie old woman. And it even does one of my least favorite things in all horror movies, where it has like the demon, of course, because that, I guess, is just a staple in all horror movies now. And then it also adds the force, where it's throwing people around with force pushes and stuff like that. So the old woman, whom the incubus, you know, has control over, you know, starts lifting up Riley and slamming her down, and then force pushing Mia. Like, I really can't stand that. That is a big pet peeve of mine in horror movies. And then they followed up with a 1-2 punch of another pet peeve of mine, where main character makes an inexplicably stupid decision. Like, she had made many bad decisions going into the second half of the film, and then at the end, she is witnessing this baby be cursed with blood ritual magic and a demon, that she is fully visibly seeing all of this unfold, and then once the lady dies from the blood loss after the ritual and the demon now disappears, presumably into the baby, Mia then goes up to the baby and is like really excited, like, "Oh, a new baby! Well, come on, mister, we're taking you home." And it's fucking, it's unhinged. Like, what do you mean? You just, what? I actually couldn't believe that. And they tried to set up, like, Mia wanting to be a mother so badly earlier in the film, but they also set up that she doesn't like demons. Like, she is very wary of, like, this kind of shit. She is a believer in it. So even though she, like, really wants a baby, I don't think she would necessarily want the spawn of Satan as the baby that she takes home. It was so odd to me. Unless, like, the blood magic, like, brainwashed her or something, like, because she does rub her hand over pictures of Mia, so maybe it's implying that she's being mind controlled, but that doesn't really come across because she doesn't ever really seem mind controlled because she still has her own free will intact, which is evident in the next couple of scenes that come up. Like I said, really, the last half of this movie, and especially like the last fucking 10 or 15 minutes, I think just goes like Insano style in a bad way. Like, it just feels so underwhelming to see a film that sets up genuine intrigue with the found footage stuff, with an interesting premise and concept, lead to just your very standard demon showdown type thing where it just gets kind of goofy, especially like the ending. Big spoilers here. I've already given you a spoiler warning, but like this is the actual like final scene. He does get Riley home with the demon baby. Riley tries to kill the demon baby. Mia, in trying to defend the baby, shoves her out the window. She survives the fall out the window that had been cracking her whole life because of the incubus. And I thought there was going to be like some big meaning there. She flies out the window. She survives that fall and then gets mauled and murdered, mutilated by the dogs. It feels really out of nowhere, and it really reminded me of how Wish Upon ended, which is one of my least favorite horror films ever made, that to this date is still one of the lowest moist meter ratings I ever gave. Wish Upon ends in a similar fashion where it's supposed to like shock the viewer by subverting expectations, where she just randomly gets hit by a car. That same thing is kind of what happens here, where she just randomly gets pushed out that window and then mauled by the hellhounds. It's like, I don't know, kind of a weird decision to have it build to that. Especially when you consider that Riley has been raped and tortured for 12 years in that household by this demon, forced to carry numerous unsuccessful births, and then he finally gets free, only to get pushed out the window and mauled by dogs, like, instantly. I don't know, it just, that really was an odd choice for, like, the actual end. They then also try another big reveal about how Mia was actually the intended target this whole time to raise the baby. I just don't think these plot points were landing the way they wanted to, and they were really trying to put a lot of, like, shocking things here at the end that I don't think worked. The movie was at its best when it was making you focus on this footage from Riley's camera to try and piece together, like, what might have happened. Oh, am I seeing something over there? Or what's that? Like, you having to pay attention and having to think, like, wondering what's going on here. And then the second half, it's just completely abandons that and just is like, here's a hellhound dog jump scare. Here's demon guy. Here's creepy old lady with weird eyes, 'cause demons got her. Also, by the way, that old lady, she wasn't very far outside of Shelby Oaks. Like, she was still, like, right on the outskirts. How the fuck would the authorities have never found that place, by the way? Riley was in the basement of that place for 12 years. How did authorities never find that building? I don't know if I missed something or what, but Mia was able to find it pretty quickly from the amusement park. It did not take her that long. By following a hellhound, by the way, a hellhound that nearly mauled her to death at the prison just like 3 minutes ago that she was terrified of, but now she sees it again and decides to follow it like she was following a spirit animal. Why? But anyway, it does lead her, like, right to this building, which, again, was only, like, a brisk walk away. There's just certain things in the script here that I just don't think worked super well, from some of the dialogue to some of the scenes. Most of them, pretty much all of them, are at the end of the film. Like I said, the first, like, I think it's like 35-ish minutes, where it's the found footage pieces and setting up the story and concept, were really enjoyable. Like, I was drawn into it. But man, once they go off of the tapes and now Mia is about to go to Shelby Oaks, from that point forward, it just gets pretty weak. And since it is so many horror cliches you've seen so many times, even though it's not, like, poorly done, like, it's not, like, terribly executed or anything, it's just, you've seen it so much that it all just becomes meh. It feels like it did a really good job of setting something up that most people will be interested by, but then wasn't able to deliver on the premise super well. Anyway, for Chris Stuckman's directorial debut, I think this is a spirited first attempt with room for improvement. And I hope this isn't one and done. I hope that he directs another feature in the future that learns from some of the mistakes here and makes something that surpasses it. I think there were some good signs for his future as a filmmaker, most of which were showcased in the beginning of this film. It's a mixed bag. There are things to like and there are things to not like. But overall, I give a lot of props to Chris Stuckman for making a fucking movie. It's easy to talk about films. It's hard as fuck to make them. And I think for his first big attempt at it, it is a passionate first attempt. So, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. All right, hold your horses. Twist my arm, why don't you? I'll review Fallout Season 2. I wasn't planning on it because I'm so tardy to the party with it. I only finished Season 2 like 3 days ago or something like that. And the conversation's been there, done that, and now that the dust is settled, I guess I'll give you my thoughts on it because people keep asking. I thought it was alright. I think it's much weaker than Season 1. There are quite a few things about it I found disappointing and just a step backwards compared to where they were last season. And that's not to say Season 1 was perfect or anything, but it was very solid. I really did enjoy it. I went in expecting like poop and maybe even a little shit, but I actually got something that was entertaining. Season 2, though, while I didn't get any, fecal matter or anything, it is just not as strong. There were still things I liked about it, but overall, as a complete package, it just left a lot to be desired. I guess before diving into complaints, I'll at least give you the things I really liked about the season. I think they nailed the look of New Vegas. I really think they crushed it. They did a great job in Season 1 with sets and costume and everything. I do think they capture the spirit of the games really well. In Season 2, it's no different. I think they absolutely knock it out of the park with the way New Vegas looks. I think they crush it with the characters. Deathclaws, I thought, looked great. Outside of one scene where it got a little janky, but for the most part, I really think they nail the aesthetic of New Vegas, and I do think they capture the spirit of it as well for the most part. The action, again, shines. I think they do a really good job of bringing the over-the-top gore from the game to the show and keeping the almost silliness of some of the, blowing people's limbs off and shit intact and making it feel like it fits in the show. I do really like the way they handle action. I think they've continued to do a good job with Season 2 in that regard. I think the action slaps, though there are quite a few things. It's not quite how I remember it from the game. Granted, it's been many years since I played the game, but it doesn't follow what I thought it would from the established lore of New Vegas. But what they put here still works in the context of the show, so I can excuse it to a certain degree. There were some things I really didn't like about some of the changes they made, but overall, I thought it was fine in the context they built it in for this series. That being said, I've got to make a mention, and I know this is supposed to be the thumbs up moment, the thumbs up section here, but I have to make a mention that what they did with the factions here, I think, was a big old blunder. I don't really like the changes they made to the factions at all. I guess we can get into that more in a minute if I want to dive deeper into spoilers, but if you played New Vegas, you're better off just neuralizing yourself and forgetting everything that happened in there, especially in regards to factions, because the show takes pretty much none of it. But like I said, what they do and how they change it fits in the context of this show, but even still, I couldn't help but be disappointed, specifically about some of the decisions they made with the factions. I also think that the best part of Season 2 was the flashbacks. I think that's where the writing's the best, because outside of the flashbacks, I think that's when it really stumbles. The worst part about Season 2 is the writing. It's what really holds it back, and I think that's where they took many steps in the wrong direction when it comes to the Fallout television series here. It honestly felt like there were just moments where the writers just said, fuck it. In the writing room, someone was just like, guys, we're thinking too hard. Just run it as is, and we'll just, fingers crossed, hope no one really stops to digest it. because there are some nonsensical shit that goes on here. Best example, spoiler alert, the death claws in New Vegas. New Vegas is not the way it was in the game. I do think it looks very similar, and I think they capture this, like, the aesthetic of it, and I think it looks really cool, but they do make a crucial change, which is now it's infested with Deathclaw. And people live just outside of this barricade. And there are a bunch of Deathclaws in there, and at the end of the season, Maximus fights the Deathclaws in there. And he starts beating some of them, but there's a lot. And then at one point he gets tail whipped and sent through the barricade. Very easily. Like, the Deathclaw could have broken through this. It is literally like one piece of sheet metal. And they launch Maximus through it like a fucking missile. And now all of a sudden the Deathclaw start pouring out into the area where people live. Why the fuck are people living there with all those Deathclaws on the other side of a very flimsy, unreliable barricade? And why are the Deathclaw not going out there and eating them at any point? There is a plentiful food source on the other side of a very tiny barricade they could easily break out, and yet they just never do. I guess maybe the idea is the Deathclaws are too stupid to do that? I don't know. It just felt really weird. And, like, I tried to cope initially, like, oh, maybe it's just because the power armor was so heavy that it busted through this near impenetrable barricade. But then the question naturally arose in my noodle, well, if the power armor is so heavy that it can do that, then the Deathclaw must be like 10x that strength in order to ragdoll the power armor like that. Meaning, if they just hit their tail against that barricade, it would have fucking disintegrated it. So, like, there's no way of spinning it where the Deathclaw couldn't have been going through that barricade anytime they wanted to. They just, I guess, decided they never wanted the food on the other side. And I just really don't get why people would choose to live there knowing the Deathclaw are there. Just very odd. Very, very weird choice there. And there's a couple other moments like that. For example, like, there's a scene where the ghoul gets punched and impaled on a big spiky pole in the middle of town, and he is there for like an entire day, and the town just goes on around him. He's asking for help, no one helps, which I think fits perfectly in line in the Fallout universe, but also, nobody steals from him. Nobody goes over and kills him or anything. No one steals anything from him. No one messes with him. I thought the implication was going to be when he was stuck on that pole and starting to, go feral, was that people were going to go just start stealing from him. Then he was really going to be fucked. But that never happened. They just leave him alone and ignore him. Which, ignoring the cries for help is one thing. That makes sense. But you're telling me no one there in this world, this town of people that do anything to survive and scavenge supplies, you're telling me they wouldn't go just take the easy supplies from this ghoul's bag who is completely stuck on this pole? Like, come on. No, don't, like, be serious. There's just some moments like that where it just, and another one, sorry I keep going down these, but the more I think about it, the more, like, ridiculous it is. Norm, Lucy's brother Norm, who I think has another interesting side plot that goes on throughout here, which gives you a lot more insight into, like, actual employees of Vault-Tec who have now been thawed out. He is now in a position where they've turned on him, it's mutiny, and he's about to get killed, but then rad roaches come through and start killing all of the vault dwellers that were about to kill him. And how does Norm survive? He hides under a table that is literally like a picnic table. It is just open on all four sides, and the rad roaches go right by him, kill all of the vault dwellers, eat them for a while, and then just leave, presumably going right by Norm, who is just exposed in the open there under that table. Why? He didn't have, like, the cloak of invisibility or anything. The rad roaches had already been spotted, like, on the ground and everything. They would have seen Norm. Why didn't they kill him? And also, they were feasting upon and killing all of the vault dwellers for quite a while, and yet one of them survived. Conveniently, the one Vault-Tec employee that Norm had befriended. It's just very, like, the plot armor they give characters in Season 2 is, like, just very peculiar because they don't even bother trying to give you a logical explanation for how they could have possibly survived. And oftentimes just felt kind of flat. I'll be getting into some spoilers here, but since the show is still pretty new, I won't get into, like, the biggest spoilers. But one thing this season did is they really seem to want to do more gags. Like, that's the impression I got. Now, season 1, of course, still had, like, comedy and stuff in there. It's fucking Fallout. Of course that's going to be there. And I thought it did a pretty decent job capturing that spirit in season 1. In season 2, I think overall they do a good job of capturing the spirit of the Fallout world. But when it comes to its characters and some of, like, the jokes they tried to play off, I thought they really fucking fumbled and fell flat on their face. Like, the entire side plot of, like, the inbreeding support group, I thought offered nothing and was just like a headache every time they were given screen time. And they got way more screen time than I think they ever should have for the role that it played in the show. So, like, incest jokes were in season 1, and they were kind of like, you know, haha, that's wacky. But in season 2, they go hog wild with incest jokes. They even, like, attach a whole hemorrhoid onto the overall narrative ass, where Reg now has an inbreeding support group, which is supposed to help, you know, vault dwellers overcome the trauma of the circumstances around their birth being the product of incest and inbreeding. But he offers snacks, and the vault dwellers don't actually care about any of that incest shit. They just care about the snacks. They want to snack down, and then it becomes a big snack club, which then becomes a problem because they're running low on water. So Overseer Betty is now losing control of her vault. She's being pushed to the edge because Reg refuses to concede here. He refuses to just go belly up and give, you know, the snacks back. He even makes a point saying, you can take away the inbreeding support group, but you can't take away the snack budget, then grabs a handful of Jell-O and eats it. And this goes on for so long. Like, I feel like there were so many scenes of this fucking snack club, and it's just, like, it didn't make me laugh. It was just like, okay, come on, let's get back to, like, the interesting stuff, please. Why are we spending so much time here? The whole idea is it's supposed to show that Betty is losing control of her vault. And I think they could have done that without giving so much screen time to something so fucking insignificant and annoying. And I just think that's the most egregious example. There's other moments where the show does similar things where it, like, lands on a gag and then just, like, beats the shit out of it. But anyway, I think, like, one of the worst writing sins that season 2 makes is the inconsistency around some of its characters. At the end of season 1, we saw the Ghoul take on the Brotherhood of Steel in their power armor, without fear, without hesitation. He was just a force of nature fucking clapping them. In season 2, he gets beaten by a rad scorpion. He gets absolutely fucking slapped around, steamrolled by a rad scorpion, which leaves him incapacitated for a long period of time. Like, I'm very confused on, like, the power scaling. Like, he's sometimes, you know, an absolute menace, unstoppable, and then other times he's just coughing baby and Rad Scorpion comes through and bullies him. It was just kind of frustrating. Like, he is always either extremely powerful when the plot demands it, or inexplicably weak when the plot needs him to be, like, sidelined for a little while on the bench. And Lucy, I really like Lucy as a character. I think she is the perfect character for a Fallout show, where she is, like, extremely, you know, ingrained in her morals. You know, she still says fudge instead of fuck, and she really wants to see the best in the people around her. So, like in the Rad Scorpion case, the reason that happened is because she took them off course to try and help someone that was crying out for assistance, and it ends with them getting ganked by the Rad Scorpion. And the Ghoul was like, we should just kill them, you shouldn't do this. And then once he goes down, once he, you know, gets the wind taken out of his sails because he's all fucked up from the Rad Scorpion, he then takes the survivor back to where she came, which happens to get her involved with the Legion, which ends with her on a cross dying. And then the Ghoul has to save her. And even after that, she still stands by her morals. I think it's a really cool character trait to see explored in a universe like Fallout, where everyone is in some way a bad guy because they have to be to survive the wasteland. There's no one that's, like, morally pure or anything, and Lucy's not either. But she tries to be, unlike most people in the show. And I think that's very cool, but because of that, a lot of how Lucy survives is based off of pure fucking luck. So, like, with the Legion, she survives because the Ghoul came back and rescued her because he still needed her as a bargaining chip. And there are just so many instances of her surviving solely because of luck. Like, even at the end of the series, I won't spoil what was going to happen there, but with her father, there was something that was about to happen. Lucy was about to lose, but again, the ghoul saves her. There are just so many times where she is just saved by sheer dumb luck. Which I think is just a shame because the show has established that she can hold her own. She can do what it takes to survive. And it's not to say that she never does in season 2. She does have a couple of badass moments, but for the most part, a lot of how she gets to where she ends up is just because roll the dice. She got lucky. And I don't know, it just felt kind of like underwhelming after like the third or fourth fucking time that happened this season. Now, that being said, she is not the only character that tries to be a good person. Maximus also does as well. But we can see him making a lot more morally gray decisions, and there's even like a whole swing of things where it seems like he's going in the wrong direction and is no longer that interested in being a good person and, you know, kind of snaps back into it. But it is nice to see a character like Lucy who's all about, you know, trying to be a good person, and Maximus who wants to be a good person but is also okay just kind of really teetering on the edge. I really do like both of these characters, and I just wish season 2 did more with fleshing them out and evolving them. Maximus, I do think they did a good job with, though, for the season. I enjoyed his plot line quite a bit with the Brotherhood. And it is interesting to see him, you know, start turning heel. And like, he's now doing some bad shit that you wouldn't really expect someone that's wanting to be a good person would indulge in. And even someone close to him is talking about that too. Like, we used to make fun of the Codex, and now here you are quoting it. And he's like, well, you know, maybe it's not so bad after the things I've seen. I think that's a very interesting concept to play with. And it is different from Lucy, who is still, even after everything she's been through and all the times her morals get her in hot water and damn near fucking executed, she stands by them. Maximus, not so much. He's a lot more fluid when it comes to his morals and what he's going to do to try and make the world a better place, leave it better than he found it. I do like these characters. I just don't think season 2 did enough with them to grow them. I liked what season 1 was setting up, and then season 2, I think, dropped the ball a bit. And unfortunately, the same is true for House. I think there are moments where they get, like, the House from the game, but then there's other times where they just make him, like, cartoonishly evil, like when he just goes to a bar, starts a bar fight, and kills the guys there for some reason, for the sake of science. Like, that was just evil for the sake of evil. But then there are other times where, like, Cooper, these are during the flashbacks, like I said, I think these are the best moments of the show when it comes to writing. Cooper's like talking to House, and then you get to really see House, the way in which I remember him, and what is objectively a more interesting character. One who isn't like fully just like some madman, raving lunatic, evil billionaire guy. He is a bad guy, but a complex character. Like, just as he was in the games, he has a lot of depth, and they show that only in some flashbacks. Like, it seemed like they really wanted to do more with House, but then also felt obligated to make sure you know this is a bad guy and he does bad things. Watch him kill these guys in a bar fight. That type shit. So that, like, just kind of disappointing with some of the things they did, like with House. But as I said, in the flashbacks, that's when the writing is at its best. Like Coop and Barbara's conversations about, you know, what they're going to do about the end of the world and their daughter, and how that changes their thinking and the way in which they want to approach the problems that they face. I think the flashbacks handle all of that very well. It's just when they get outside of flashbacks, it starts to really fall apart. Anyway, though, I don't think Fallout Season 2 was bad. It was still enjoyable. Like, I did enjoy watching it. It wasn't like a slog, and it didn't frustrate me a ton to the point where I didn't want to watch it or anything like that. I did like it. I just didn't like it nearly as much as I liked Season 1. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. When I say Hollywood, what's the first thing you think of? These days, probably not films. I got a hunch that you probably immediately think of like evil or terrible, terrible people that have been implicated in a lot of really bad things. Because it seems like Hollywood is kind of a cesspool of some real, pardon my French, jerks, you know, that have done some awful shit. But what happens when a movie gets made without Hollywood's blessing? Well, sometimes it just doesn't go super well. It's pretty rare for a fully financed, independent, self-distributed production to actually have, like, a big box office performance. It's very rare. And in the case of Iron Lung, it is doing something very unusual. This is a fucking unicorn out there. Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's debut film here, his directorial debut, has already done over $20 million in the box office and has been the #1 movie through the weekend. And this is a fully self-financed, self-distributed film. And he is not the first YouTuber to make a successful movie. So, like, for example, Raka Raka. They've made 2 heaters. Absolute slappers. I tell you, Raka Raka, I think, are some of the best in the business right now. Bring Her Back, Talk to Me. I think they're some of the best in the horror business right now, and they are YouTubers. They, however, do work with A24, so they're a little bit different than Markiplier's case here. But still, they are independent filmmakers and extremely talented. Markiplier, though, I do believe has done something extremely unusual, though, by having actually no A24, none of that involved in this process. Which is why what it's doing right now, I think, is something very interesting that I want to yap about. And I know, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before now, when it was climbing up the box office and it reached #2, it had apparently mysteriously vanished. I know Markiplier did a stream where he was talking about it, about how, you know, these fucking vampires out there in Hollywood must not be super pleased about Iron Lung's performance beating out some films, so they must have just taken it off, you know, fucking snapped it away, banished it to the Shadow Realm so people can't see that. Now, of course, he didn't use those words. I'm, of course, adding a bit of colorful commentary into his actual sentiment there, but he was talking about how it is weird that Iron Lung isn't being reported when it was the second highest grossing film at the time. It has since been reinstated on the public charts, but that was a bit of a wacky hiccup, huh? Really makes you think. It's almost like these suits, these zombies at the top of the food chain, probably don't like that a YouTuber just came in there and ate their lunch. Iron Lung had a reported budget of about $3 million, and let's be honest, not really a marketing budget. Markiplier just talks about it sometimes. That's the marketing expense. It's pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, compared to major blockbuster productions. So this movie is already doing extremely well for Mark and the team, a team that no doubt has poured countless hours and passion into this project. And regardless of how you feel about Iron Lung, it's still something that I think most people should look at and celebrate, that a film like this is doing so well. I made a review on Iron Lung. Overall, I liked it. I had a lot of nice things to say about it. It's not a flawless film, and I don't think it's a film everyone's going to like either. It does have flaws. But I am delighted to see that it's doing such big numbers here, kind of going a little bit Insano style in the box office, because I think this sets a nice precedent that you don't always need to suckle on the bosom of Hollywood or established studios or distributors or something like that in order to get a passion project made. Now, of course, Markiplier has oodles of cash to pull from in order to realize a vision like this. It's not going to work that way for everyone. I recognize that. But the fact that he did commit so much time, so much money, and put together such a talented team, all for the sake of seeing this vision through, and it being rewarded like this in the box office, I think is just a feel-good story. I think that is a very good thing, and it shows other potential filmmakers out there that there are other alternative paths to get your creative vision produced that aren't just following the traditional blueprint and walking down the same tried and true path that a lot of times just boils down to making deals with the devil. Because I don't think anyone's going to be shocked to hear this. Hollywood's not really a great place overall. Shh, don't let anyone hear you say that, though. Like, everyone knows that. So a $3 million film like Iron Lung coming out and flexing on the big boys in the box office, I think is just a great thing. And I know it hasn't been without controversy. I know the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, they've been taking it to Pound Town here. They are no Iron Lung fans, that's for sure. Especially IGN. IGN was right on top of Iron Lung there. I think they gave it like a 4 or something. So they definitely weren't feeling it, and a lot of other people weren't either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's not going to be for everyone. There is nothing that is for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the message that this movie's success delivers is a very positive one in an otherwise really degenerate industry. Now, that being said, I would not be surprised to see these Hollywood parasites take notice of this and then try and recreate this lightning in a bottle for themselves, a little corporate greed where we might start seeing a few movies hitting the theaters that are just really lazy cash grabs that have big influencer names attached to them as the draw and the marketing arm for these projects, all for the sake of just trying to make cheap shit to turn a little bit of a profit off just using the influencer's name as their marketing tool. That, I do think, will probably start happening pretty soon. I really wouldn't be shocked to see that, because I think they'll learn the wrong lesson here from Markiplier and Iron Lung. But that's just a theory. That's just a little game theory there. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't really know. But overall, like I said, I think this is just something to be celebrated. Movies, boobies. What do these two things have in common besides just rhyming? I like them both. So I like to share this story of a pretty cool thing going on with movies. That's really about it. So, yep. I didn't think this was going to be a topic I'd make a video on, but I just got home from a bar after consuming some scrumptious nutrients, excitedly kicking my little legs in the high top, and was hypnotized by a very fascinating segment on the television there, on the tube, about the Sharon Moore story. And I feel like that had to be a divine sign from God himself that I should yap about this further. Because I've only scratched the surface of the Sharon Moore case on stream a few days ago. But the whole thing, like the meat and potatoes, is so wacky I can't help but blabber about it further. For those that don't know, Sharon Moore is the former head coach of the Michigan football team. And in the course of 24 hours, his entire life came crumbling down, and Goonergate was fully opened into the wild life of Sharon Moore and his uncontrollable, insatiable appetite to goon and cheat on his wife. Sharon Moore is a married man. He has 3 kids of his own. It was revealed that he had been having a relationship with a staff member. It had apparently been going on for some time, and it began to sour, eventually coming to light. Once it did, things really started to spiral. It was getting flushed down the tubes real quick. He lost his position as the head coach of the Michigan football team. Within 24 hours, he broke into that staffer's apartment, grabbed some knives, and threatened to kill himself in front of her, blaming her, saying that his blood would be on her hands. He was then arrested for this, and now there is an Inside Edition clip to showcase what's coming next in all of this. And not only all of that, but it's also been revealed from some OnlyFans models that allegedly he had been messaging them, apparently even one time during halftime of their Ohio State game, looking for a bit of canoodling. According to one of the OnlyFans models, he was even trying to leverage a foursome.
It's a shocking image as embattled University of Michigan head coach Sharon Moore makes his first court appearance today, a shell of the football leader he once was. During the hearing, the prosecutor detailed the harrowing allegations that Moore broke into the home of his executive assistant, Paige Shiver, and threatened to kill himself.
Now again, it's important to keep in mind, this all happened in like a day. The affair coming to light, him losing his job, him breaking into the house, him then getting arrested. This is like if there was a scene in Adam Sandler's Click where he fast-forwarded through his own downfall. This is an impressive speedrun for just how much he fucked up his life in one day. Now, granted, the affair was over a long period of time. That was a conscious decision he made over and over again to cheat on his wife, betraying his wife and also his entire family. That didn't happen in just a day, but everything else did.
He came to her apartment, barged his way into that apartment, immediately then proceeded to a kitchen drawer, grabbed several butter knives and a pair of kitchen scissors, and began to threaten his own life. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch. My blood is on your hands.
That is some evil shit right there. That is downright diabolical. So he was clearly off his gourd after what had happened earlier that day. And I guess in this heated rage, broke into her apartment to do this and then grabbed a bunch of butter knives. Man's out here acting like he was fucking Zorro here with the 3-sword style. And then threatening to kill himself right there in front of her. That's unhinged. Like, that is just downright scary. This wasn't some kind of accident. He made these choices. Like, he cheated on his wife. Not only did he cheat on his wife, he did so with a staffer. And also, the woman here that he cheated with, she's no saint herself. She had to have known that Sharon Moore was married. That's not exactly a secret. That is very open information. They have even been at the games, like his wife and kids. Like, she would have known that and still chose to engage in this affair with him. According to this report here, she received a pretty substantial salary bump, going up 55% as she was promoted to the executive assistant to Sharon Moore. That's probably just a coinky-dink, though. I don't think there's any correlation between these two things. If I had to spitball a guess, I would say she got this promotion through, just really putting a lot of elbow grease and a lot of chutzpah into her previous position that Sharon Moore couldn't help but promote her. I don't think it had anything to do with the two of them, with the extracurricular bedroom ham sandwiches they were making behind his wife's back. But yeah, Paige here is not exactly an angel. Again, there's no way she wouldn't have known that Sharon Moore was married. That was not a secret, and even if he tried to lie about that to her, all she had to do was type his name in on Google, and you're immediately bombarded with pictures of his wife and his kids at the games and stuff. She probably even met them at some point, if I had to guess. Like, it's this whole thing from top to bottom is just sad. My heart breaks for his family. That is just the ultimate fucking betrayal.
He has been charged with home invasion, stalking, and breaking and entering. Bond was set at $25,000, and he will be required to wear GPS monitoring. He was also ordered not to have any contact with the woman. His lawyer, Joseph Simon, spoke to a crush of reporters.
Do you know where he's going to be able to stay after this? Is he going to be able to go home?
I'm just going to not answer that question.
Fair enough. Can you answer my question, please? How many OnlyFans models was he DMing to try and fuck? Please, any comment on the number there, because it seems like a very high quantity. This man was a turbo gooner. There's been a flood of claims from numerous OnlyFans models that he had messaged them, and he was apparently subscribed to tons of them, paying a lot of money for the OnlyFans content. This dude was so deep in the goon that there's claims he even messaged an OnlyFans model during halftime of the Ohio State game earlier this year. This guy was fucking lost in it. He was actually just all consumed by the goon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy somehow found a picture of my foot online and tried to subscribe to its OnlyFans page. Now, apparently, like, this is the most notable one. It comes from an OnlyFans model named Sorty. She claims that he paid for all her videos on the site, even offered her season tickets to Michigan football games in return for one-on-one interactions, which she declined. Apparently even extended an invitation to the championship game in Houston in 2024. There's additional claims about a foursome he was trying to set up with more OnlyFans models. It's just completely out of control. And watching all of this unfold has been nuts. Because like I said, all of this happened basically in a day. And now we're just getting fed even more information for just how much of a fucking gooner loser this guy was, that betrayed his family and ruined his whole life. A very promising career as Michigan's head football coach. And it's extremely hard to feel bad for him because all of it is his own choices he's made to cheat around behind his wife's back, to break into that woman's apartment, like all of that. Like, how do you feel bad for him when he's doing this kind of evil shit? Anyway, I just had to talk about this after seeing even more on Sharon Moore while eating tonight. So yeah, I just wanted to yap on it. That's about it. See ya. This better be fucking impressive. The Ultimate Inferno has been hyped up by Rarity all night. This shit better be on the same universal threat level as Thanos. So the way he hyped this up is this was a character that isn't allowed in the online game because he's so strong or some shit. Like he was designed to be overpowered and he's not allowed in the actual online game. Seems like, oh wow. What the fuck? I'm not that impressed, to be honest with you. I've seen stronger, like my Mr. Krabs could probably put that shit in the ground real quick. But it's not bad, it does seem strong. Like that move right there, that's pretty, wow. It's got some meat on it, that's a pretty strong character I see. Keep playing the Ultimate Inferno. Let's see who can take any damage off of that. Who is this mysterious Milady Saber? Falcon Hoof? Fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh, so he bleeds. Leave it to Falcon Hoof, the champion of Hogwarts, to win that. I imagine in the story mode he's not played nearly as well as this. That fucking combo would be enough to kill the Lord, most likely. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll be the one to take care of the Ultimate Inferno and save Bikini Bottom. Fuck her extra hard, Ultimate Inferno. She's a big sinner. It's a weeb trash lord. Oh my god. Yeah, that was an extra hard fucking. You won't see that in Japanese anime porn, hentai. Ooh, Bulby, I didn't even notice. Man, he's getting slap, 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 and clap, clap, clapped immediately. No amount of class presidency will save him now. Holy shit. Oh! Is Bulby gonna get around in? Oh, of course not. Jesus. That was such a horrifying scream from him. Mr. Krabs is the only one equipped to deal with this level of stress, this type of situation. The Dimidomes can stop the Inferno? Yeah, if the Dimidomes were still here, perhaps them teaming up and performing a fusion dance like Dimidome v Dimidome fused, then maybe we'd stand a chance against it. But right now, our best hope lies in Mr. Krabs. Alright, Mr. Krabs, we've got this. This is what we've been training for. It's alright. Just warming up. Just warming up. Mr. Krabs plays better from behind anyway. You've let him into his element. Classic Mr. Krabs! Good lord. Oh, Mr. Krabs. You greasy old greedy man. Alright, it didn't work twice. Oh! When it's all said and done, that's probably the closest we've come. Well, he can take our land, he can take our freedom, but he can never take our Krabby Patties. Our secret formula remains safe. Buckethead? Is Buckethead gonna lay down some wicked, nasty guitar solo to fucking make tits lactate? And also kill Inferno? We might just have hope yet. It's not over. Oh, the world's ultimate guitarist. I believe in the dream. Shred! Oh no! Nice moves! Oh, he read it. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Buckethead just got full comboed by the Guitar Hero. Oh yeah, this guy's taking the Bird Box challenge. He's blindfolded himself. Oh, never mind. Inferno knocked the blindfold off. Yeah, Jesus. Then he hit him with that hard depression there. Yikes. Inferno versus Inferno, please. None of us have Inferno. He's a character that is literally banned in online. He has him in here because he's able to mod the game. That looks like a man to beat him. And he's got a football? Oh, it's over. That's game, set, and match. That's checkmate. Who is this guy? Oh, it's Mark. Oh my god, it's Mark, and he's got the pigskin. It's not over yet. He can pull it off. Oh, wow. Holy shit. That is a brutal combo right there. It's just an infinite combo. Just throwing them against the lockers and stealing their lunch money. That's rough. Wow. Well, we can't say we didn't try to save the day.